Hey everyone, Ryan here, and welcome to my review of the LEGO Star Wars 2023 X-Wing Starfighter Polybag with set number 30654. It has 87 pieces and costs $5, the normal price for a polybag. While I would have preferred a minifigure polybag for LEGO Star Wars because we seemingly never get those, but plenty of other themes do, this X-Wing is another good fit for this year, given that the recent trend with LEGO Star Wars has been make a polybag that also has a bigger set available within the same year, and it turns out that this X-Wing would get a UCS X-Wing to accompany it, although this one is a 40th anniversary Return of the Jedi packaging and the UCS one isn't. Opening our polybag, you just dump out all the pieces and you get a small instruction manual. First off, I just have to say, during the build, it had a surprisingly cool build technique in there, something you don't usually see on mini models like this. It was just a bit refreshing to see something relatively complex on something so small. While they've made plenty of small X-Wings in the past, I think this one might be my favorite, starting with the cannons. I think using like the ski piece with lightsabers looks particularly great for an X-Wing. The wings, unsurprisingly, are able to be opened into an X position. The engines look very good, if anything, maybe missing a little pink thrust at the back. A small detail on top you can pick out is the small silver stud, which is supposed to represent the dome of R2-D2. It definitely isn't detailed, but it's there. You also have the cockpit windshield piece represented, and then a rather large body of the ship leading into the nose. I think it's maybe one stud too long if I was going to put a number on it, but I do like the way the nose comes together there to a fine point on the end, and overall this is a nice micro mini X-Wing that will fit nicely into your mini polybag collection, and for $5 it's a fine deal. There's no reason not to buy it if you like it, and there's no reason to waste $5 if you don't like it. The set, of course, is based on the Book of Boba Fett and has the green stripe to represent that, as well as box art on Tatooine showing Jabba's or Boba's palace. On the back of the box, we see the ship in a landing position, as well as the main play feature of the Microfighter. Inside of the box, you'll find your typical assortment of LEGO parts and bags, and an instruction manual. At 85 pieces, this is as easy a build as they come. This is our third time seeing this minifigure, and it's probably my third time saying almost exactly this. This minifigure from the neck down is fantastic. It's got a great dark green body armor plate, the waist printing is awesome, and the leg printing is phenomenal. Great amount of detail for the arm prints, just absolutely lovely for a minifigure, especially in a Microfighter. This is an excellent level of detail for a Microfighter level minifigure. However, this figure falls apart with the helmet. The helmet should be a darker shade of green. This is the shade of green they've been using for Boba Fett's helmet from the original trilogy. It's sand green in LEGO, and ultimately it's a lighter shade than the helmet should be. They should not be the same color for both the original trilogy and the Book of Boba Fett / The Mandalorian. That's just how it is. Now, obviously, I didn't expect this to be changed for this very Microfighter set. It should have been changed for the more expensive sets to begin with. The head underneath has a phenomenal print, though, and you can see his face on the front there, and there's even a print underneath that jetpack. Let's take a peek. You can see that dark green color again on the back there, and ultimately that's the color the helmet should match, and that's why I have a pretty big problem with this minifigure in general, is those green colors just being so far off from one another when they shouldn't be. Now, I've certainly wanted a Slave One Microfighter ever since the Microfighter lineup was introduced in 2014. However, it took a long time. And on top of that, it already existed before Microfighters were introduced in 2014. Back in 2012 at Star Wars Celebration, they released the Slave One Microfighter in a can. And while I do think this model over a decade later is certainly better, I wouldn't argue it's not as much better as I would have thought for 10 years of new parts and techniques. Now, there's only so much you can do. It still does have to look like a Slave One generally, or now Boba Fett's Starship is the new name, but like, I don't know. I just thought it would look a little bit better than this at the end of the day when it was rumored. It's not a bad model, as we will get into it here, but it's a Microfighter, and I guess I was a little overzealous for what I expected in a Microfighter. And so a quick rundown of our functions here is we raise the Slave One into the flight mode. We can actually drop these wings into that same flight mode as well, and they do look pretty good, although I don't know, they're like small to me. They feel really small to me. The whole ship feels big, and then those feel tiny. It's like little dinosaur arms on the Slave One. But the function and thought is there, and for the core audience of literally microfighters, these are some of the only sets I will let people argue to me are only made for kids, because a lot of other LEGO Star Wars sets certainly are made with a lot of adult purchases incoming and in mind. But anyway, the other feature that was kind of a surprise to me is to see flick-fire missiles somewhat making a comeback in 2023. Hadn't really seen these in a while, and I thought it was a bit of an odd use. I thought stud shooters were certainly going to be stapled onto the side of this thing, but that's not what happened. They went with the flick-fire missiles, and I actually think it was the right choice. It gives the front of the Slave One here the right look for its blasters, more or less, and you can either push them, which never really works, or when you actually flick it, if you don't like hit the Slave One, that's kind of part of the problem with the flicking, it'll actually fire off really, really well. That went all the way across my room there. And you definitely don't want to lose those missiles, because if you do, you now have a Slave One that looks like this. If you thought it looked bad already, it does get worse, in fact. For a microfighter, I'm rather impressed with the amount of detail slapped onto the back of this thing, with the thrust and general shape and design very well captured. Now, the common and most important function of every microfighter is the ability to place the minifigure inside of the vehicle or ship. And with this one in particular, you're just going to lift up the cockpit here, and it gives you a very wide area to sit Boba Fett in, and honestly, it's a bit confusing. So just to make things a little easier, I'm going to take his gun off, and part of me, as soon as I see this, wants to put the figure in like this. However, that cannot be done. I think that's what kids on their first impression are going to do. It's going to look something like that. And a lot of kids might just use it like this and say, heck, they might not even know, whatever. That's totally up to kids to play with whatever they want, however they want. But in reality, how you're going to want to put this figure in so that it actually fits in properly, the jetpack obviously being a big reason for the design as deep as it is in there, you're going to plop him in like so, and now he fits inside the Slave One like literally perfectly. It's actually kind of crazy looking to me how perfectly his helmet fits in there, but you close that right up, and now you have Boba Fett inside of his Slave One, and it's not too bad of a look. Obviously, it's not going to rotate, and you can't change the figure orientation. That's kind of the way you're stuck with it, but for a microfighter, I think that is very, very acceptable and end up looking really, really nice when you're flying it through the sky. Not that the minifigure was completely unaffordable before, but bringing Boba Fett to a $10 set is certainly the cheapest you'll be able to get this Book of Boba Fett minifigure if it's something you're into and haven't picked up already. At the end of the day, for $10 for a microfighter for kids, it's a great pickup for a birthday gift or for your little cousin or brother or whatever. Like, it's always a tried and true gift for a young LEGO Star Wars fan. Just for older collectors, this one's probably a stay away. Hey everyone, Ryan here, MandRproductions, and this is my review of the LEGO Star Wars 2023 set number 75345 501st Clone Troopers Battle Pack with 119 pieces and 4 minifigs flat. This one comes hot off the heels of the 2020 hashtag We Want a 501st Battle Pack 501st Battle Pack, basically a sequel to that set. However, it's $10 cheaper, coming in at just $20 this time as a true LEGO Star Wars Battle Pack. Not taking advantage of fan demand here. The box art for this one is pretty simple, using a yellowish color for the stripe, denoting it's from the Clone Wars, and it does have Clone Wars Season 7 box art with Urbana as the background planet. It's perhaps easier to tell on the back of the box, as you can see the bridge in the distant background. And just like any other set, it shows off the main play functions as well as the minifigures frolicking around in different positions. Now, this set does have a problem on the box art yet again with LEGO Star Wars Clone Troopers. LEGO is falsely advertising or misrepresenting the way you actually are going to have the Clone Troopers look out of the box. On the box here, it shows the antenna being attached where the antenna would sensibly be attached to a Clone Trooper. However, the giant gaping hole above it is actually where it will be placed and subsequently look much worse than what LEGO is advertising on the box. It almost feels like they're doing it on purpose to give people something to talk about. I'm not entirely sure, but it's an issue that persists into the great year of 2023. Speaking of a great year, it might just be that, as they show off a 20th anniversary of the Clone Wars logo on the side of the box. It could mean good things to come. Our first figure up is the 501st Clone Specialist, and the clones in the set, by the way, are based on the Star Wars Battlefront 2 video game, the newer one, and as such, with the newer video game accurately marked is a couple yellow markings, which is nice. He does have bluer arms than most of the other 501st troopers, so LEGO gave him just completely blue arms. I still kind of wish we'd get arm prints on some of these guys, but also, like, the simplicity of it is nice, so getting blue arms on this Specialist Clone Trooper definitely looks good. The leg print is the same as the older 501st clone legs, nothing special or different about it. but what is special and different about this figure is the macro binoculars adorning his head. They fill in those holes nicely so the holes don't look ridiculous on this character. It looks like a really nice piece, nice new mold. It has some good details on top. It's really a good looking piece. The only thing I have a problem with on it, it should really have a blue stripe print that's accurate to the game. The piece feels like a prototype piece. It looks incomplete to me without a print on there. Some companies have been doing it for a decade, so Lego not being able to do it is just mind-numbingly sad to me. But the piece moves up and down pretty easily. You can actually move it really far back if you want. It doesn't look good, obviously. Receding hairline. That is probably the optimal position for up, and of course, when it's down, it nicely covers the eyes. Like, this is a really good piece, you know, outside of no print. And as you may expect, all 4 clones in the set will have the normal clone head. Next, we have the 501st Officer, and I think he is the worst clone trooper in the set by a pretty wide margin. It just looks like a hodgepodge. It doesn't look like any of this is supposed to go together as far as parts of clone troopers. But we'll start with the helmet, where we have the misrepresented rangefinder from the box. It does look terrible like this. And the other thing with the rangefinders on these newer clone helmets, so there you can see that gaping, bad-looking hole. Lego should really introduce a third clone mold that just has a hole on one side. They get plenty of use out of it. Captain Rex is certainly coming out, and he'd make use of it, you know? So it's not like they wouldn't be able to use that helmet mold in other sets. But the problem with the holes now with these is they like literally just fall out. If I move it, it like just falls out. I didn't pull it. I swear I'm not doing anything special. I'm just pushing it down and it falls out. It's a really frustrating experience to actually use the thing and push it down because you just can't. It falls out every time. The torso on this one, though, is really nice and accurate. They include an extra bit of blue for the belt, which looks really good. But then you get to the waist cape, and it just doesn't look good with the half-baked printed on waist cape. They really should be switching back to physical waist capes for this. They did do the printed waist capes on snowtroopers in 2021, and I thought that looked okay because the waist capes on snowtroopers are white. But it's much more glaring where you just have a black strip and you don't have the rest of the black encircling the clone trooper there. The final notable thing about this figure, though, is that the helmet prints on these newer 501st troopers do go higher than they did on the 2020 version, so that's something that's definitely appreciated. Looks much better as far as the blue stripe goes. The hole doesn't look better, but having the blue stripe go further back does look better. Finally, we have the 501st Heavy Troopers that essentially borrow the Commander Cody print for the top half of the helmet and the 501st print for the bottom half of the helmet. Accurate to the game, but just an interesting combo of prints there. And then we have the visor, which, you know, it's a 2008 piece. And in this set, they introduced a brand new macro binoculars piece, which makes me really wish they did a new visor piece for Commander Cody last year, because they could be using it again here and it'd be great. But unfortunately, we're stuck with this kind of derpy looking visor for this figure. It is in blue now for the first time, which is nice. But ultimately, I just wish there was a new piece that looked a little bit better than this. As far as the torso on this guy, the print is really mixing it up, and he does usually carry a satchel. However, they don't give him a satchel. They just print on the strap for the satchel here. To me, the worst part of this figure, though, is the lack of a dual molded blue leg. The bottom half of his leg should absolutely be all solid blue, and they're just not. So huge missed opportunity to make this clone trooper super cool and super accurate, and they just didn't do it. Now, it's not all bad. On the backside, we do have a really nice printed Republic logo backpack that does look really good. And underneath that is a pretty nice print too, with more strapping for that satchel. You get 2 of these figures in the set. The cannon in this set is absolutely amazing. It gives me huge Republic AV7 cannon vibes with both its color and shaping. It really feels like an almost perfectly scaled down version of that 2014 set. And I'm a bit surprised here that they went with this color scheme. It looks great and I love it. I'm just surprised they didn't do something that was more 501st with some blue to kind of match the color scheme of the figures in the set, like they did with the 501st Battle Pack from 2020. So just something that's odd from a design perspective that I'd love to know, like the inner workings of at Lego. We'll probably never find out, but just an interesting question to pose. Speaking of pose, this one can be posed in a few different ways. The legs can move in and out. They're on hinges. The feet also have a bit of posability to them, so you can like make it go higher up if you want by pushing everything down one, and it is a bit of a taller cannon. So you can definitely get a couple different good looks out of this cannon if that's what you're looking for, but generally I like to leave it low. They added a clear cylinder on the bottom for extra stability. That is something that when you push down on the model, it actually makes contact with the ground. When it's just displayed like this, it's not actually touching the ground there, so you can see it actually has a little bit of give to it, which is interesting. But that piece in particular is of course useful for a scenario like now where you take your 501st Heavy Trooper, place him in the seat
seating area, and like you don't have to worry about the whole thing come crashing down. Unfortunately, it looks like this leg still will give out from time to time. I've had it happen on me a few times, so if you push down on it a little bit too hard, a little bit too out, it will definitely snap and you'll have to fix it. So that's a slight annoyance that has happened a bit, but you know, if you're a little bit lighter with it like this, you're not going to have any problems. I've just been hitting the gym a lot lately, so that's why when I push it down, it tends to break. I'm just kidding. It's perfectly fine. But something that isn't, I guess, is the lack of a control panel. It just feels like he's doing nothing there. He's got nothing to grab onto. There's no printed control panel there. Like, I don't know. It feels kind of incomplete to me in a way, much like some of the figures in this set do. And what I would say with that is like maybe give him a pair of binoculars instead, and that way at least it looks like he's, you know, trying to get a good range on where the battle droids are and where you're supposed to point and shoot the cannon. That's something that I feel like was slightly overlooked in this set. Now, I really love the shape and especially the length of the barrel for the cannon. That's something that on some previous battle pack cannons was definitely underwhelming. They would have these cannons and then they'd have these really stubby barrels. And I was like, that doesn't feel right. All the other big cannons have long barrels and this one has a long barrel. So that's really nice. Now, what this one does somewhat poorly is its range of motion. It has a really small range of motion. That's it. That's the entire range of motion. Can't go higher, can't go lower. As far as the final play feature on this thing, you have the spring-loaded missile, which is locked and loaded, ready to go. All you have to do is push down on it like that, and it shoots right off. Reloading them is a breeze. It's one of those that could be annoying, though, where when you go to pick this set up, it could very easily accidentally misfire when you pick it up and you just accidentally put your hand there. Like, it's just going to fire off because you're going to hit it. I think this micro cannon shows a great job of how far LEGO Star Wars has come with some of these micro builds. To me, it's like getting a Microfighter AV7 cannon with a clone trooper for $10, and then with your other $10, you get 3 more clone troopers. And with value in mind, should you buy this set? I think absolutely people should buy this set. 3 unique clone troopers, an amazing micro build. You just can't go wrong with that as a set on its own. As for it being a battle pack and an army builder, should you go out and buy 20, 30, 100, 300 of them like many people did with the original 501st Battle Pack? Probably not. I don't think these clone troopers are as conducive to army building as that original battle pack, but they're specialist troopers. They're not really supposed to be. So I think the sweet spot for a lot of people, myself included, is going to be 5 to 10 of these maximum. Giving this set a rating out of 10, false advertising and somewhat weird looking clone troopers with no waist capes included, probably a 7.5 or 8 out of 10. It's absolutely a set people should buy, but it's not perfect. After 20 years, LEGO Star Wars fans can finally rejoice because we have a new LEGO Star Wars TIE Bomber. Set number 75347 with 625 pieces retails for just $65. The set does include 4 minifigs, which we'll take a closer look at momentarily. The box art has the TIE Bomber front and center looking amazing as ever, and the background for the art is almost certainly an asteroid from Empire Strikes Back, yet this set does adorn the Return of the Jedi 40th anniversary logo. Technically, the TIE Bomber was in Return of the Jedi for all of 2 seconds. I did almost forget to show you all the back of the box. It's in the hanger, just like in Return of the Jedi. Anyway, inside of the box, we got our numbered bags and an instruction manual with a bad render. A rather odd combination of sets advertised in the back of the manual, but let's build this and take a look at those awesome figures. The first figure in the set is the least exciting. It's the TIE Bomber pilot. In my eyes, no different than really any other TIE pilot you may have from the last decade of LEGO Star Wars, so this is not a reason to go out and buy the set. However, it was definitely necessary to include in the set to pilot the TIE Bomber. Underneath that helmet, you'll find a flesh head with a stern facial expression. The Darth Vader figure in this set is amazing. They bring the arm print to this set at $65. We've seen more expensive sets released in the last couple years that didn't have an arm print on their Darth Vader, but this one definitely nailing the look. It has the cloth cape, we've got the red lightsaber, and he's got the 2-piece helmet, which when you look underneath, you'll see a brand new facial expression for Darth Vader for Return of the Jedi. It's amazing. Vice Admiral Rey Sloan here is a great reason this set should not have been marked as a 40th anniversary Return of the Jedi set. However, she is an amazing figure. I am so glad that we get something unique here for LEGO Star Wars, something fresh into this set. She is, like I said, in her Vice Admiral outfit, so it's the gray outfit versus the white outfit, which I just think in general looks better for LEGO Star Wars minifigs. However, the reason she would be in the Vice Admiral outfit apparently is because this was her rank during Return of the Jedi, so at least it seems like they got that right. No second facial expression is a little disappointing though. Hands down, the best character in the set, though, is the Imperial Gonk Droid. And yes, that is the Imperial logo printed onto the side. It's amazing. Beautiful Gonk Droid here. And they use that Imperial crate piece that they've been using for the past couple of years to achieve that. It's a really wonderful part usage. And you can even take the piece off of the crate and use it for storage. So theoretically, you could give your Gonk Droid a brain, and then maybe you could learn some more words. The only other thing in this set that isn't a TIE bomber is this small Imperial transport cart. It has 2 bombs on the back, extra for the TIE bomber, giving you 6 total. As we'll see, there's 4 more in the bomber. You got some inverted tiles on the bottom, making movement smooth, and you have space for exactly 1 minifigure to pilot the thing. Yeah, it's nice, but it is really small. The bomber's build was easy, and the finished model is just gorgeous. However, it's just not as large as I expected when stacked up next to the 2021 model, and it's certainly dwarfed by the 2018 TIE Fighter. Look, I don't think the size of it's bad, but definitely when put in comparison, it doesn't feel great. I'll start with what I think pops out to most people upon first glance, and that is the cockpit of this TIE bomber. It uses a smaller windshield piece than we have ever seen on a TIE Fighter, but for good reason. In universe, the TIE bomber does have a pretty thick bezel around the windscreen, and so that is accurately represented here in the Lego set. What is unfortunate about the way they did this essentially is you can't actually see through here. It's actually just bricks there, and it's completely solid. You can see the studs through there, and I could actually just pull this. Oh, maybe you can't. Oh, that is a hard piece to get off. Apparently, that's the strongest connection in all of LEGO, but this is all it is. It's not actually see-through, and that's fine. I don't care. I display my models. It doesn't matter to me whether or not the minifig can see through this theoretically for play or whatever. But if that irks you, it irks you. Unfortunately, with the way this is designed, there is not much you can do. Now, when it comes to placing a pilot inside the cockpit, it's a pretty straightforward process. You lift it up, and you slide him in. There are no studs in there. He just kind of slides in and sits loosely in there. You can see there are a couple of printed control panels just on 1x1 tiles, but that is about all the detail you're going to see inside of the cockpit, because it's one of the tightest, if not the tightest cockpits ever on a LEGO minifigure scale TIE Fighter. So close that up, and like I said, can't see him through there. Small side note, the area right above the cockpit here is not a little hidden compartment to place your TIE pilot's weapon. It gets stuck in there, and it doesn't come out until you rip it off and then remove it. So yeah, that's not a hidden compartment, even though it definitely looks like it would be one. Before we talk about the other great features, I want to talk about the wing design on this thing, which I think is just wonderful. They've struck a really good balance of black, gray, and dark gray, much better than the black and blue of 2003. They've included this circular printed piece that we've seen in other TIE Fighters in the past, and you'll notice that the black tiles are definitely catching fingerprints. It's something that I really wish had a fix for LEGO, but ultimately it's like the glass on your iPhone. No matter what you do, you're gonna get fingerprints on there, and it's unfortunate, but that's reality. The connection between the wings and the main body is very strong. However, it is not perfect. You can still get the things to pull out or fall apart. You can see the inside of it there. It uses this new piece that they introduced, I think, with that 2021 TIE Fighter. Beautiful there, with 3 Technic pins completing that connection. Very strong. And then you can see they just used the smooth hinges for the top and bottom parts of the wings that are stopped just by those pieces there. So they all get a really nice angle. But yeah, the wings on this are beautiful. As with most LEGO Star Wars playsets, there is that one little play function that takes away from the beauty of the ship, and in this case, it's the stud shooters. By pushing on the gray pieces here, you'll shoot off these green tiles, and they work very well. It's the newer designed stud shooter that also just aesthetically looks a bit more pleasing, so it's not all negatives for the looks of the thing, but definitely for those into modifying their LEGO Star Wars ships, they'll probably take this off and just tile up the top. Now, the right section is the ordnance pod, and for a pretty good reason. That's where the bombs are. It was a little disappointing for me to find out that the missile port on the front actually didn't shoot a missile in this set. The 2003 TIE Bomber had a missile function there, and this one doesn't. But they still represent it very well, just unfortunately, unless they created an entirely new piece here, like you don't have the ability to have a missile fire through something like that. I do really love the printed details on this piece, though. It's just excellent to see them go the extra mile on something like this. Looking at it from the top down is probably the worst angle of the set, as you can see the exposed area where the bombs need to be pushed to drop. It's unfortunate that they didn't top this off with something, or there was no better way to work it in. I understand, we're working with a small space here, but I would have loved something to be able to top this off. Again, it's something you can come in if you want to modify your sets and just close that off and get rid of the bombing functionality, but to have that bombing functionality in the playset, you have to have something that doesn't look quite as good as it would have otherwise. But all you have to do to drop the bombs is push down on them. You can either push down on them one at a time, which can be a bit tough. As you can see, I kind of have to work around the others, or you can push them all 4 at a time and they'll all drop at once, and it's pretty epic. And there is what it looks like when it's empty. On the bottom of the bomber here, we have the targeting sensor and the bombing chute, obviously not functional in this set, and there's the bottom side of where the bombs are placed in. All you have to do is push them in until they click in. They are literally flick fire missiles from the good old days. However, you don't flick them, obviously, as I showed. You just push down on them and it works just fine. I suppose you could try to flick them if you wanted to. It just seems like it would be painful. The back of the bomber is another great example of LEGO Star Wars designers at their best. This is amazingly aesthetically pleasing for the back of a ship that I'll probably never look at, but dang, this thing is sleek. And something I didn't really get into is just the tubular shape of both of the pods here. They do a great job rounding it off with tiled pieces, so you don't see that many studs. Really, they got their stud fill in on the wings, and then they were able to go like super tiled on the middle section of the ship, which I think turned out really nicely here. This TIE Bomber was absolutely worth the 20-year wait. It delivers on all fronts. Display, play, minifigures, value, basically everything you can ask for in a LEGO Star Wars set like this. It's here. I totally believe it's worth that $65 asking price, although it's also the sort of set that if you give it a little time, it'll be on sale. The year is 2023, and LEGO Star Wars is finally making adult LEGO Clone Wars sets, starting with Captain Rex, set number 75349 with 854 pieces for ages 18 and up, of course. Captain Rex on the all-black box art, looking pretty sweet there. It's not a perfect model, as we'll find out in this review, and the LEGO Star Wars designers have given us an insight as to why that is, but it still just might be what a lot of people are looking for at the $70 price tag for a LEGO Star Wars helmet set. The side of the box is rather simple, but I did want to show you the 20th anniversary Clone Wars logo. The back of the box shows a different angle of the Captain Rex helmet, and after so many original trilogy 18+ sets, it's nice to see Captain Rex from the Clone Wars on the back here. You can see the helmet is going to measure in at just 8 inches tall, not all that big there, and let's unbox this puppy. Much to my surprise, we actually have a slight upgrade for the cheaper looking instruction manuals. They're no longer using the bad looking renders, they're actually using the good looking render that you'll find on the front of the box. Inside of the manual, we do have a short write-up about Captain Rex before getting into the standard LEGO build. My initial impression, seeing the finished helmet in front of me, I'm very impressed and very happy to have this in my collection. That doesn't mean it's a perfect set, and we're going to go through the good and the bad about this so you can decide if it's worth buying for you. We'll start with the base or the stand for the helmet, and this is something that I'm very surprised LEGO Star Wars designers haven't gone in and meddled with and changed around. Like, usually they won't keep something the same, even though it obviously should be with these helmet collection sets where they're meant to go together, and they'll change it up after a year or two, and then all of a sudden your whole collection doesn't match together. I am very appreciative of that not having happened here. I kind of assume it was intentional for this one, but the bottom 4 studs are blue this time so that it kind of matches the Captain Rex vibe. Just like all the helmet sets before him, Captain Rex includes the printed plaque with the LEGO Star Wars logo and his name. Unfortunately, on my particular set, the P has a bit of a misprint that makes it look kind of bad. As far as details on the actual helmet, we'll start with the side vents here. It is the proper number of side vents with 6, represented with these black markings on stickers. The sticker sheet in this set is a little bit larger than I think you'd want out of a helmet set, but ultimately it's what's necessary to get the appropriate amount of detail on this Phase 2 Captain Rex. I think these stickers are a little bit large. They have a little bit of extra white space, which contrasts to the white of the LEGO plastic a little poorly, but it's not the biggest deal in the world, but it's a slight thing that I kind of noticed there. Looking at the tubes though, kind of the tubular shape, I suppose, that wraps all the way around the helmet, it's a nice shape. They do execute that well, and that brings you to the 6 side vents on the other side of the helmet. Yeah, the proper number. That's nice and surprising. The next important section is one that can look a little bit wonky depending on which angle you're looking at. We have the weld lines or the connection lines for where Captain Rex connected the Phase 1 and Phase 2 helmets that he used to create his helmet. And there's a few stickers that create this. The longer sticker on the left that you see, I actually put those stickers really close together so that there wouldn't be much of a line there, but it is 2 separate stickers. So that is something that you have to be careful when you're putting the set together, so that you put those stickers really close together and that they actually look good on your finished model. Otherwise, you'll have a really big gap and it will look awkward. So just a heads up there. But because of how it's constructed from the front on angle, you only see this part of the weld lines. But when you turn it to the side, you can see the whole thing. And I actually do think this looks much better from the side than straight on, simply because of that. It's just an unfortunate fact of the way that these sets are built that they couldn't get this at a better angle so that you could actually see it continue easier. These gray circular pieces here, I'm actually not entirely sure what they are on his helmet, but I know they're also on like the Wolf and Fox helmets, and they're accurately represented on this helmet too. I think it looks really good. It's one of the parts of the helmet that I do really like the design of. So now we have to talk about the most controversial section of this helmet, and that is the mouthpiece. And I shouldn't say it's controversial. There's really no controversy to be had here. It's simply too small. It's inaccurate to the actual helmet. A lot of other stuff on this helmet is really accurate, and so when you have something as jarring as that, comparing it side by side, it's very noticeable that that is not as big as it should be. It probably should come out to about where my fingers are, basically twice as big, I would say. The saving grace of this particular section, I suppose, is that it is a printed piece, which is amazing and unexpected given that every other detail on this set is stickered. But I was curious as to why this was, of course, and so I got a quote from Caesar, who designed this set, and he said, "We tried a few potential solutions, but ultimately all of them would also mean compromises, specifically on the lower tubular sections." I assume he's talking about these sections here, because you'd have to basically build into this to get that gray section to expand. He continues on to say it ended up being with ugly gaps or awkward shapes, so all in all, we ended up with the printed 2x2 wedge plate, as we believe it gives a somewhat cleaner / nicer look. As much as I would have loved this to be a larger section on the set, I definitely can see why they couldn't expand it out. It would have changed the entire front design of this, and it's unfortunate, but it's the way it is. If it's an inaccuracy you can look past, basically everything else on this set I feel like is perfectly accurate. If it's not, it's not, but at the end of the day, it's the way it is, and it's definitely not changing at this point. Looking above that inaccurate mouthpiece, though, we have an amazing stare or gaze for Captain Rex. Like, looking into his eyes with that black visor is amazing here, and I think they did a great job with that in particular. It's something that in some of the helmet sets I feel like they do poorly, where this won't all be like even enough. Like, you'll have like one strip of black, and then it will be like a brick deeper that the next strip of black will be, but all of this is kind of brought up and even as best they could, so I'm actually really happy with that. And the blue outline around it is really nicely shaped. There's actually some really good engineering and build techniques going on underneath. It was a really fun build in that way. Above that, we have the Jag Eyes, which again uses stickers for detail, and I suppose brick built details for the rest of it, but it does look pretty good there. The tally marks on Rex's helmet are also accurately represented with 20 tally marks on each side. And then we have the rangefinder or the antenna piece, which looks great in this particular set. I think they did an awesome design on this, and the gray color really stands out with the white and blue helmet design. I was really surprised with how thin they were able to make the attachment area, so there's not like a big gaping hole or anything that you can see even from a side angle. In my experience, it seems to be a really strong design, not something that's going to pop off too easily. It does have a pretty cool shake to it, kind of like one of those door things when you were a kid and you'd make a noise, and you know the thing. It's kind of cool, actually. But yeah, really strong design, surprisingly there, so not something you have to worry about, and it does look really good, and it's attached at the proper point on the helmet, so that is much appreciated as well. At the end of the day, I think this is an easy buy for any fan of Captain Rex from the Clone Wars, as long as you can look past that small mouthpiece, and I certainly can. It is not as jarring to me as something like the cannon on the AAT, especially from certain angles. This helmet looks just fantastic, and it's something I'll be happy to have on my display in the near future. Ultimately, for $70, yeah, it might feel a little bit pricey. It's something you can always wait to go on sale and maybe snag for under $60 and feel a little bit better about, but with recent LEGO price increases, unfortunately, $70 feels like the standard helmet price going forward. So it's a good set. It's a fair value. I won't even talk about the price per piece, but I guess that's there for those people. I don't think there's ever been a better example of a set that's a 9 out of 10. A lot of good things and one very obvious problem with the Captain Rex helmet being that mouthpiece. This is the LEGO Star Wars 2023 Clone Commander Cody helmet set, given set number 75350 with 766 pieces. This one costs $70 in the United States, and in today's review, I'll help you decide whether or not it's worth buying. This Phase 1 Cody joins Phase 2 Rex as one of 2 Helmet Collection Clone Wars LEGO Star Wars sets, with hopefully more to come in future years. Inside the box, you'll find bags numbered 1 through 5 and a higher quality cover sheet on the instruction manual compared to what we were seeing in recent waves. Inside, there's a short write-up about Commander Cody, and then the regular standard LEGO building instructions to complete your model. There's also a small sticker sheet included with this one. Starting with the all-black display stand, it's the same design that we've seen on all LEGO Star Wars helmet sets so far, and that's exactly what I believe everyone else should be looking for here. On the underside, you'll find some orange studs to match the vibe of Commander Cody, although you'll probably never see them, and he does have the standard printed LEGO Star Wars plaque with his specific name on there, Commander Cody. And this Phase 1 Commander Cody helmet does seem like a very faithful recreation from what we see in Star Wars The Clone Wars, but we'll still go through every detail one by one to point out what's good and bad about this one. Starting at the chin of the helmet, we have the area that I probably have the biggest problem with. There's some unsavory gaps here, which are unavoidable. I mean, it's LEGO pieces, it's never going to be perfect, but if you're going to point out anything on this helmet that's pretty obviously not ideal. Another small thing I kind of notice is below the orange decal, there should be some area of like black or dark gray, but that's something that's not represented at all. Just a small detail, but it's definitely missing here. When it comes to this lower section of the build, I do like the way it looks. It shapes nicely, but with a lot of these trooper helmets, LEGO Star Wars had previously used nice curved pieces, and so it's a little bit of a different vibe when everything's kind of straight edge and no actual curve to it. So it might be something you like, might be something you dislike. The side vents are still present here with the accurate number being 4, and that is properly represented in this case. That brings us to the back bottom section, which most of us will probably never look at, but they did a good job with it, and they integrated the gray design very nicely with this white circle on the back. I think it actually looks really, really good here, so very happy with what that looks like, but ultimately you're just not going to be looking at it. Now we'll move into the face or visor area for Commander Cody, and I think they did a pretty good job with this. It's obviously a very important aspect of the design to have nailed down, and I think they did a better job than with Rex, who had a really, really small mouth. Cody has a much larger mouth area here. The eyes go all the way across within the confines of that orange visor that goes around, but I think that's got a great amount of detail, and it's obviously a very strong design, and it adds a really good splash of color that's obviously going to be needed here. There's basically 2 versions of a Clone Wars Cody helmet like this, one with and one without this visor piece, and so of course doing it with the visor makes more sense and it looks better, so I'm glad that they went with that. There's a very nice and accurate red light detail above the visor on one side, obviously not present on the other, and the fin is in all orange, which of course is accurate and looks really sharp on this character. I think the fin is a great detail that they absolutely nailed. Another thing I think this helmet does really well is these side sections that have a slight angle to them, so that it's not a straight up and down here, it's actually just slightly angled out, and that's very accurate to the actual Clone Wars helmet. They can be pushed just oh so slightly, and then you get a little bit of an odd look on the helmet there, so you want to be a little careful, make sure that you have those pushed down properly. They don't really connect at the bottom, they just connect at the top, and that's why they can do that. But then we have the antenna, which if you accidentally push can knock these out of place too, so just kind of pay attention to that. But yeah, the antenna's a nice design, very simple design. I don't think it's as strong as the Rex one. It feels like it can fall off a little bit easier, but it's still something that looks really nice and accurate, which is all I'm really looking for in a display model like this. Now, I must say, I do think LEGO should have released a Phase 2 Commander Cody helmet here, maybe in 2025 for the 20th anniversary of Revenge of the Sith, but with the popularity of the minifigure and the Phase 2 Captain Rex helmet, I just think a Phase 2 Commander Cody helmet would have fit better in the lineup. But I still love this Phase 1 Commander Cody helmet. I give it a 9 out of 10, and I think it's an absolute must-buy for any LEGO Star Wars The Clone Wars fan. This is the LEGO Star Wars Princess Leia Boushh helmet set, and judging from the box, I have high expectations for this one. I think it may be one of the best LEGO Star Wars helmet sets ever. It was given set number 75351 with 670 pieces. It'll cost you $70, which is kind of the standard price for the helmet sets now. This is a true 40th anniversary Return of the Jedi set, and should make a fine addition to your helmet collection. Inside the box, you'll find your standard plastic numbered bags, a very small sticker sheet, and an instruction manual that has a small write-up about Princess Leia on the inside, and the regular old LEGO building instructions. We'll start at the base for our beautiful Boushh helmet, and we have the nameplate. It says LEGO Star Wars Princess Leia in Boushh with some copyright information there for you. It's a pretty standard nameplate and a very standard base. Underneath, you're actually going to find brown studs that will kind of color match the Boushh helmet. This one is a bit taller than the Cody and Rex helmets because it has to get the helmet off the ground enough so that the front section can come down without interfering with the nameplate. Looking at this lower section of the Boushh helmet, you can actually pull this whole mouth section apart, and so you can see this is where the Technic actually holds this in at like its 15-degree downward angle, and that's that whole technique. I mean, it's relatively simple but still pretty creative, and you can see it's completely separate from the other part of the model. You can just stick this back in pretty easily, and it's not something you really have to worry about falling out. It's like, I know I pulled it out pretty easily, but it's actually pretty in there, which is good. But in doing my research for this video, I couldn't figure out what everything on this helmet was called, but I did find out that this like color here is actually supposed to be leather, at least like the actual prop, I believe, in Star Wars was leather, and this color for LEGO does a really good job at representing that. I mean, you'll never get that texture down with LEGO bricks, but this is as close as you can get, and it looks dang good. Now, on the very front of this section, I believe we have the speech scrambler, and you can see they use a small sticker detail in there as well. It looks really nice. It kind of looks like vents too. So yeah, it's a good look for the front of the helmet, and I think they did a great job over there, as I've explained. They also did a good job representing, I think there's supposed to be a strap on the back of the helmet that basically tightens it for the actor, and I suppose the character and universe, and I believe that is represented here with this. Looking higher brings us to the black visor that the character can see out of from inside, and it's about 180 degrees of viewing there. Moving to the side of the helmet, we have one of my favorite part uses potentially for LEGO ever, and that's this phone piece here. And it gives off the impression that Leia or Boushh is using the phone to talk to someone. Obviously, it's not the case. It's just a pretty nice detail that they've added in there, but it looks like it perfectly lines up on the ear and they're supposed to be talking to someone. So I thought that was kind of a cute detail. Up here, we've got some black lines, which are pretty accurate. The one thing that I found odd and missing from this helmet as far as like details on the side go is there's supposed to be numbering on one of the sides of this helmet as well as like red lines on the other. And the numbering is supposed to be like 1138, and it's supposed to be in a dark red color, and you can't really see it in the movie, but I was looking at a lot of the props and like replica helmets, and they all had that numbering and lettering on there, and I was just like, that's odd that they wouldn't include that. So not really sure why that's not there outside of the fact that you really just can't see it in the movie. It just feels like something, especially on an original trilogy set, they would go out of their way to add, and it's not here. And here we have what might be the most interesting part of the build to a lot of people. It's this green bar above everything, and then you have this piece here that kind of sticks out, and I couldn't actually figure out exactly what this does. I think it's some sort of priority targeting system, but I'm not 100% sure. Online research was tough for this one. But anyway, from the eye test, they've got the shaping down really well on this. I just kind of disagree with making it this bright green. In a lot of shots from the movie, it's like really subtly green, although it is supposed to have two strips of LEDs that when lit up are like bright green, so it does kind of make sense to be green, but it also like it doesn't. I don't know. I had a bit of a tough time with this one. I do think the green being this bright though does make it like a real feature that really pops, and there's something to be said for that. It's a little bit of just extra color on this set. Perhaps if black had been used underneath here, it would be a darker tinted green that might actually look a little more accurate, but I don't think it looks bad with the green being as bright as it is. It just, compared to what I see in the movie, isn't quite lining up with the eye test, but yeah, it's good overall. It's a good design. The final notes I have on this one as we look to the top of the helmet is we got a couple stickers up here, nice and accurate, but they kind of leave out any of the weathering that this helmet has. It's got a dent from a blaster shot on top, and it's just got a lot of other scratches that aren't represented at all, even with any sticker detailing here. I only really mention this because the Boba Fett helmet does have the blaster dent represented, so I kind of assumed a build like this would, but
ultimately it doesn't. Save for a few small flaws, this one's like a 9.5 out of 10. It's truly a great LEGO Star Wars helmet set, and I think any Princess Leia or Return of the Jedi fan will obviously want to pick this up, and I think you should. If you're wondering, if you're on the edge, this is one you should probably be buying. It's fantastic looking. It will go great next to, say, a Boba Fett helmet that already exists from 2020. As nice as this one is, if $70 is still too steep for you, you can totally wait it out for a sale. You'll probably end up being able to get this one for around $55 sometime after release, and at that price, I don't think you can go wrong at all. It's a fantastic look and will make a real good addition to your collection. Hey everyone, Ryan here, and this is my review of the LEGO Star Wars 2023 Pirate Snub Fighter. Given set number 75346 with 285 pieces, this set sells for $35 in the USA. That is probably just too much money. Now, this is based off the Mandalorian Season 3, and the first reason it costs too much money is it only has those two minifigures you see there, no third minifigure like Gorian Shard. The back of the box is very typical, showing off your play features and characters just kind of standing around. Inside the box, you'll find two numbered bags, your instruction manual, and a sticker sheet. Our first minifigure is Vane, and his main accessory is a sword. Very good looking figure overall. I think they did a really good job with his face print. They really nailed that. I also am always a fan of very continuous flowing torso, waist, leg prints, and this figure definitely has that with things connecting up pretty seamlessly. His back print is also highly detailed, but by far the most interesting part of this figure is the headpiece, which I believe is new, at least for LEGO Star Wars, if not for LEGO as a whole. The inside of the bandana piece is all black, and the top side has a bit of dark tan on it. And while they are subtle, there are more markings on the piece, making it a fantastic looking piece that I think fits the source material very well. Next is our Snub Fighter pilot, and in a color scheme that you really don't see for LEGO Star Wars. This looks like a figure right out of LEGO Chima or something. Pretty crazy looking, but it does look pretty good in my eyes. I think it's a very unique pirate pilot looking minifigure. His gold colored helmet also has printing detail that goes all the way around back. Usually if you look at like a Clone Trooper helmet, the printing stops about halfway through the top. This thing goes all the way to the back. Pretty crazy. Finally, here's a full look at the back print, and there is no second face, just some folds on the back of his head. So while both of these minifigs are pretty well detailed and look good overall, they do both use the same exact face print, which is top tier laziness to me. I mean, at the very least, you could give the pilot a different facial expression than Vane or vice versa. You also had a plethora of different pirate characters shown throughout Season 3 that could have been used here too. I just don't quite understand why the face prints have to be exactly the same, but what I think is really missing from the set is a third figure in the form of Pirate King Gorian Shard. He gets killed off in the Mandalorian Season 3, so it's super unlikely we will ever see him again in Star Wars media. So this feels like the one chance to have gotten him in a LEGO Star Wars set, and it was missed. And when stuff like that is missed, it really sucks. While these figures do look good, it is definitely a minifigure selection that is sorely lacking. Looking at the Snub Fighter now, I have to say it was a fun and engaging build process. I usually don't talk about the build process in my reviews. I generally find them to be pretty monotonous and the same. Well, they can be fun. Maybe monotonous isn't the right word. But this one was particularly good to me, so I did want to point that out. And the finished model does also look really nice. It's pretty dang accurate. It's got a good color scheme for LEGO Star Wars with gray and darker gray, and it also makes really nice use of a new windshield piece. Starting at the front with the main two blasters on the Snub Fighter, I'll highlight one of my favorite building techniques on the set, and that's just the way that these attach. I think it's super satisfying and fun. They also came out just looking fantastic and are pretty strong designs, so you don't have to worry about them falling off. Like, you know, they definitely have some give to them, but they're not going to fall off. Just underneath that, we have our stud shooters, which can be activated by pushing on this piece here, and they work like stud shooters. Very good pieces for play. While we're down here, you can see how simple the rest of the bottom of the ship is, and it's one of my small annoyances with LEGO is when you can see these colors peeking through. You can see some blue, some brown, some green. It doesn't really affect the top side of the model, but definitely is just one of those things that it could just be all gray, but they do it kind of for like the building process, and I get that, but I still would prefer it to be all the right color. I don't have any problem with these stickers here. I think they add a nice amount of detail. I'm usually not completely anti-sticker like a lot of people. However, for $35, I don't know, printed would be nice. Another thing I like about this front section and moving into the middle section is the layering that goes on. Just gives the set a bit more depth and that slight added bit of color. I know black isn't the biggest change up in color going from gray and lighter gray, but it's still something to me. Now, I mentioned the new windshield piece, and it's a very long piece, taking up about half the length of the model, I would say. It does have a sticker on each side so that it's not just a completely standalone windshield piece. It just kind of slightly integrates it into the gray of the rest of the design. And I want to say this has a slight blue tint to it. I'm not 100% sure. I hope my eyes aren't deceiving me, but it definitely looks slightly blue to me. But anyway, it's hinged on a couple clips up there, and it can open very nicely and very far, so you have very easy access to this interior, which is a pretty well finished off interior. It's got the control panel, the steering column, and then a seat for Vane, or more ideally, your Snub Fighter pilot. Now, they give him enough space to lean back quite far so that you can close the cockpit with no trouble from him getting in the way, and he does look pretty good in there. Going right back in real quick though, you can see this piece here. You can lift this up, and it does reveal a small storage area where we have a translucent red stud tile piece and a blaster. This back section I was particularly impressed with too. I think the building techniques here again shine through. You have very nice detailing on the side with a slight bit of silver with this skate piece, just a nice slight bit of silver. We also saw that up here, so just something to slightly break up the monotonous dark gray and light gray of the model otherwise. And then looking to the wings, again, we're using stickers here, but it's a nice bit of detail to have on both wings there. I can't really expect it to be printed at this point. It's just Lego status quo. And yeah, I think it does look good though. You can always leave them off, I suppose. Running along here, we have the engine or the fuel tank build, whatever. Either way, it looks really good with its cylindrical shape and no gap at the very front here where the stud meets the plates from the layering that we saw earlier. I think that is fantastic. Obviously, there's like a gap in there, and there's supposed to be, but like where it meets and is flush. Looking to the back, we see our thrust coming out, and they use these translucent orange cone pieces. That's something they've used on a lot of sets, but I think they've done a much better job filling in these pieces behind them, and I think it looks so much better because of that. There's no gaps, there's no movement, no like, you know, back and forth when it shakes. It's just all pretty snugly in there, so big fan of that. Now, this back section is also plenty large enough to have a bit of storage, which is reminiscent of some older Lego Star Wars Rebel sets, I think. Very cool, though. Pull that off, and inside you'll find a crate that you can pull out. So you can see pretty big cavity there, and if we pull this up, you will see inside there will be a thermal detonator. One last thing you can't really forget with a set like this is swooshability. It is very swooshable. It's a great pairing with the Mandalorian's N1 Starfighter, of course, because they have dogfights with each other throughout the Mandalorian Season 3, and I think that can create a very fun play experience for kids and makes this a really good gift for them if they've seen the show. So really, this set just completely comes down to price. If they had included a third minifig for $35, it'd be good, or if they had dropped the price $10, it'd also be good, but they did neither of those things. So I think it's not a great pickup for 35 bucks. Definitely a wait for a sale type of set. But if you're a fan of Vane or the Snub Fighter from Mandalorian Season 3, you won't be disappointed with this. You just might spend too much money on it. I'm giving it a 7.5 out of 10. Get it out of here. Welcome to my review of the LEGO Star Wars 2023 Mandalorian Fang Fighter versus TIE Interceptor. Given set number 75348 with 957 pieces, this one sells for $100 in the US, and throughout this review I'll hopefully be able to help you decide if it's worth the money for you. This set has a couple notable firsts, with the first ever LEGO Star Wars Fang Fighter model, plus the first LEGO Star Wars Darksaber available in a set. Well, at least a Darksaber that doesn't look exactly like every other lightsaber. And while not the first of its kind, the TIE Interceptor hasn't been seen since 2006. Times have changed. While I was unboxing this, I noticed they label the numbered bags that you need for each ship on each instruction manual. However, the bags on the manual only go up to number 7, but there's an 8th bag in the box. Is this an undocumented, illegal Lego bag? Well, there it is, 92 pages deep. Yet another example of LEGO's declining quality. What's not an example of LEGO's continued declining quality, though, is the Mandalorian minifigure in this set. It's so much better than what we had been getting for years for the Mandalorian in Beskar armor, and of course this one with the brand new Darksaber. I am far from the biggest fan of the new Darksaber piece. I think it could and should have been much better than it is, but there is absolutely no denying that it is an improvement over previous versions, and that might just be what you are looking for, and if that is, this is that. It does put the good enough, and only the best is good enough. And comparing the figure in the middle to the old Beskar Mando on the left and the UCS Razor Crest Mando on the right, you can see that it's kind of a mixture of the two. The Beskar armor printing for the torso, legs, and arms is the exact same that we've seen on previous figures. However, the helmet print mirrors that of the UCS Razor Crest Mandalorian, giving a much more accurate and better looking helmet print than we were getting previously. Next, we have the Mandalorian Fleet Commander, which very much reminds me of some 2011 Mandalorians. There's just something about that color scheme.
scheme. He comes with a single blaster and a thermal detonator. Underneath the helmet, he's got a really cool face print with an inquisitive look with one eyebrow raised. I love that face print. The other face print, not as exciting, but he does have a hairpiece, unlike Mando, so that's kind of nice. Next, we have the TIE Fighter pilot, which is a really good looking minifigure, but if you already have the TIE Bomber from earlier this year, you have the exact same figure, bar the head underneath the helmet. And finally, we have our astromech droid R2-E6, and this was a disappointing inclusion to me. I was hoping for another cooler character, kind of like the Mandalorian Fleet Commander, but I must say, it's probably the best looking Imperial astromech droid LEGO has ever made. I usually am not that into the Imperial looking astromech droids. I don't think they've ever looked that great. For whatever reason, the color scheme and everything on this one just works, although it doesn't have a back print like R2-D2's been getting, so they keep cheaping out on that, I guess. I am so excited to dive into both of these. It's the first time we've seen a 2-in-1 ship set like this since 2016 with Darth Vader's TIE Fighter versus A-Wing. That set was $90, and this set is only $10 more. It looks to me like a good value for $100 off the bat. Starting with the Fang fighter, I think this ship looks really good, and it's very sturdy. It's just plates layered on top of one another to create a pretty thick ship, and then one that is pretty rigid and strong, so you don't have to worry too much about it breaking throughout the course of play. What I've noticed in my time with it, swooshing it around and such, is that I think this is going to hit for kids. I think it looks pretty good for display, but I really think this one's strong suit is play with children, like it really is. There's a pair of cannons on the top of the model, but they don't move or rotate or anything. They're just stationary, but they do look really good. The canopy piece for the windshield, it's so good. Printed piece, looks beautiful. It lifts right up just like that and leads you right into an even more beautiful interior for the Fang fighter. This is one of my favorite Lego ship interiors on like a small ship like this that just has like a single person cockpit. It looks so good, so well finished off, all tiled. Like that's just gorgeous to me. You may also notice under the handlebars there, the piece to keep his feet in place more or less. The rangefinder either has to be detached or placed in a forward position like so, and then you can drop him in there, push his feet forward, and he is kind of locked in place. There's plenty of room in there for even his jetpack at the back there, so that's why it's so much larger than you would think it needs to be for one character, but dang, does he fit in there nicely, and he adds that bit of color that this ship desperately needs. There's a small compartment at the front of the ship that looks like a hood. You can lift that off, and inside you have a small amount of space where you can fit the blaster and thermal detonator from the Mandalorian Fleet Commander if that's what you want to do. You top that off and you're good to go. It fits on just fine. You cannot, however, fit his hairpiece in there. That will not fit. The rest of the top of the ship just mixes the gray and white together to create the pattern that you see in it. It's a pretty good pattern that's mirrored on the bottom. Looks very nice to me. Also on the bottom we have our spring-loaded shooters. You can shoot off at the TIE Interceptor or whatever you like. And then finally at the back we have the engines, which are very nicely designed. You have 3 of them and you can even hold it from the engines, even though it's a little slippery. Like it won't just snap off. It's that strong of a model. It's actually insanely well designed for strength, but I'm not all that interested in the Fang fighter. I like this. In case you didn't understand that this is a strong model, only one of the blasters on top fell off. Now, I took a little footage while building the TIE Interceptor, and you can see the skeleton for this thing looks like it's going to be very strong, very sturdy, much like the Fang fighter. But not only is she sturdy, she is gorgeous. I mean, this looks like a mock of a Lego TIE Interceptor that you would see where someone's built one that looks really ideal, like what they would want Lego to make, but then when Lego comes out with it, it looks like the TIE Fighter from 2021. This is just one of those builds that looks stupid good. Looking at the wings, one of the things I noticed when building this is that they actually tiled this entire section off. There's very few studs showing, and that's something that I feel like historically they would leave a lot of studs exposed on, but in this case, they tiled it off with a few different pieces to still give it some depth, and I think it looks really good like that. I'm a big fan of that and hope that's something they continue into other Lego Star Wars sets in the future. Now, these are the advanced targeting sensors, and these are, of course, on both sides of the TIE Interceptor, and they look pretty good. Small detail, but it's there. The wings on each side are mirrored top and bottom, but are the same wing design diagonally, but these are more tiled off than I was expecting. It looks really good to me, and they even got a crazy detail with this strip of gray that runs along the top here. That's something incredibly accurate to the in-universe ships that previously I feel like we would only see on something like a UCS model, but getting that in on a play scale model like this just looks so good and really takes it to the next level. Finally, we have these small blaster cannons on the front of the ship. They don't do anything, but they do look pretty cool. Much like the Fang fighter, the underside is the same design as
the top side, and it even incorporates that small strip of gray again very accurately. I think it looks so good like that. They did such a great job with the wings on this TIE Interceptor. You can see that connection point there, again, very strong as we saw in the skeleton footage, something you don't have to worry about breaking when flying around and playing with this if you're a kid or an adult. I'm not going to judge what you do. Looking at the back, it's almost perfect, except for these blue Technic pins on the backside. It's just one of those things that will always be a distraction on a set like this, where it's predominantly gray and black, and then you have this blue color that just doesn't belong. It is not a deal breaker probably for anyone, but should definitely be pointed out. There's these red lights on the back, which I think are the thrust, and those look really good. They have kind of this black void in the middle here, but again, just beautifully designed on this backside. And there's your access to fire off your spring-loaded shooters if you want. Now, the cockpit for this thing is another excellent upgrade from what we've seen in years past. It's a beautiful design, very well rounded off in a lot of ways, as you can see some of the pieces used for shaping on the siding there. Just nice rounded pieces that look really good when all combined together in the right way. We have the windshield at the front that has these pieces that perfectly wrap around it. That gives it a extra nice round feeling to the front of the ship. I mean, that's just gorgeous work there. It is a printed piece, which looks nice. We've kind of seen this piece before. But yeah, it's nice. Same with the piece on the top, also printed, but on this particular set, they did attach it in the right direction. On the 2021 TIE Fighter, they had it oriented like this. And so on this set, thankfully, they were able to rectify that through a lot of hard work and determination. They turned it around. I'm sorry. Not sorry. Even a lot of the sloping on top, though, just looks so much better. In years past on TIE Fighters, and by say years past, I mean like 20 years ago, like they would just put this piece on top, but now you actually get full pieces that add a rounded shape to the top of the cockpit. I mean, it's just so much better in a lot of ways. I think looking at it from the top down gives you another great view of some of the craftsmanship that went into this model. This is just creme de la creme of LEGO Star Wars playsets. It literally doesn't get better than this. Now, when it comes to accessing the cockpit, you just have to lift this panel on top up and drop the windshield down in the front, and you get a really easy access point to this with plenty of space, even if you have bigger hands. You'll even notice the printed control panel in there, which looks nice, but when you go to put the TIE pilot in, you have to kind of like bring her up, over, and down. It's kind of an odd way to drop her in, but it does work like that. Very nice. And then when you go to close this, the top closes fine, but the front is actually a bit of a problem at times because these pieces are so tight. There's like no tolerance there. You can kind of get it caught from time to time. And so you can see like if you're pushing from one side, it'll catch on the other. And so you have to like push it in on both sides sometimes just to get it to lay flat in there. But that is probably the best looking cockpit on a Playscale TIE Fighter model I've ever seen. This is the biggest no-brainer purchase since the Louisiana purchase. I think this is worth every penny of its $100 price tag, especially because that TIE Interceptor is probably the best playset TIE Fighter they've ever made. As mentioned earlier, I might not be the biggest fan of the Darksaber, but this is the better of the two sets to get the Darksaber in for 2023 for sure. I want to give this one a 10 out of 10 because I just love that TIE Interceptor so much, but I was looking for one cooler minifigure in this set, plus a better Darksaber at the end of the day, so a 9.5 out of 10 will suffice. Hey everyone, Ryan here, and this is my review of the 2023 LEGO Star Wars Endor Speeder Chase Diorama set. It's made for adults, given set number 75353 with 608 pieces. That'll set you back $80 in the US, and I think that price is frankly absurd, especially given the quality of some of the minifigures in this set, as we'll get to momentarily. Inside the box, we'll find our numbered bags and an instruction manual. Thankfully, no sticker sheet to be found here. Everything's going to be printed, and inside that instruction manual is a quick read about the speeder bike chase and the LEGO set if you want to pause and read. And pause and read I did, as chasing the details caught my eye, saying Leia and Luke's camouflage outfits are updated for high-speed action. And while yes, these are updated minifigures, they are not good. And I say that because this set is $80, not $50, where this level of quality would be okay. It's $80. It is what most people would say is overpriced. And in my eyes, if something's gonna be overpriced, it better still be top-notch. Especially if you're going to write chasing the details about how great your new figures are in your instruction manual. Both of these minifigures should have dual molded legs, Luke with black on his bottom half, and Leia with a sand blue and black combo. This is actually represented on the minifigures. Unfortunately, in Luke Skywalker's case, it looks like 12-year-old me took some Sharpie to his legs and tried to draw rectangles on there. Leia has a faded print for the intended sand blue color for the bottom half of her legs. The technology exists to just have a dual molded leg, but instead for $80, you get figures that look like a 12-year-old took Sharpie to them. It's insane. I would also suggest that Luke should have dual molded arms with black for the bottom half of his arm, because clearly in the movie, it's
half and half for the arm. And here's both figures next to the most recent versions of them. We have Luke from 1999, which at the very least had black arms and black legs to represent that Luke in the movie has black arms and black legs, but he's still wearing the poncho. I think that's better represented in 1999 than it is in 2023. It's quite ridiculous. So hopefully I've shown enough imagery to prove my point as to why I feel these figures are excessively inaccurate and bad, especially for $80. It's beyond crazy that they can't take classic minifigures like Luke and Leia to the next level for an overpriced Lego set like this. Rant aside, these figures have some redeeming qualities, such as the gorgeous helmets on these guys. I mean, they are really nice with an excellent level of detail, and you would expect to see that expressed throughout the figure, wouldn't you? Nah, you don't get that. From the back, these minifigs actually look good too. They may be the first minifigs in LEGO's history that look better from behind. Here's the second faces, but put these two minifigs down as the first reason not to buy this set for $80. It ain't all bad though, because also included is one of the unanimously loved Scout Trooper minifigures. This is just one of those figures that show how great LEGO can be when it's great. But I don't think this figure is enough to make up for how bad they did Luke and Leia, especially gloating about chasing the details. You can't say that and then do this. There was fear that this set would use stickers for both the logo and quote tile, despite previous LEGO Star Wars diorama sets using printed pieces. The Temple of the Golden Idol diorama used stickers. Fortunately, they have stuck with the printed pieces here for LEGO Star Wars, which for the price you certainly expect, but you can never rule out with LEGO Star Wars. The quote for this one though is from Luke, and he says, "Quick, jam their comlink, center switch." But I would have preferred this as the quote. Also included as part of the display is this 40th anniversary Return of the Jedi brick, which is also printed and does look really good. It's just a bit of a distraction though on what have otherwise been sleek, low-profile bases for these LEGO Star Wars diorama sets. I don't really feel one way or the other about its appearance in the set. I honestly wouldn't care if it wasn't here, but I guess it's a nice bonus. Now we get to talk about whether or not the scene is represented well or poorly, starting with the tops of the trees, which have this weird kind of cutaway thing going on at the top where just there's the exposed inside of the tree. At least that's what I pick up from that. I'm not a tree expert, but that's what it looks like to me. It's weird, but also understandable if the concept is that the trees are actually supposed to be way taller. The foliage is in a nice color, but they do make all of the leaves the exact same design, just held on at different angles via the branches. When it comes to the tree trunk, they did a good job giving it a reasonably rounded design, basically using what feels like the inside of a brickheads to achieve that, and I do think they look good. I really don't have anything bad to say about it. As you move down both tree trunks, you'll see they start to incorporate some moss and plants from the ground of Endor, and I think this does look really good. You can see that sand green used for the mossy color and the actual foliage in both the darker green and lighter green colors. Definitely looks like a vine to me growing up the tree on the right. The forest floor is littered with plenty of plant pieces to give it life, including a lot of the new LEGO fern piece that was introduced in the LEGO Lord of the Rings Rivendell set, so it's nice to see that getting plenty of usage already, and I think they did a really good job with this forest floor. There's also a sort of pathway that it looks like the speeder bikes are following. These Endor speeder bikes are vastly different and better than anything we've seen before. Typically, LEGO has done these in the reddish brown color, but for the first time, they're doing Endor speeder bikes in a dark tan color. And if you look in the movie, there are definitely scenes where this color seems like it actually is accurate. And so I feel for this particular set, it's not a bad change, although it definitely can be a jarring one because every Endor speeder since 1999 has been in brown. But these are removable, so you can just lift them away and maybe take a few plants with you. The bottom here is where it attaches onto its stand. Color aside, the design on these speeders is very good. I particularly liked the handlebar attachment and the foot pedal attachment here. You can see it just swings out in an odd way. And while the price and minifigs make it hard to like this set, these speeders are something to love about this set. So for this bike, you'll notice no studs. We just placed the Scout Trooper in and get him to hold the handlebar if you want him to not fall off. So this is what it looks like with the Scout Trooper attached. And the other bike has a slight variation. You'll notice extra studs on the back to accommodate both Luke and Leia on the same bike. So this is what they look like on the bike as a duo, and I think that's pretty sharp too. I think this design just works really well. It is a bit difficult to get the figures to attach, but once you get past that, it does look nice for display.
With the minifigures on the bikes, it actually looks like a half-decent set. I mean, you can't even tell how bad the Luke and Leia minifigures are when they're on the bikes because they're back there in the shadows. I guess if you flip this around and take a look at them from the side, you start to get the idea, but it's a lot less noticeable when they're on the bike, which is definitely a good thing. The Death Star Trench Run was released a year prior to the Endor speeder chase for $20 less, and it feels like about the same amount of stuff to me. I don't really see the extra $20 in the Endor speeder chase, and they're the exact same base size. It just doesn't make sense to me. If the Luke and Leia minifigures went the extra mile, $80 for this wouldn't be the worst thing, and I could see recommending it to at least some people, but really for $80, it's just too much. You shouldn't pay more than $60 for this ever, and that's a pretty hard cap for me at $60 as far as what I would recommend for most people. But I can't deny it does look like a really good display set. With the minifigures on the speeder bikes, some of their shortcomings are much less distracting, and all of a sudden you have a scene that looks just like the scene in Return of the Jedi. And I'm actually really happy with the overall look of the speeders and foresty vibe of the set. I just cannot fathom this set costing $80, but that just might be LEGO Star Wars in 2023. Given the price and lack of quality on the minifigures for that price, this set's like a 6 out of 10. You just have to be better when you're charging this much money for your premium product. Hey everyone, Ryan here, and this is my review of the 2023 LEGO Star Wars Emperor's Throne Room Diorama set, made for adults, given set number 75352 with 807 pieces. This one will cost $100 in the United States. LEGO has lost their minds. There is a new Luke Skywalker hairpiece in this set. That's not worth $20 to you? No, it's not? For $100 on this set, though, we are looking for nothing short of perfection, starting with our numbered bags inside of the box, our instruction manual, and, thankfully, no sticker sheet, so that's a decent start. Inside of that instruction manual, you'll find a short read about the scene in Return of the Jedi, plus the LEGO set. You can pause and read if you'd like. The new Luke minifigure is pretty nice, albeit a hard one to mess up, as all they had to do was give him black clothes, and they did. He's got his black glove on one hand and the exposed skin on the other hand, as you'd expect. As far as faces go, we get this smirk, and we get a bit of a frown, and then the big talk with this minifigure has been the hairpiece, and it's something that a lot of people are very excited about because this is the first time they've updated Return of the Jedi Luke's hairpiece since 1999 when the first figure came out. Now looking at the new Luke versus the 2020 Return of the Jedi Luke, we'll see that the newer hairpiece is substantially taller. It's something that I thought as soon as I put the hair on Luke that it felt like his head was much taller than it was in years past, and that is definitely confirmed by putting the figures next to each other. Another thing I noticed about the newer hairpiece is it doesn't seem to be as shiny as the old one. It's more of a matte finish, and flipping the characters around back, you'll notice a pretty big difference here too. You still have much higher detail on the newer figure, but you also can't see the back of the second face on this newer character, so they made the hair low enough to cover that up, which I really like because it's always awkward seeing a second mouth on Luke Skywalker. Next, we have a very good Darth Vader minifigure, with one exception. Set in Return of the Jedi, he has a blue light on his torso, but in this set, he has the green light. 99% of people would never notice, but for the prices they're charging, you would think they could update the figure to be accurate to the movie it's from. Underneath the helmet, the face we find is the same as in the TIE Bomber from earlier in 2023, so while this figure is very good, it's nothing special nor exclusive to this set. Finally, we have Emperor Palpatine decked out in his black robes, and this is one of the better Emperor Palpatine minifigures ever. The face prints make this figure. He has one more subdued face print that's just kind of him chilling about, and then he has his evil face print for when he's using the lightning on Luke Skywalker. Overall, the three figures in the set are good enough to me for the price. However, I think most people were looking for a couple more here, and unfortunately that's just not part of the scene that's being represented here, so LEGO didn't include them, which means you're not getting as much value for your money as you may have liked. Just like all previous LEGO Star Wars diorama sets, we see printed plates for the logo and the quote that says,
"I am a Jedi, like my father before me."
And while it is a good quote, I would have preferred this one. Because it's the 40th anniversary, they've included a printed brick for 40 years of Return of the Jedi, and you can remove that brick, leaving you a couple of exposed studs, but I do prefer the look of the dioramas without these anniversary bricks. I do find them to be a bit of a distraction from the scene, which is the focus of the set. It's a nice bonus, but I wouldn't miss it if it didn't exist. The first detail on the actual throne room we'll cover are these railings that use a slightly metallic droid arm to hold them up, and so you get a nice bit of a shine to them that would just otherwise be a
plain light gray Lego color, so I really appreciate that. It's just something a little bit more lively. And then behind that are the duty posts, and so I thought these were like the reactor shafts. No, these are duty posts, and in universe, I guess, a character can like sit in them and use the 8 control panels for different things, but obviously in this set, they are completely empty and actually filled to the brim with black pieces. Now, this lower level to the platform has a few studs on it, a couple of them notably in the center where you could stick minifigures if you wanted to, so it does give you the versatility of having them on display on the lower level or on the higher level and not just falling off the second you try to touch the set. But this particular section has something else hidden underneath it, specifically for Palpatine we just saw. All you have to do is push in and up. It's a little bit tough to get off sometimes, but you can pull this whole panel off relatively easily, and within are some lightning bolts. Alternatively, you can flip the set upside down to get the lightning pieces if you want, but I infer removing this panel is what's intended because it's tiled on the front, and if they didn't want you to pull it up, they would have studs on the front to hold it down. There's a nice circular design around the base of the duty post, and if we pull this up, you'll get a great idea of what it looks like. Moving up those steps to the throne and window, it's such a striking view, unlike anything I feel like I've ever seen in a LEGO Star Wars set before. I really like it. So we've got a couple studs at the base for characters that will come back in place later because I want to focus on the throne first. It's got that purple lining on the inside, which looks really, really good. Plus, it can spin 360 degrees thanks to the swivel piece it's on, so you can have him facing like out the window here, or he can turn around and be facing Vader and Luke dueling off. And he does have a soft cape, so you can place him into his chair with ease there onto those 2 studs at the front, and just like that, he's sitting in there and he looks awesome in there. I'm a big fan of this design. Again, you can spin him around, have him look outside, have him look at them dueling, doing whatever evil mischief he's up to. But this is by far the best rendition of the Emperor's chair ever made. Now, when it comes to that window and wall design, that's something they also did really good with, and I really like the look of. So it's in a nice round shape here on the front, which gives the whole set just a nice shape compared to most other LEGO Star Wars sets that you would see. And on the inside, you can get an idea of the system they used for attaching the windows around him. And seeing it from behind, we may be able to get a better understanding. We've got the single window at the top middle, and then 6 on the left, 6 on the right that you build as basically the exact same design, except for the piece that they make you add on to pin down that window in the center, which is a printed piece and just looks so good. Going the extra mile and printing that piece for this set was absolutely necessary for $100, and they did it. It is just kind of held in there randomly. It can actually be knocked out pretty easily if you wanted to knock it out or knock it about. It's not the most solid design, but I don't need the most solid design in an 18 plus display set. I need a design that looks good, and that's what this is. So something else cool they did on the back is that they tiled off the Technic connections. So this runs all the way down into the plinth and is connected in with this gray Technic piece here. And so that is what basically holds up the wall. And then they add some more rigidity to it with more Technic pieces. And it makes it just so that when you pick the whole setup by the wall, this doesn't just fall off. Because if it was just connected like normal Lego bricks, it would. But because they've added in the Technic system, it's very strong. Looking at the model from the side, we can see some of these supports for the floor above. And I think it does add a nice bit of depth to the model, plus you can like see through the stairs and stuff, so I like that, although I could definitely see some people wanting it to be bricked off on the side. Now when it comes down to it and you want to put this set on display, you can take your minifigures like Palpatine and throw them up there. You can take Darth Vader and Luke and place them to be dueling in front of him, and it can be a pretty nice display piece of one of the most iconic lightsaber battles in all of Star Wars. My favorite way to display the figures, though, with Palpatine looming in the background while Vader and Luke duel before him, I really think it's the most iconic way to display this scene. I know a lot of people may disagree with me here, but unlike the Endor speeder chase, I just wouldn't write this one off immediately for its price point. I feel like $100 isn't as insane as it is for that set, although I know at the beginning of this review I said, LEGO has lost their minds. And while they definitely have, this set might not be the best example of that. It's actually pretty good. The number one rule to save money with LEGO Star Wars sets is to never pay full price. And if you don't do that with this set, you will be extremely happy with what you get for your money. I don't think $100 is as insane as I first thought. It's definitely not the greatest priced LEGO Star Wars set ever, but at the very least, they're providing a good quality build with nice minifigures and nice printed parts for that $100. You should probably wait for this set to dip below $80 though. Saving money is never a bad thing, and if you do want to pick this one up, you can do so using the affiliate link in the description below. I'm going to give this one a solid 8.5 out of 10.
Welcome to my review of the LEGO Star Wars 2023 Executor Super Star Destroyer. Given set number 75356 with 630 pieces, this one sells for $70 in the United States, and while it doesn't sport the MIDI scale branding, to me it is the spiritual successor to the 2009-2010 MIDI scale sets. Inside the box on this one, you'll find bags numbered 1 through 6 and an instruction manual that has some readings for the Executor Super Star Destroyer, including a final section that talks about how this set came about because of the Nebulon B frigate in 2020. At least the release and availability of this one won't require a 15-minute rant video that causes LEGO to have internal meetings. The finished model has to be one of the best looking LEGO Star Wars display pieces on a budget ever. Something that can be make or break for any LEGO Star Wars display set is the display stand, and on this one it's got a pretty unique shape and size. The large rectangular base provides a lot of balance for this set that definitely needs it. For as long as it is, you have to make sure that it's not going to tip one way or the other, and this base definitely achieves that. And then as the stand builds towards the Super Star Destroyer, it has a bit of a curved effect, which isn't perfectly symmetrical, but from off angles does look pretty dang good in my eyes. As the stand is built per the instructions, it looks like this, but if you look on the front of the box, the stand will look like this, and it has this 40th anniversary Return of the Jedi brick, which is a nice brick, but creates a very unbalanced look for the display stand. So I do really appreciate that they give you an official option to switch it out and make it look like a pretty good and balanced stand. Now, while I don't agree that minifigures belong in a set like this, a lot of people did state that because of the design of the stand, where you have the brick on one side and then you just have this grill piece on the other side, that they should have replaced this grill piece with a minifig like a Darth Vader. Not that most people need another Darth Vader, but that could have created a better overall experience for some people and definitely would have added a bit of value for that $70. Speaking of minifigs though, within the build, this set actually has one of the coolest Easter eggs in a LEGO Star Wars set ever. It actually has the meeting between Darth Vader and the bounty hunters represented. And while you can't really access this meeting when the set is finished, it's a really cool thing if you realize what it is during the building process. So the stud pairings represent Darth Vader, Boba Fett, Boushh, Zuckuss, Forlom, Dengar, and IG-88. It just has to be the coolest Easter egg to me in a LEGO Star Wars set ever. But it does make this being a 40th anniversary Return of the Jedi set a bit awkward, given that this is clearly Empire Strikes Back. Back to the Super Star Destroyer, you'll find some micro Imperial Star Destroyers flanking the Super Star Destroyer on these translucent rod pieces. Pretty strong design. They can definitely still fall off, like so, but these are probably the best micro Imperial Star Destroyer designs I've seen, using just about 10 parts to get the job done. But just to show you, these don't have any reinforcement to their attachment, but they also don't really need it. This isn't a playset. The rest of the bottom of the Super Star Destroyer is pretty flat, as you would expect, although you'll find a bit more detail towards the back. I find the engine thrust design to be very good on this set, especially with that translucent orange color. It really pops on the back of the Super Star Destroyer. The top of the Executor is pretty nicely tiled off. I mean, they definitely left a few studs scattered throughout, but for the most part, I think they tiled it off in a way that's going to be satisfying to many people. A lot of times, LEGO will leave studs on models purposefully so that it looks like a LEGO set. Although I don't quite agree with that all of the time, I think that this is a very happy medium and something that gives the model a bit of texture. The one downside to this, perhaps, is that it does look like the front part of the triangle shape is stripped away on the top. So yeah, I definitely do wish that they were able to finish this off with an angled tiling all the way through, because it's definitely something that just kind of pops up and now it's tiled, but at the very front, here's your 20 studs. A bit awkward. The center section of the set is beautifully greebled, and there is a bit of color splattered throughout. You have the translucent blue color that you can just barely see peeking through. It's there, it's just not very prominent at all. You have to have a good eye to catch that light blue color. Now, the front here again is where those minifigure studs were, and you can lift that up to kind of see them, but really you could, if you really want to, pull the whole panel off, and that does give you a good view of the interior of the build, but you'll see a bit more of that light blue color in there. And with that top panel on, it looks like that light blue color is kind of like the hangers on the Super Star Destroyer, at least the shields protecting those hangers. It's there, again, it's just super subtle. But one of my pet peeves on LEGO Star Wars sets can be when they choose to make the interior super colorful so that it's slightly easier to build, even though you're making this for adults. Sometimes that color can peek through the design, and on something like this that's supposed to generally be all gray, it's a big worry, and luckily, looking through the gaps here on the top, it doesn't seem like that color peeks through. The same color is also on this side, just to give you an idea. So it looks like they have closed everything off about as nicely as they could, and you don't get to see any of that orange, green, and yellow through the panels on the Super Star Destroyer. Now, if you were lucky enough to obtain that Nebulon B frigate mentioned earlier, this Super Star Destroyer is a great pairing with it. And certainly if you've got the midi-scale Star Destroyer and Falcon from the days of old, it's a great pairing with those as well. The main draw for midi-scale to me and most people is the affordability and space savings, and this Super Star Destroyer does both very well while looking phenomenal as a display piece. If LEGO were to ever make another UCS Super Star Destroyer, not only would it cost 6 or 7 times as much money, it would take up the entirety of the top part of this desk I have here. Instead, the midi-scale Super Star Destroyer comes in at $70 and takes up a small shelf. The midi-scale concept should be here to stay for LEGO Star Wars and not a one-off concept like the Nebulon B frigate, and hopefully the Super Star Destroyer is just the beginning of that, and in 2024 and beyond we'll see more like it. What came out in 2009 and 2010 was well ahead of its time. The LEGO Star Wars market was not mature enough, but now it is, and hopefully we'll see more like this in the future. I'm going to give this set a 9.8 out of 10. I mean, this is as good as it gets, man. This is the LEGO Star Wars set people should want in my eyes. I would go out and pick this up if you want a cool Imperial display, something maybe to match with your Death Star Final Duel set. This is the LEGO Star Wars 2023 Death Star 2, given set number 40591 with 289 pieces. It is the main LEGO Star Wars May the 4th Be With You promotional item for 2023. LEGO.com values this at $25. However, to actually obtain this set, you have to spend $150 or more through LEGO during the May 4th period for 2023. Opening the box, we'll find 2 numbered bags, plus 2 more numbered bags, and our instruction manual, which has nothing special about it. I think cute might be the first word that comes to mind for many people when they first see this Death Star 2. It's definitely small in stature, and compared to that one from 2005, well, there really is no comparison. Coming into this set, the one thing that I thought I really wasn't going to like is this 40th anniversary return of the Jedi brick, and unlike on the diorama sets, it doesn't feel as much in the way here, and for some reason I actually kind of like it. It does kind of remind you of the placement of a UCS plaque on a UCS Death Star, so it kind of works from that perspective too, but it's a bit different in the idea that it can actually spin 360 degrees around the base, but it is one of those nice looking Return of the Jedi bricks that they've been including in these sets. Definitely fits on this Death Star. On the opposite end of the spectrum, something I really liked coming into this set, but now having built it, don't like as much as I thought I was going to, is the laser for this Death Star. And now we're working in micro scale here, so I don't necessarily blame the designers that it looks bad to me, but that doesn't mean it doesn't look bad to me. So why I don't like this is the grass stock piece is not quite even. All 3 grass pieces are a different size, and so it creates a bit of a wonky look. Like if you're looking at it from one angle, you won't notice it, but when you start looking around, it definitely becomes noticeable to me. And it's a really smart piece usage, in all fairness. It's probably the best thing they could have done. Unfortunately, the rest of the laser is different colors. So you have 4 different colors on this laser. I think people originally thought it was going to be 2 different colors, which was like kind of acceptable to me, but 4 different colors is what this laser is comprised of. We start with a foggy translucent green for the lightsaber blade piece. Then for the actual cone, it's just regular translucent green. Then for this stud, it's lime green. And then the grass piece is just regular Lego green. So we're looking at 4 different shades of green for the Death Star laser. Just too many there. I mean, the design of it is really smart, good part usage, but the colors being 4 different colors, oh man, yeah, not great. So you can't even just remove it to alleviate that issue and have the unactivated Death Star laser, because this is what holds the dish piece in. Now, before I show you the 2 Easter eggs on this Death Star, I gotta say the paneling on it is quite nice for the scale. I mean, there's certainly gonna be gaps at this scale, but I think they did a really good job overall, and they created a really cohesive look, very round shape for a pretty small Death Star here, and even the incomplete side of the Death Star 2 looks really cool to me. Like, just like it did on the bigger version from 2005, it just feels right to me. So really also like that use of the droid arm underneath. To access the first Easter egg, all you have to do is pull down on these panels, and you may notice the Death Star is, yes, that wobbly. It's not a very heavy model, so it does move quite easily, but with all the panels down, we can see what is a micro scale version of the Death Star Final Duel. Luke Skywalker, Darth Vader, and the Emperor up top, and even the stairs leading up to him. I think this
supersedes the Super Star Destroyers Easter egg with the Bounty Hunter meeting as the coolest Easter egg in LEGO Star Wars history, but let me know what you prefer in the comments below. Anyway, this was a super welcome surprise during the build. It's not often that I get to see something for the first time when I'm actually building the model, so this was a welcome surprise. But if we lift that and pull away, we'll actually be able to remove this whole section. You get a better idea of how the set is built, and you can see some blue in there. That's actually supposed to be the reactor, so not something you can easily access like you can the final duel scene when the set is finished being built, but something you definitely may notice while building the blue in the core of the Death Star. Just because you gotta have a good frame of reference, here's a tennis ball next to the Death Star, and here is a softball next to the Death Star. Definitely bigger than a softball. Not bad. For both people considering getting this Death Star for May 4th, 2023, and possibly buying it on the secondary market in the future, it is a great combo with a couple other 2023 sets, being the Death Star Final Duel and the Super Star Destroyer. I mean, it's probably the most cohesive May 4th thing LEGO Star Wars has done ever. It's pretty insane to see all together. It just makes me that small bit more sad that they didn't release a full-size Death Star alongside of everything else that we're seeing here for 2023. Even without a minifigure, I still think this is an excellent offering for May 4th for LEGO Star Wars in 2023. I definitely feel like they should have done a minifigure for the lower priced slot for May 4th, but this set doesn't suffer from not having a minifigure itself. This is the 2023 LEGO Star Wars UCS X-Wing Starfighter. Given set number 75355 with 1,949 pieces, it sells for $240 in the US. Given that the UCS X-Wing from 10 years ago retailed for just $40 less with 400 less pieces, this X-Wing could potentially be a really good value, as we'll find out within this review. But there is another UCS X-Wing released in the year 2000, and the box art of this new UCS X-Wing actually takes cues from the box art of that original UCS X-Wing. Now, this X-Wing set also has another nod to that original UCS X-Wing set that you may not like as much as you might like the box art. Inside the box, you'll find bags numbered up to 10, and I was missing a piece, more on that in a minute, plus your instruction manual along with a printed display card and printed windscreen piece. Within the instruction manual, you have the typical introduction to LEGO Star Wars UCS sets at this point, a fun read if you want to pause and do so, but I'd like to pause on the imagery at the end where LEGO Star Wars feels the need to explain to you that you can indeed place this LEGO set on a table. This must be a callback to my hit video a couple years ago. Back to my missing piece. In the last bag of the set, they gave me 5 of these white cylindrical pieces, but only 3 of the cone pieces, when there are really supposed to be 4 of each. Luckily, I had another UCS X-Wing handy, and I took the piece out of that one's bag 10, but missing pieces is something I never see on my LEGO build, so I had to share this rare occurrence. Anyway, this set gets 2 minifigs, first being R2-D2 with a high-quality dome print that's only slanted between 5 and 10 degrees. I mean, come on, at this point, it's a little ridiculous. Just fix it. But R2 does get the back print, which is a nice thing they introduced last year. But the character you really might want this set for is the pilot Luke Skywalker with the dual-molded legs for the first time ever. I think this figure looks absolutely phenomenal, head to toe. Well, almost head to toe. What it really needs is printing on the side of the helmet, something they did on that 2018 helmet, and something they have the technology to do on these older style helmets, as we see it on another character from this May 2023 wave. The helmet really is the one blemish on this minifigure. Now, as to the newly printed, no longer stickered, UCS display plaques, the X-Wing's print is really sharp. It is a really good looking piece in person, and I'm really happy with the way it came out overall. However, there is an asterisk to that statement. I really wasn't going to say anything, but LEGO is up to their old ways again when it comes to this X-Wing set. If we take a look dead center on the plaque, you'll see the mold mark. Definitely a blemish on what is otherwise a really good looking piece, and what could be a perfect piece if it didn't have a mold mark. And that's what LEGO wants you to think it is. If you look on the back of the box for this X-Wing set, you won't be able to see what turns out to be a bad looking mold mark on your display plaque. But even worse to me is when they clearly photoshopped this mark out of marketing imagery for this set. That is blatant false advertising and is frankly completely unacceptable. Something that employees should really be fired over. You can't have that sort of thing. But regardless, that opens the ability up to me to criticize this, and because LEGO has found the need to hide it, that means they think it's bad, which means it should be changed. They do go out of their way with other pieces to move mold marks from time to time when they change out the mold, so hopefully in the near future we will see a version of this piece that no longer has that blemish on the front, especially given that this is the centerpiece to some of LEGO's most premium products. Why not make it the most premium it can be? So they came in with a really good intention, but left me with a very sour taste in my mouth. The display stand for this X-Wing is a really cool callback to the early 2000s. They used to use these really sharp sloped pieces for their display stand feet, and then they changed to a much cleaner sloped look in the 2010s. So this stand is definitely a nostalgic blast from the past as far as the design goes. However, I can definitely see some people not liking this because it is such an outdated design at this point, and there's not a particularly great reason for this X-Wing to be using this design. Starting at the nose of the X-Wing, they used the same color as the body, being white, but I think that was the wrong choice here. If we look at the material on the first page of the instruction manual, the nose is clearly a darker color than the body. Maybe there's other material that says otherwise, but if that's the picture you're going to include front and center, I think your model should match. Moving down the body of the X-Wing, I think they did a pretty good job with this, although a lot of people think it's a little bit fat, and I kind of agree there. It definitely looks a bit hefty, but it gives the set a real sense of size with how big the body of the X-Wing is. It's actually kind of nice. On the underside, it is completely flat, and I was kind of hoping third rendition of a UCS X-Wing we'd finally get landing gear, but it's not here. The cockpit for this X-Wing has received a major upgrade, and for the first time, the windscreen piece is actually printed. On prior versions of the UCS X-Wing, it was a sticker, and if you mess that up, you would be left with sticker residue, and it would look really ugly, but this printed piece is beautiful. I also really like that sand blue color that matches the brick that's right beneath it. I think that that is a really satisfying part of this build. They use stickers to decorate the inside, which I find to be very acceptable here. They also have the retractable targeting sight and a nice seating area for Luke Skywalker. Very cool interior to this UCS X-Wing, and I cannot emphasize enough how great it is to have a printed windscreen piece on this set versus the stickers of old. You don't know how good you have it if you haven't experienced the old stickers for these. Right behind the cockpit is a small opening for R2-D2, and I think he both sits too low in this spot and is too small. I mean, they wouldn't have you put the minifigure Luke in the cockpit, so why would you put the minifigure R2-D2 behind the cockpit? Working further back on the Starfighter, we'll find very nice greebling detail on the top, but we'll also find some very ugly large gaps on this X-Wing, and they're kind of important functionally, but aesthetically, they still look bad. And last thing before we talk about the wing functionality, I promise you can see the awesome detail on the back of the X-Wing here. The engines also look really great, especially having replaced my missing piece, so I actually have all 4 engines properly attached there. Really like the way that looks. They've used that pink color for a long time on the backside of X-Wings, and it really does pop. So when it comes to the functionality of the wings, I believe they use what you would call a scissor design. Basically, the top and bottom of opposite sides move with each other, and the other wings are independent of that, and they move with each other as well. So cool, interesting, different design than I think we've seen in the past. There's also some rubber bands inside, so it'd be interesting to see how that wears over time, but we really don't know right now. On the top of the X-Wing, this piece here is what you spin. From the back, you spin it to the right, and you will get the wings to open into their attack position, and they can lock into place, so you don't have to worry about them falling back down. Even if you push on them, they're not going to be going anywhere, although you can see the model is very wobbly, but they don't move back down, which is nice. And then if you spin it just a little bit more, they will move back down and close nice and softly to the closed position, which doesn't look all that great. If you look at it front on, the wings look rather saggy when it's in the closed position. So I don't really see an option other than to display the X-Wing with the wings open. I feel like you just kind of have to. The brick-built detail on top of the wings really fits the LEGO vibe. In years past, they've used stickers. I think this looks far better than the stickers. It really, really does. But they do use a sticker just below that for a detail inside of the wing that they really wouldn't have been able to accomplish otherwise, and I think that's okay too. And it's kind of neat. Not something that I feel like needed to be there, but it looks really good. There's a non-striped sticker on the opposite side of the X-Wing, and on the underside of both wings is nothing. There's no sticker under there. Now, of course, we have to talk the engine intake design, and they used what I thought used to be an illegal building technique. Of course, that's something that's completely arbitrary that LEGO decides on from time to time, and in this case, they've just stuck tiles between plates. It looks really good, but again, I thought it was an illegal building technique, so surprised to see it being used here. A lot of people have said the engines might just be too large, and I don't know if I necessarily agree with that. I do, however, think they sit too high, and a lot of the reference material, the top of the engine, really only goes about as high as the top top of R2's head, if not just slightly higher, but these are much higher than that, and I think that's what looks awkward about this model, if anything, is just how high the engines seemingly sit. As for the laser cannons on this X-Wing, they look really good, and they make a really good use of the flipper piece, just really cool part usage on this set. They have different designs on each with stripes on that one. That one's a more solid design, stripes again on that one, and again a more solid design down there. So I think the laser cannons look pretty sweet on this model, but if anything's criticizable about this build as looking bad, I think it's just kind of the way the engines look or sit. There's just something about that that has most people not loving it 100%. If you're in the market for a UCS X-Wing, this is likely your only option, as you're not going to spend at least $1,000 on the original or $500 on the 2013 model, but you are getting a really good value at $240 with this set. I think in the realm of Lego sets, they're actually, even though they recently increased the price on stuff like this from $200 to $240, providing a good value. I think I've given you a good synopsis of the good, the bad, and the ugly about this X-Wing set, and I think for 2023, it was a good time to release a set like this, given a lot of people have gotten back into Lego Star Wars or into Lego Star Wars for the first time over the last few years and probably don't have a UCS X-Wing, so this will be a hot seller, whether it's good or bad, honestly. I'm going to give it a 7.7 out of 10. I think it could have used a bit of work in a few different places and certainly a better Luke helmet, but ultimately, I think people are gonna like this that are especially casual Lego Star Wars fans that just want a UCS X-Wing. This is a great set for you. You'll be very happy. Everyone, Ryan here, and welcome to my review of the LEGO Star Wars set number 75358, Tenoo Jedi Temple, with no pieces, according to the box. Just kidding, this is the non-American box. There's actually 124 pieces inside for the low, low price of $40 US, based on the new show Star Wars Young Jedi Adventures, which I haven't watched yet, but it does seem like a match made in heaven for LEGO Star Wars and the 4+ lineup. In the set, we do get 3 minifigs, which is what most of the older folks watching this video are probably interested in, with Master Yoda, Liz Soleil, and Kai Brightstar. A couple new characters in there, along with a new Yoda headpiece, might be interesting to some people. And on the back of the box, we have everything included laid out as plainly as possible, plus some highlights for the build. Inside the box, you'll find 3 numbered bags and a few extra large parts. You'll also find not 1, not 2, but 3 instruction manuals. And a set this small, pretty crazy. And it is the full 4+ experience, down to wasting an entire page on every step to show kids that they do need to put Lego parts in their hands. I really don't know how I did this when I got my first Lego set. The Yoda minifig here is probably the highlight for the set for most collectors, and the best way I can describe this figure is it's how I would have imagined a younger Yoda to look before Baby Yoda came along. The massive eyes kind of remind me of the Lego Clone Wars version of Yoda, and the white outfit, nothing in particular there, but it's a really clean look to have all white on Yoda. He does have a different shade of green than we've ever seen on Yoda, using a lime green, and it should be noted the head is pretty rubbery. You can see the ears have quite a bit of bend to them. Next we have Liz Soleil, purple lightsaber with a gold hilt, definitely color matching the rest of the character there with the purple hair. I really like the hairpiece on this character. It's a really good one and shows how good and accurate Lego Star Wars can be on what is just a kid's toy. Stupid defenders of Lego don't know anything. This is phenomenal. Great job, Lego Star Wars, on this. Probably one of the best made for Lego Star Wars ever. Now, the capes for these juniorized Lego Star Wars sets only have one singular hole at the top, so it's a bit easier of an attachment process than normal. And finally, she does have a second facial expression, which feels very anime-y to me. I don't watch anime, but that's what I would equate that face to. Finally, we have Kai Brightstar, who's wearing some green gloves, which is an odd aesthetic choice for the guy, but, you know, more power to him. Really good torso print, nice smiley face, and the best part of the figure is probably that mohawk hairpiece. I think that's a great hairpiece made just for this character. They've gone the extra mile for this set for 4-year-olds, but don't do it with sets that adult collectors want. But I'm not going to tell you it's a bad thing here. I'm just saying it's a bad thing that they haven't done it for other things in the past. It's phenomenal here. They also included a spoiler for Kai's future, with his second face being his Order 66 face. Let's talk about the builds and play features for this juniorized Lego Star Wars set, none of which, of course, are made with the adult collector in mind, and I think you can gather that from just looking at it, but we'll start with this here training droid. The astromech head on top looks great, and it's put on a clear piece to make it look like it's floating, I believe. And then we have this blue piece here, which is supposed to be like a lightsaber blade that the characters can interact with. As you spin this around, they can hit it or be hit by it. So if we bring in Liz, we can flick this around and it can knock her down, but she did block it with her lightsaber. So I think kids can have a lot of fun playing with something like this. As simple as it is, it does seem like a fun little thing for 4- and 5-year-olds. Next, we have the speeder bike, which I was pretty high on coming into. I thought it reminded me of the Tusken Raider encounter speeder bike that Anakin had from episode 2. It's not as good in person, specifically with these rods going to the front. They're just really bendy and not very strong or sturdy. I found that to be odd and awkward feeling. Like you can just see them bending super easily. But you can take a character like Liz and sit her down near the front, and it does feel like there's enough space where you could have a second character stand behind her. Maybe her hairpiece is a little too thick. Maybe they need to stand on the end. No, it'll break. Okay, well, Yoda should still be able to stand on those studs at the back. Maybe not the sturdiest build ever, even though 4+ sets are supposed to be made to be sturdy. They have the general idea of like pedals on both sides, I think, and handlebars, but none of it is like an actual useful function or feature on the bike. It's just kind of the general idea that the shape is kind of built into it. And then on the back, you have this clip, which I assume you can put a lightsaber in. It kind of reminds me of a flag on the back of a motorcycle or a boat. And so, yeah, I think it's pretty cool. Just again, something kids would enjoy, not something I care for. Next, we have the balance portion of the Jedi training, which I think is a really fun build here. It kind of reminds me of Naboo just a little bit. I don't know, maybe I'm crazy. But we have a couple of boxes that sit on basically a Technic piece, and it can rotate slightly. So we'll bring Kai in here and you can see he balances on there. I don't really like, it's not actually a function that you can like try to make them balance straight up with, but just the idea that they're there and you can wiggle them back and forth. I guess the brick can fall off maybe, but like wiggling them back and forth can be kind of fun maybe. It's also the first time Lego Star Wars and Minecraft have had a collab. Finally, we have the Lego Star Wars Jedi Temple we never thought we'd get, the Tenoo Jedi Temple, which aesthetically kind of hits the nail on the head. Like, it's got really nice printed pieces with some foliage printed onto it, plus some actual physical Lego foliage pieces. So I really think they did a good job with that. You've got the general tan color of the temple down. The Jedi logo at the top looks awesome. Nice printed parts on this set. Of course, they don't use stickers on 4+ sets because, you know, 4-year-olds are really looking for that quality. Nah, the real reason they don't use stickers is because 4-year-olds don't know how to do stickers. They usually just end up on their face or something. But anyway, we got some potted plants out front and plenty of studs to have some minifigs mulling about the front of the temple, where you also have the floating rock feature, so you can have, let's say, Yoda come along and be making the rock float in the sky, and you can actually push it down farther so it can go quite a bit lower, although I think it looks a little awkward when it's lower. So I think externally for a 4+ set, it does the job, and then shockingly the doorway is big enough to have characters fit through and go to the back. Hey, there he is. So starting at the top, we have a big blue crystal, and then we have a bunch of clips where you can actually take a lightsaber and clip it up there. And so it's really nice to have that extra storage capacity so you can hide their lightsabers somewhere while they use the rest of the interior. On the right side, we've got bunk beds with a ladder leading to the top bed. Now, if I was going to ask for anything here, I would ask for some studs to be able to have the minifig legs attached to, but then again, the cape gets in the way. It's an awkward bed setup overall, I would say, just because of the capes getting in the way. So you can have them both sleeping there, but they're really apt to fall out of the beds, which could be a fun play feature, I guess, that the characters literally just fall out of the bunk bed, and, you know, kids can have fun with anything like that. So a really simple feature made up of like a dozen pieces. And then on the left here, we've got some blue milk. Unfortunately, not a printed piece, just a standard blue box. Then we have a cookie and a skillet on the stove being cooked, I guess. That's the idea. Just some food being made over here. Or maybe it's supposed to be a pancake. I don't know. I just flipped it. Nice little kitchen area. Nothing crazy on the inside. There's less space on the inside, I think, than there is on the outside for your characters, but still quite a bit going on in there for such a small set. The last thing I want to show you is how cool this piece is that they used for this build. It's just this really large brick piece that makes up the bulk of the temple build structure. So I really like that. Kind of 3 doorways, and then as I showed, they get closed off with these panels as kind of the technique for the build. So something interesting there is just how few pieces they use on a build like this, because they'll use such large pieces like this. Overall, I don't think the quality of this set is horrendous, although I do think the price is. This is the type of set you should buy a year after release on clearance for about 50% off. I think if you can get this set for $20 and it's something you've been eyeballing, yeah, I think most people, this is a pretty easy pass because, one, you're not going to watch Young Jedi Adventures. 2, you don't care about 2 of the 3 characters, and 3, the Yoda, while kind of good, still isn't a Yoda from anything. I guess it's kind of High Republic Yoda, and maybe that's the reason you want to pick it up, but outside of that, there's nothing else in this set other than the Yoda that I think any like adult collector would really want. Now for my rating, I'm going to rate it for 4-year-olds, and 4-year-olds of course aren't the ones actually spending money on this, so money is no object. At $40, who cares if you're 4 years old? You just want this set and you want to have fun with it. It's kind of like a 9 out of 10 or 10 out of 10 playset for kids. I mean, it's got a lot of role playability, small features and functions, and train to be a Jedi type of things that can be really fun to recreate from the show if you've got your kid watching the show. For adults, this is, like I said, a stay away, buy it later on clearance. I don't even want to bother rating it for adults because it just really doesn't matter.
Hey everyone, Ryan here, and welcome to my review of the LEGO Star Wars set number 75359 332nd Ahsoka's Clone Trooper Battle Pack. This one includes 108 pieces, and in the US retails for $20. Now, there were very strong rumors before this set came out that LEGO was going to increase the price on battle packs to $27. Fortunately, that didn't end up happening, and LEGO changed the price at the last second, but depending on your region, you may still see a slight price bump on this battle pack versus the 501st battle pack from earlier this year. Now, the set I'm reviewing today was provided to me for free by German retailer JB Spielwarren, so if you're interested in picking up any new LEGO Star Wars sets, make sure you check them out using the link in the description below. Anyway, the box art depicts Mandalore here, which does tie into how I think this battle pack should have been. I'll talk about that later in this review, and then it also names the 4 clone troopers you get in the set with Clone Captain Vaughn and 3 regular 332nd clone troopers. On the side of the box, you'll see that this is a 20th anniversary Clone Wars set, and then on the back of the box, it shows off the key feature included in the set with the stud shooting cannon. Unboxing this set, you'll find a couple of unnumbered bags, as well as a bag that includes your visor and antenna pieces, of which you'll only need the visor for Vaughn. Finally, we have the building instructions and building experience, which is completely normal here for a LEGO Battle Pack. The lone named character in this set is, of course, Captain Vaughn, and it's a bad inclusion in this set for 2 separate reasons. One, of course, named characters in Battle Packs should probably be a crime. It ruins the whole point of army building by giving you repeats of a figure that you don't want repeats of. But more importantly, the execution of this minifigure is among the laziest in LEGO Star Wars history. The gray abdomen, accurate to how we see him in the Clone Wars, nowhere to be found. Last year, they did a gray abdomen on Commander Cody. Why couldn't they do that here? The rank insignia on his chest plate shows all blue dots, despite the fact in the show, it's not all blue dots. Last year with Commander Cody, they included multiple colored dots. I don't know why they couldn't do that here again. And despite LEGO.com claiming that Vaughn has a special helmet, the helmet print is indeed the exact same as the other 332nd troopers in the set. It does not include any of his unique markings for his unique helmet in the Star Wars universe. This is absolutely the laziest, cheapest minifigure they could have made as a Captain Vaughn, and still have a few people defend them. Of course, the other 3 figures in the set are 3 regular 332nd troopers, 2 of which are given blue jetpacks, which you can take off if you want, but they are, of course, otherwise exactly the same as each other. Now, a 332nd battle pack has been highly requested over the past few years, ever since a 332nd trooper was included in the $40 AAT, so getting 3 for $20 is far better than 1 for $40 as it pertains to army building. However, LEGO Star Wars can't help themselves and has made the 332nd Clone Trooper worse than it used to be. With the helmets off, there is absolutely no difference between these figures in 2020 and 2023. However, despite its great ugliness and printing issues, LEGO Star Wars designers have continued to use the big, ugly, double-hold helmet. So the profile of the helmet is now worse, and the print on top now bows away from the fin in the middle. It's no longer a straight line. It's not as egregious as the 212th Trooper in summer of 2022, but it's there, and these are objectively worse than what we saw 3 years ago. For the prices that you're paying, you deserve Clone Troopers to be as great as they possibly can be, and they are no longer anywhere close. They've had great Clone Troopers in Battle Packs in the past, and I expect them to have great Clone Troopers in Battle Packs in the future. We're in an unfortunate spot right now.
But no detail is left unturned. Every little garment and weapon and accessory is has to be perfect.
Aforementioned flaws aside, this is still a good army builder as far as minifigs go. 3 332nd troopers for $20 in one set is still a good deal compared to what they used to be. So if you don't care about the lack of quality care on LEGO's end, this is a good set for you to buy for the figures. Let's talk about the build. It's a cute little swamp speeder, and as far as battle packs go, this is one of the better ones for the build. I also really do like this small cannon. I don't actually care about collecting them, but I think it's like a cool aspect to the set, especially for kids, for a play feature with the stud shooter built into it that you can shoot off there. I think that's neat. It's small, it's like 3 pieces. It's not like the craziest thing ever, but it's a cool extra inclusion that they didn't have to do, but they did. And for the Swamp Speeder, we have it in a 501st kind of blue and gray colorway for the first time. All the previous Swamp Speeders have been done in dark red and gray, so this is something that's a big departure from that. Now, it is a bit tight around the seating area. There's no control panel or control lever for that matter. It's pretty bare bones in that way, and that is an unfortunate side effect of being a battle pack build. Now we can take one of our 332nd Troopers and place them in one of the front seats with ease. They just attach to the 2 studs on the front. You can kind of close that piece back. Might have to put their hands down to get it to have the proper angle. You see they won't quite match, so you might have to push that one up. But either way, you have a couple clips on the back that are going to hold the blasters for whatever 2 troopers you decide to place on the Swamp Speeder, or just one if you just want to do one. And so that is what it looks like with one troop on. And then with the jetpack, you actually can't place the trooper into the seat, so you actually have to take the jetpack off. But this is what the fully loaded Swamp Speeder looks like, and I think it's a pretty good look with the figures in there. You've also got some stud shooters on the front here that you can just push in and it will shoot the stud off. You know how those work. They can also be angled up, so you can get a little bit of a different angle on whatever you're trying to attack, be it an AAT or otherwise. Overall, I think it looks pretty good. Some people have criticized this because Swamp Speeders weren't on Mandalore, but when it comes to battle packs, they do all sorts of wild builds. I never put a lot of stock into the accuracy of a build in a battle pack. The figures matter, of course, because it's a battle pack and you're army building with figures, but as far as the build goes, getting something that looks cool enough and could be massable or rebuilt into something else is really what you're looking for, and I think this hits the nail on the head. It's got some cool parts, especially for this big, like, engine area at the back. I just think it looks good, so I'm happy with the build, not so much with the execution of the figures. Speaking of, let me tell you how I would have made this better. I think it would have been far better to replace those 332nd Clone Troopers with something else, be it 2 regular Phase 2 Clone Troopers, which we haven't had since 2014, or replace those other 2 slots with 2 Maul Mandalorians, bringing back the classic versus battle packs in a great way here. In this ideal world, Vaughn would have been released in the 2020 AAT instead of a regular 332nd Trooper. This is getting a 5 out of 10 from me, lazy Captain Vaughn, and ugly helmet hold, bad printed 332nd Troopers. Yet again, the LEGO Star Wars designers missed a golden opportunity there, or potentially with just plain white clones that we haven't had in a decade either. So let me know what you think in the comments section below. Leave a like if you enjoyed, and are you going to buy more than you should because cheap clone troopers are a hard thing to pass up no matter how bad they look? I get it. Clone troopers are fun, but they should be better. They've been better in the past, even in battle packs and cheap sets. Another LEGO Star Wars Summer 2023 set, another missed minifigure opportunity. Welcome to my review of the LEGO Star Wars 75360 Yoda's Jedi Starfighter. It includes 253 pieces, and in the US retails for $35. That's just too much money. Anyway, we have some really sleek box art on this set, and it does highlight that you only get 2 minifigs in this one. The back of the box highlights a couple of your play features, and jumping inside of that box, you'll find 3 numbered bags, your instruction manual, and a small sticker sheet to add some extra detail to your ship. Now, the set I'm reviewing today was provided to me for free by German retailer JB Spielwaren, so if you're interested in picking up any new LEGO Star Wars sets, make sure you check them out using the link in the description below. The first minifig in this set is Yoda, and he is a new figure for this set, so he is unique. However, it's nothing earth-shattering. It's literally just a couple different folds in the clothing in different places that are going to be the only differences on this figure versus any of the other recent Yoda minifigures. So it's a really solid minifigure, just nothing you haven't seen before. And the same can be said for our other minifig, R2-D2. He does have the back print though, which is nice. I know a lot of people are excited about that, and this is a really cheap set to have the R2-D2 with a back print versus some of the other sets that have had R2-D2 with a back print. But 2 minifigs in this set was just not enough. They had a great opportunity here to introduce a new LEGO Star Wars character that we had never seen before with Darth Bane, which ties into the episode where Yoda flies his starfighter in Clone Wars and interacts with Darth Bane. It would give kids a great conflict within the set, and of course, for adult collectors, like many of you may be watching this video, would give them a great collectible item to want to go out and buy. It would also be a great reason for owners of the old set to go out and upgrade to the new one. When it comes to the build for this Yoda Starfighter, they've made a few upgrades that are hard to notice at first glance, but are definitely there, that make it better than what we saw in 2017. It's pretty minifig size, proportionally, and color accurate. There's some discrepancies here and there, but for the most part, at this scale, they've done as good as they can do, and I'm pretty happy with it. Now, the first function we'll talk about is the wings. They can be opened really easily, 1, 2, 1 and 2, just like that. And they're pretty high friction, so they don't just fall right back down. You actually have to push them back down, and that's great. And they don't use any rubber pieces on this. They do have like rubber Lego pieces that they've used in the past on certain sets. However, I don't know how to explain it, but the wings kind of feel rubbery when you move them around like this. It feels like there's a rubber piece in there, and I don't know how else to explain it other than to say it that way. It's just one of those things you have to feel in hand to understand what I'm saying, but pretty good looking wings, and we can key in here to our sticker detail on top. That's on top on both sides of the wings there. So nice little logo addition there with the sticker detail. And then if we look on the bottom, you'll see nothing. There's no landing gear or anything. It's just the bottom of Lego studs. Now it does have the same sticker detail on the bottom half of the wing in the show, but that's not represented on the Lego set, probably because it affects the balance of the set when landed. It's unfortunate to have to omit such an easy detail, but somewhat understandable here. When it comes to the cockpit for this Yoda Starfighter, they actually gave it a unique print. On the previous version, I think they just used the TIE Fighter print for the windshield, but for this one, it's got its own accurate Yoda Starfighter windscreen print, and that's awesome. It's a slight improvement over what we saw before, but one that is very welcome as far as accuracy goes on this. You also can see your spring-loaded shooters just beneath that, and those are going to shoot by pushing down on them at the back. You know how spring-loaded shooters work. At this point, they've been around for about a decade. Just above those, you have the main 2 cannons of the Starfighter, which are sturdy and won't fall apart throughout the course of play. To get inside the cockpit, all you have to do is pull down on the windshield on the front. It will get stopped by the cannons below it, and then there's the hatch on top that can actually open as well, making it very accessible. Now, it's very shallow. There's not really a lot of space inside for a Yoda minifigure, but he doesn't need a lot of space. Now, you'll see the 2 studs at the back are obviously the 2 studs that Yoda is going to stand on, and he stands right in that cockpit. And by the way, the order of operations here are important. When you go to close this, you cannot close that first and then close the top piece. You actually have to close the top piece, then close the front piece. But in there, you can see your Yoda minifigure, and he's standing tall. Looking to the top of the Starfighter, you'll see that hatch is a couple of stickers, and I put them as close as possible to another so you don't have a big gray gap between the black sticker design. And then you have the Republic logo on both sides of Yoda Starfighter, not to be confused for the Imperial logo. And then finally, you have this big open area at the back, and that is of course for your R2-D2 minifigure, and he fits in very nicely there. It's very exposed from behind, but the look from front on is actually pretty good and pretty accurate, I think, to what you see in the show. And then finally, the clip, of course, is for Yoda's lightsaber, which always is going to look awkward when you have a lightsaber sticking off one side of your ship like that, so I wouldn't display it like this, but so that kids don't lose a lightsaber when they go to put Yoda in the cockpit, it's very nice to have as a storage area. Ultimately, this is a pretty good remake of Yoda's Starfighter. It does feel a little soon, but 6 years isn't unheard of for remakes for Lego Star Wars. The real key with this set is that it's just missing a 3rd minifigure. Compare the value of this set at $35 versus Obi-Wan's Interceptor from the year prior at just $30, and it had that 3rd Taun We minifig. I'm not saying they needed to add Taun We to this set, but something that 3rd slot was desperately needed here, and it's not. It's a pretty dang good build, and the minifigures it does have are nice, but at the end of the day, it's missing one more, and it's $5 too much money.
Hey everyone, Ryan here, and welcome to my review of the LEGO Star Wars set number 75361 Spider Tank. It includes 526 pieces and costs $50. And in this review, I'm going to help you decide if you should still buy this set, even though it's missing a ton of features and things that it should have from The Mandalorian Season 3, but just aren't included in the set. Now, opening the box to get a closer look at what's actually in the set, you have 4 numbered bags along with a very normal LEGO instruction manual, and let's take a look at those minifigs. The first character we have here is Grogu, and it's the exact same thing that you've seen before. He's got the rubberized head, so you don't have to worry about the ears snapping off. You've got the little baby torso and legs from the LEGO baby minifigure, and it's the same thing that you've seen with Grogu over and over and over again since 2020, and we'll probably continue to see until they change his outfit in the show. The Mandalorian minifigure next is the same great Mando in Beskar armor that we've seen in 2023. He's got the new helmet print that was introduced with the UCS Razor Crest, just looks leaps and bounds above what we had been getting previously. The Beskar armor is unchanged from its introduction in early 2021, but still looks stellar. Underneath the helmet, you also have the Din Djarin face, but no hairpiece to accompany it. But the real draw on this figure is his Darksaber accessory. The Darksaber this year has been in 2 sets.
the TIE Interceptor versus Fang Fighter, which was $100, and now the Spider Tank, which is $50. So people seeking that Darksaber have kind of been waiting for this set to get it at a cheaper price. And if you've been waiting to get the Darksaber for this set and you like this set and you like what you see, it's probably a good reason to go out and buy this set for its $50 price tag or on sale. But to the quality of the Darksaber, I still feel the same way I did 3 months ago. I still think it's not as good as it could have been for a LEGO Star Wars Darksaber, but it is an upgrade over what we had been getting for the prior decade of LEGO Star Wars Darksabers. Bo-Katan is the third and final minifig in this set, and she is absolutely the highlight to this set. She's also just so much better than what we saw just 2 years ago, introducing a lighter blue color, adding arm printing, and even a new hairpiece that makes her look a lot less derpy. This is something that I didn't like on the original figure, and seeing a much nicer hairpiece included for this newer figure is a godsend. Anyway, this is easily the minifigure of this set. The reason to buy it as far as minifigs are concerned here. You can get Mando, you can get Grogu in other sets. I guess the Darksaber for Mando, but gosh, that Bo-Katan is so good. Turning our attention to the Spider Tank, it's a build unlike anything we've really seen in LEGO Star Wars before. It's really unique and cool, and then it's gray, like everything we've seen in LEGO Star Wars before. Look, I disagree with the gray meme. I think there's plenty of color when it comes to LEGO Star Wars that isn't gray. You know, there's white too, but I get it. And when it comes to this set specifically, it is a problem because it shouldn't have been gray. It doesn't look bad in gray. I don't dislike the look of it, but if you look in the show in The Mandalorian Season 3, it's clearly got a bit of a rusty, dirty look on the top of it, where it's kind of a copper brownish color that it definitely is missing for this build. That would have made this look maybe a bit more intriguing to some. This was probably designed based off concept art and concept art alone, and because of that, LEGO Star Wars suffered a bit here. I wish this set could have been delayed 6 to 12 months to just make it as great as it could have been, and there are more reasons this set could have been better. But before that, let's get into what's actually really cool about this set, and that's all the features the Spider Tank has. We have to start with the big claws on the front of the Spider Tank. These promise to be an excellent feature for kids, as well as a very accurate detail to what we see in the show. They have really good range of movement, so you can move left to right, and then you have a ball joint kind of at, I guess what you would call maybe the wrist, and that thing can let you spin however you'd like. So this thing is crazy playable. You can maybe get a little up and down movement out of it too, but not too much and probably not necessarily intended. But yeah, the claw here holds a minifig, so you can either stick the legs in there and that way you know he won't come out, or if you just pull him off, you can actually close it tight enough to hold him in without having to attach him to any of the studs, and it's not as strong of a thing. Like, he will eventually fall out, so if you really don't want him to fall out, you just attach him on. There's no way he's going to fall out. He's attached. But this is a really cool play feature to me, and something that I think kids are going to get a lot of enjoyment out of, being able to pick up Grogu and Mando and Bo-Katan and have them be attacked by this Spider Tank. In between the claws, you have the eyes and the mandibles on the head of the Spider Tank. The eyes with the red color really pop against the black behind it, and then the mandibles can actually move up slightly if you'd like to change the look of them, but of course I think that's kind of the optimal look there on the head of the Spider Tank. Overall, the head doesn't really move or do anything other than just look pretty cool. Now you'll notice the legs and feet for the Spider Tank are all of equal length, and so you might imagine the Spider Tank would stand straight, but it actually leans a considerable bit forward when you place it down, and the reason for that is because they actually use some rubberized pieces so that it actually has a bit of give to it, and I think that makes this a really cool playset. Just kind of the mechanical nature you're going to get out of these legs because of that rubberized piece there and the slight movement that you can get with all of the joints there. It's not like a crazy amount of movement, but it's kind of like what you would expect for a Spider Tank. Like, the legs slightly move, and I think kids can just have a field day with this sort of thing, and then you can see like it has a bit of a rubbery bounce to it. I really like that. I think that really does add a bit of life to this Spider Droid, but it's not rigid. It's a model in motion. It feels alive at times, and I don't feel like I've ever been able to describe a LEGO Star Wars set like that, but this one, and playing around with it quite a bit, it's kind of the vibe that I get, is that the Spider Tank is actually alive and sentient, and I think it's kind of the most fun I've had playing with a LEGO Star Wars set in a long time like that. So that's going to be a 10 out of 10 design on the legs. It's something that I really think you got to feel for yourself yourself to really get that vibe for it. It's a very unique thing in LEGO Star Wars to have something like this. This is the complete underside of the spider tank. There's no flick fire missiles, spring-loaded shooters, or really anything else going on under here. They didn't cram anything down here that didn't need to be here, and I appreciate that. Now, the top of the spider tank looks very mechanical like the rest of it, nicely detailed, and then it actually has a feature built into it with some stud shooters at the top of the spider tank. So these kind of pull out. It shows that you can very nicely integrate play features without taking away from the look of a set, and on a $50 set, having them hidden inside is kind of surprising at this scale, but it looks really good, and it's a nice function to be able to pull out and then shoot off at characters really easily, and then you can just hide it away, and it's like it's not even there. This is like some of the best stud shooter integration I've ever seen. Now, this is kind of where we get to the downsides of this spider tank. You have this massive interior, and if you know in the show, there's kind of this General Grievous looking droid cyborg thing, and he would fit in there perfectly, but he's not included. And that is the first of a few things that this set is just missing. The set is also missing Yoda's pram. It would have been awesome to have in this set, to have him escape from the spider tank. And then finally, I think it's missing the rotisserie that the Mandalorian gets captured in by the cyborg droid guy. And so I feel like those three things combined, the cyborg droid, the pram, and the rotisserie, would have made this the perfect Mandalorian Season 3 playset. I mean, with those three things added into this, you literally have an infallible LEGO Star Wars set. I mean, I think this set, even missing the things I just mentioned, is still like close to a perfect set. It's missing things, but it doesn't have things about itself that are wrong or bad. Everything about the spider tank, other than maybe the color you could point out, is just perfection to me. I mean, this is just one of the best builds I've seen from a LEGO Star Wars playset in a good while. Well, there's the ghost coming out, but still, this is so good. I think this set is an absolute buy, both as an adult collector and if you were thinking about getting it as a playset for kids. This spider tank, I could imagine a child spending many, many hours playing with. Just the mechanical nature of it is unbeatable from probably any other LEGO Star Wars set. I'm sure there's other LEGO themes out there that have something somewhat similar to this. Star Wars doesn't get that all too often, and so I think as a unique playset, like this definitely hits the nail on the head for LEGO Star Wars. Other than what it's missing, I think it's a great set. So I'm going to give it a 9 out of 10.
Hey everyone, Ryan here, and welcome to my review of the LEGO Star Wars Set 75365 Yavin 4 Rebel Base. It includes 1,066 pieces and costs $170. Now, for your money in this review, we're going to find out if you're getting a build that is a bit too simplistic, given that the age rating is 8+ on a $170 set. The build feels like it may have been held back here. But also for your money, you're getting a shocking amount of minifigs. 12 are included in this set. That is the most amount of minifigs in a non-UCS or MBS set since 2009's Battle of Endor, which also had 12. Now, this Yavin set exists for the first time 15 years after we saw a concept model, basically a canceled LEGO Star Wars set, in the very first LEGO Star Wars Visual Dictionary. It's something that captured the imaginations of many, and 2 years ago, I decided to build that model. The video ended up being pretty successful, and it just makes me wonder if it in some way inspired them to finally release a Yavin 4 playset. Regardless of why it exists right now, I am very happy that they have finally made a Yavin 4 playset. It felt so overdue. Now let's take a look at those 12 minifigs. Luke is my favorite minifigure in this set. They've used a softer yellow than they've used in years past for a celebration Luke, and I really like the way it turned out here. They also gave him a physical medallion piece instead of one printed on, so that you can actually remove this piece and have him just be normal Luke from the end of episode 4, and then you can recreate the ceremony and have Leia place the medallions on them. At least in a way, because I don't remember Luke's head popping off in episode 4. The same can be said for Han Solo with his medallion. I think he looks a little bit more awkward with the medallion, maybe because this outfit is one I'm more used to seeing without it, but still a nice figure and one I'm sure everyone will be happy to have. Princess Leia in this one is beautiful and also ready for a fight with a silver blaster. Her long hair and dress piece in lieu of legs is just gorgeous to me. I really love the way this figure looks, and you'll even find a little bit of a back print hidden underneath that hair. This is the exact same General Dodonna that we saw introduced in 2021. Still looks just as good as he did then, but he does now have his pointer stick accessory, which will fit into this set later.
Garvin Dryce, or the Red Leader figure here, is pretty dope. He has the normal orange Rebel jumpsuit, looks nice, but the helmet is really where the money is here. It looks so good in, again, this kind of soft yellow, same yellow that we saw on the Luke Skywalker figure. Looks real sharp, has a very nice print with tons of detail, just kind of everything you could ask for there. The John Vander, or Gold Leader minifigure here, also looks really cool. He is the exact same as Red Leader, except the helmet is different. So he's got the white helmet with a bit of a different print that also looks really cool, very detailed and accurate to what we see in the movie. So I quite like what they have going on for these Rebel pilots, although I feel like having the exact same faces is a bit cheap and lazy, but when it's Rebel pilots, you know, I don't really care that much, but just so you know, they are the same. A Chewbacca minifigure is also included, and he's the same we've seen for the better part of a decade. A good figure, but nothing unique here. Here we have the same very good R2-D2 and C-3PO that we saw in the Death Star trash compactor last year, and while these figures are very good, the C-3PO doesn't have the dual mold leg that we see in the UCS Luke's Landspeeder, so it's not the best version of C-3PO you can get, but it's still a very good version. R2-BHD here looks odd because his torso is a different color than the rest of him, and if you look at the source material, that just doesn't seem to be the case, so I don't really know why they can't just use the same color torso and put the print on there. They also skimped out on giving him a back print compared to the R2-D2, and comparing him to the 2018 version of himself, which is sneaky expensive by the way, about a $60 astromech droid. You can see the difference. It just looked better in 2018, and for seemingly no reason they've made it look worse. The Rebel Fleet Trooper comes with a large spear and a handheld binocular accessory, which looks awesome. I'm quite sad that only one of these guys is included in the set, and it definitely could have used some dual molded legs. This classic look with regular gray legs is fine, but it's been 15 years since the first version of this figure, and it feels like it's received very minimal upgrades. Finally, we have a Rebel crew member, which if you look in the film, the helmet is kind of a flat white, so I think like they put the black piece on the Rebel Fleet Trooper. If they had put a white visor piece in this helmet, it would look a lot less awkward. I'm just not a fan of Rebel Fleet helmets with no visor in them, so I don't really know why they didn't do that here, but that's the Rebel crew member. Pretty forgettable figure in this set. Now to the Yavin 4 Rebel base build. It's something that resembles Darth Vader's castle from 2019. However, because of the lower age rating, the build is quite simplified, and I've noticed quite a few people saying they don't love that. And we'll start with the part of the build that was probably hit the hardest by that lower age rating. The tree can be easily removed from the Yavin model if you don't want it attached, or if, of course, you're a kid that wants to play with it. This genuinely looks like something that came from a 4+ Lego Star Wars set. It's just so simplistic. It does avoid being blocky, though, so I will give it that. At least is rounded, but, you know, it doesn't have any extra detail. Like, it's so simple compared to what we could have had, and the backside is completely open, and the inside of the tree, of course, is hollow, which is for good reason, because you have a function with the guard watchtower. You can have your Rebel Fleet Trooper stand inside, and it's kind of crazy to me that this is the first representation of this in Lego Star Wars ever after 25 years. And of course, you can raise and lower the whole thing. The function actually reminds me of the crow's nest on the 2005 Turbo Tank. The way that that kind of snapped into place is a very similar system to how this snaps into place. So while I really like the crow's nest and its functionality to raise and lower, I think the tree looks just too bad. The next section of the base we'll look at is the briefing room, and it's a fun one. Here we've got a large board, and it's showing the hole in the Death Star there. It is a sticker on that big Lego tile, but it does look very good nonetheless. And on the back side of that board is a very nice Rebel logo. You'll also find some water and a coffee mug in the room, a random panel on the wall showing off even more detail. And finally, we have the 3 seats. Of course, General Dodonna will stand at the front of the classroom, and now that I put a minifig in there, it makes the whole room look quite a bit smaller, but we can have him briefing a couple of our Rebel pilots, and it looks kind of cool. Like I said, though, the room does get pretty small pretty fast when you add in characters. I guess it's also worth noting, if you really need to, you can get a little bit more space by opening the wall up, but like, it just makes it look awkward, honestly. Now, just outside that briefing room, we have a ladder, which I kind of like. Kind of makes the set feel like it's easy to move from one level to another, at least for kids trying to use their imagination. You have a big open space underneath that they literally did nothing with, which is a bit disappointing. On the inside, though, there is a panel showing off a Y-Wing, which is an included ship in this set that we'll get to later. And then at the front, like I mentioned, you can open these panels, and here we have a kind of armory with a blaster. On the opposite end, we have kind of a control room, which has some nice sticker detailing. However, it just feels considerably more empty than what we saw on the other side of Yavin with the briefing room. There's just a lot more stuff going on over there versus here. It just feels kind of empty. Same deal, though, on this side where you can open the panels, and inside of here, there's actually another couple of clips where you could put more blasters if you would like, and underneath here you'll just find some simple storage for some Rebel weaponry. Now this middle section is where the stud shooters are, and there's also a crate, which interestingly enough is not placed on another one of these tile pieces with one singular stud. It's actually connected to all 4 studs, which makes it a little bit more difficult to take off, but it's also empty, so you could fill it with like some of that weaponry that we found or some of the characters' blasters, but either way, it's there if you want to use it. The outside part of this section on both ends uses translucent blue parts with a sticker that looks really cool. I suppose these are more intended to be outward facing into these different sections that the rebels are milling about versus actually mattering for the stud shooter section, but yeah, they're still cool. The 2 stud shooters are actually connected and move in unison. You can see a nice control panel in the middle with what looks like a TIE fighter, and then looking from the outside of Yavin, you'll see the stud shooters just pointing out, and they're easy to access from the outside to be able to shoot off. The range of motion feels a little bit limited, much more so than it would be if they were freestanding, because then they could rotate 360 degrees. In this case, it definitely feels limited, so while the feature of them moving together is cool, the limitation is not, so kind of 50-50 there. Finally, we have the top section for the Yavin base, which is conveniently easy to remove and also conveniently easy to put back on. This section houses the ceremony room, and I think it's a particularly poor representation of that. I mean, I guess it's got the steps and some leaves in the background. What more could you want? The back of the box shows off Luke and Han just on their own in there high-fiving, but it also shows the ability to fit 7 minifigures inside, so we're going to try that. So it looks like we can get R2, C-3PO, and Leia in the back row, and then we can place General Dodonna right in front of Leia, or maybe we should offset him. He looks a little awkward standing in front of her. They have Chewbacca here on the right. Yeah, there's surprisingly plenty of space for 7. You could probably fit 8 or 9 figures in there pretty easily. Maybe I'm being a little too harsh to this section. Now that it has characters in it, it does look a little bit less bland to me. Maybe taking out General Dodonna there and R2 and C-3PO might make it look a little bit more natural as far as the spacing goes, but still, I think having characters in there adds a lot of life, to say the least. Now, in the very top section, you have this radar dish built in, which is cool, although I think I would have preferred something else. It's oddly placed in too, where it's easy to take out. It's not actually connected to anything in there. It's one of the weirdest parts to a Lego Star Wars build I think I've seen. Like, that's just seems very abnormal for a set to do, but I guess they wanted something else on this top section and to not have a like 20-foot tall ceiling, so they threw that up there, even though it literally doesn't connect anything. Super weird. And lastly, before the Y-Wing, I want to talk about the exterior of this Yavin base. I think they do a decent enough job with the dark tan color and using enough shrubbery, like leaf pieces, to make it look like it's in the jungle. Like, it looks cool enough to me. Like, I definitely think the lower age rating does make it look dumbed down, and I think everyone that's made that assessment is right there, especially that's like why I have the tree off, because it looks a lot better without the tree. The tree really like makes you remember, oh yeah, this is not that great, but when you take the tree away, you kind of forget, and so if you're going to display this, displaying it without the tree is probably the way to go, because this actually looks pretty dang good like this, but maybe it's a bit small for some people for $170 for like a giant rebel base. Now, making use of the giant hangar bay, of course, is the Y-Wing Starfighter that they included in the set, a great surprise that I want to take a closer look at. So not only do we have the included Y-Wing build, small but still fits nicely in scale with this set, we have the stairs to walk into the cockpit for the Y-Wing. We also have a couple of ground lights for the rebel crew member to kind of point the Y-Wing through, and then we also have the crew cart. Starting at the Y-Wing's cockpit, the shaping of it is really good for the scale. This is something that in 2012 they introduced a Y-Wing at this shape cockpit, and it looked awesome. It was much larger, but seeing it this small is kind of crazy. You have the steps for your Y-Wing pilot to step up and into the cockpit with. Unfortunately, it's not on a hinge, so you do have to pull the cockpit piece off, but then you can place your pilot in very easily, like so, lay him pretty far back because of how shallow the cockpit is, and then place that on top. He'll be able to sit in there just fine. Now, inside of that cockpit is a very fancy viewfinding piece that shows them inside of the Death Star trench. Gotta love that. Now, the front end of the Y-Wing has a couple of blasters. The underside of it doesn't really have anything going on other than some landing gear, and then instead of more landing gear, they have a clear piece in the middle because the normal landing gear is kind of the 3-point thing. The clear piece is just to hold that middle section up because it's probably just not strong enough at this scale. Unfortunately, you have the rotating turret on top of the Y-Wing. One of my favorite aspects of the Y-Wing from the original Star Wars Battlefront games, because you could switch into it and shoot at people behind you. Now, the most obvious downside of this Y-Wing are the giant spring-loaded shooters that they placed on top of the body of the Y-Wing. They work. You can shoot them. No, well, I held that one down. That was my bad. There you go. See, shoots easily. And you can remove them if you don't want them on there. I'm a Lego purist, so anything I buy has to stay as it came. So they'll stay on there for me. But you can see the look of it is vastly improved, much sleeker without them on there, certainly. And you can maybe add another piece there to cover it up. So not too bad all in all, just a little bit of an eyesore when they are on there. You do also have the option to place your astromech in the back here. He doesn't have the like jumper plate at the bottom, so he does connect to all the studs down there. It makes him a little tough to get out, but still simple enough to place in and looks decent for the scale. From the back end, the Y-Wing looks pretty good too. They did a killer job with these engines, and you can see some translucent yellow pieces being used to represent the thrust coming out of the back end, although I think I prefer like some pink in there with some earlier Lego Y-Wing sets. Pink always works. Anyway, the Y-Wing in this set was a genuine surprise. The rumors called for a Microfighter Y-Wing to be included in this set, so seeing such a larger Y-Wing compared to the Microfighters, of course, this is much smaller than any Playscale Y-Wing Lego has otherwise released, but yeah, still very cool. One of my favorite vehicles in Star Wars, just done differently for Lego Star Wars, so that makes me happy. The crew cart cannot go unappreciated here either. It is really good. It's, I mean, probably, I want to say the most accurate, best part of the set. You know, the Y-Wing is good, but it's small. The Yavin base is good, but it's maybe a year too low on the age rating. But man, this thing is in the right color. It seems like it's the right size with all the right proportions. You got little brake lights on the back. That's cute. You can take your Rebel crew member, place them in the front there, holding on to the antenna pieces or the control sticks, whatever. Looks great like that. You could place cargo on top, but that's not what's included because in the movie, they actually have minifigures, like, or people in the movie, not minifigures, riding on top of the cart here. And they even show Leia, but Leia obviously doesn't have legs, so she doesn't really make a lot of sense. We'll throw Han Solo on the other side. But, you know, they fit on perfectly. That's what they made this for. You have all of those studs there just so that minifigs can sit on top of this, and that's awesome, but we're going to need to get them out of the way because it also has storage inside, so you can throw a wrench in there, throw some blasters in there, like actually a very large storage space. You could fit probably quite a bit more in there. Neat surprise because it's not something I had paid much attention to before like building the set, so when I built it and it was there, I was like, that's nice. When it comes down to it, I can see a lot of people wanting to pass on this set because of its very high price tag. $170 is not a cheap Lego set. It's the highest end of high-end Lego Star Wars play sets, and seeing them do an 8+ set like this for $170 was very surprising, but I do hope the concept stays alive. I'd love to see a battle on Hoth or a battle on Kashyyyk in this format at this price tag for Lego Star Wars. There's so many endless possibilities, so from that point of view, I hope this set does good. I also think it's generally a pretty okay set. I think it could have really benefited from going for a 1 year older age range. I mean, you look at Darth Vader's castle, which is a 9+ set. This is an 8+ set, and there's a pretty distinct drop off there. But maybe Darth Vader's castle is just cooler than Yavin 4, and no matter what, Yavin 4 was going to look lamer. I think I have to give this one an 8 out of 10. It's pretty deserving of that. It definitely has some flaws. It's not a perfect Lego Star Wars playset or display set, and in that vein, it's probably not even that great for display unless you remove that tree.
Hey everyone, Ryan here, MandRproductions, and welcome to my review of the LEGO Star Wars set number 75363, the Mandalorian N1 Starfighter Microfighter. It has 88 pieces and costs $16. This marks the first price increase ever in the history of Microfighter since they were introduced back in 2014. A 60% price increase versus essentially the same product in January of this year cannot possibly be justified, can it? Well, in today's review, we're gonna find out. Now, the set I'm reviewing today was provided to me for free by German retailer JB Spielwarren, so if you're interested in picking up any new LEGO Star Wars sets, make sure you check them out using the link in the description below. Everything about the unboxing and building experience for this set is incredibly standard, nothing extra for your extra $6. The first minifig in this set is the updated Mandalorian in Beskar armor with the updated helmet print that we first saw with the UCS Razor Crest in late 2022. LEGO heard everyone's feedback about how horrible Mando helmet prints were, and they made them better. He has a face underneath the helmet, but unfortunately no hairpiece to add on top. He's got the jetpack that can be removed to reveal a very detailed backprint. Overall, a phenomenal figure and probably one of the best ever included in a Microfighter set. Now, this little guy here, his name is Grogu, and he is apparently the reason that this set costs $6 more. So LEGO has put a price on Baby Yoda here at $6. I cannot believe that they want you to think this is worth $6. If some way, somehow you haven't bought one of the cooler sets that include Grogu, you can now get him in this set, but he's been available and will continue to be available in plenty of other sets in the future. I don't think you should be running out to the store to buy this set to get Grogu. There's just better sets with Grogu. When it comes to the cute little N1 Starfighter included here, it's got the design pretty down as far as microfighters go. It's got the main points you would want of the N1 Starfighter, of course, in the gray color scheme from the Mandalorian, with a couple hints of yellow there. You even have a bit of translucent blue to show a little bit of thrust coming out of the back of the engine. My favorite detail on pretty much every microfighter is the little windshield that they include. Obviously, he uses an enclosed cockpit, but that can't possibly be represented at this scale. On the front, you have a pair of stud shooters that can shoot out at an enemy vehicle. Usually they would release, say, a clone turbo tank microfighter alongside an AAT microfighter, but in this case, you don't have anything to challenge Mando's N1 Starfighter, which is what one of the main points back in the day was that LEGO has lost their way with coming into this modern era. Anyway, you can place the Mandalorian in the cockpit, and his jetpack can stay on because they made the cockpit large enough to accommodate that. He can also continue to hold his blaster, and then you'll notice the small jumper plate at the back, and that is where Grogu is going to stand. Your $6 going to good use back there. I mean, he does look pretty cute in the back of this thing, I'm not gonna lie, and there will absolutely be a ton of kids who love the Mandalorian show and of course find Baby Yoda to be adorable that are gonna love this sort of thing, and because they don't care about $6 difference in price, they are going to want and go out and maybe buy with their birthday money or ask you to buy for them. Either way, you'll make them pretty happy with this. Just know that you're spending $6, you shouldn't have to, so I would ultimately recommend buying something like this on sale. And before I give my real final thoughts, that is what the bottom of the N1 Starfighter looks like. Really nothing crazy going on there, but you gotta know there's no like torpedo or extra function under there. If it weren't for the price, this would be a 10 out of 10 microfighter. If this was like $12.99, I could be okay with that. Inflation and an extra like small figure. It's not a full minifigure, but it's still an extra character. I could do $12.99. And mind you, $15.99 has never really been a price point in the United States. So seeing them not do $14.99 and jump to $15.99 screams that they are trying to rip off the customer to me. Like, that extra dollar is just that extra FU on top of the already ridiculous price increase. So I'm going to give this set like an 8.5, 9 out of 10. The only downside is the price. This should be a clearance buy. LEGO Star Wars has done the unthinkable, and they are making mechs. This is my review of the 75368 Darth Vader mech. It includes 139 pieces and will cost $16 in the US. It has the extra screw the consumer dollar tacked on there. Now, this set was sent to me free by German LEGO retailer JB Spielwarn, so if you want one yourself, consider buying it from them with the link in the description below. Inside the box, you'll find 3 numbered bags with Darth Vader's lightsaber outside of them and your instruction manual with a very normal LEGO building process. The one minifig in the set is, of course, Darth Vader, and this is your normal Darth Vader that we've been seeing for a few years now. It is as good as it gets for Darth Vader, which is good to see in a $16 set, although I don't see why you would buy this set for Darth Vader. Any like adult collector or teenager watching this is probably thinking, oh, I would buy this for Darth Vader, but there are so many other better sets that you can get for Darth Vader. No, they are not as cheap as this one, but they are far better value for your money, will look far better on display, and give you a better overall experience than a mech. I can understand wanting to buy the cheapest thing. That's fine if that's what you want to do, but it's not what I would recommend for most people here. The one thing I was a little bit confused on is the cape is not the super soft, like spongy material. It's actually a cape that theoretically during the course of play with the mech could get bent and keep folds within the cape. So I don't know why they didn't use the super soft cape material, but they did not. Now, the mech itself is actually better than I expected. Now, that doesn't mean it's going on the shelf behind there, but it's still a little bit better looking than I thought we would get with Star Wars mechs, and it's got all the appendages you would expect, 2 arms, 2 legs, and it's even got a brand new piece for Darth Vader's lightsaber. It's considerably larger than the minifigure lightsaber piece, but it is smaller than the one that we would have seen on buildable characters of years past. The Vader feet are a good base that provide good balance there, and you can see the ankle has the 360-degree full articulation. You can kind of do what you want with it as far as the pose goes on the lower half. There's also some articulation in the hip joint area, so you get quite a bit of movement out of the legs, and you can definitely move it around quite a bit and still have it stand. It doesn't actually fall over that easily. Of course, I'm doing all this without the minifigure, but I mean, you can see like it's balanced pretty well for a mech. Now of note, the knee joints do not move. The same exact thing can be said for the elbow underneath the armor there. And as we look to the top end here, you'll see there is the shoulder joint there, and then the hands move, but really it's only the fingers that can move on the hands. They don't twist like the feet do. So same thing on this hand here. You're not gonna be able to grab anything with these hands. Like the lightsaber is just built into the design. So don't expect to be doing that. I guess you could attach things with the inside of the studs there. If you really wanted to hold something, that could actually work. Now on the back of the Vader mech, you have a couple of clips where you can clip on his lightsaber like so. You could put the blade on the other side if you want, but it's got 2 clips. And then on the front, we have this very nice printed tile, which pretty closely matches the design on Darth Vader's torso. It's not a perfect one-to-one match, but it's pretty dang close. And you can actually pull this piece forward to access the area where you're going to place Darth Vader. You can see this piece here is what's going to hold his legs down, and there's no studs actually holding him in, so you do need to push this piece up. Darth Vader in the mech looks pretty good, so you can play with him to your heart's content. The mechs are a confusing thing to me. I didn't think LEGO Star Wars needed them. They had Microfighters, which kind of filled the void of a cheap end of LEGO Star Wars set, but got you a minifigure at a good price, and it was like a unique thing every time, so you got a unique vehicle that was markedly different. With the mechs, they're all so similar. I almost reviewed all 3 of these in one video, but I just decided to do them as separate videos because that's how I kind of do my Star Wars reviews. So if you want to check out the Stormtrooper or Boba Fett, make sure you check out those separate videos. But yeah, the Darth Vader mech's fine. Like if I was 7 years old and this came out, it'd be pretty cool to me, but for the price at $16, and it's a character that you can get in much better sets, I think this is a no-go for most LEGO Star Wars collectors, unless you're a completionist like me and you just have to have everything. You know, I would not recommend buying this set to add it to your collection. I think there's just way better ways and cooler things you can get with Darth Vader. Hello and welcome to my review of what is by far the most interesting of the 2023 LEGO Star Wars mech sets. This is the 75369 Boba Fett mech with 155 pieces. It sells for $16. That extra dollar still doesn't make any sense, but you don't make $1 billion by giving people good deals. Now, I will say I really like the box on this one. It looks like Boba Fett just escaped the Sarlacc pit on the front, and if he actually had a mech in Star Wars, it would be much more believable that he did. But it kind of baffles me why this box is fatter than the Darth Vader and Stormtrooper box. I think LEGO took the Boba Fett memes a little too seriously.
Fans were calling me Boba Fett.
Anyway, this set was sent to me free by German LEGO retailer JB Spielwarn, so if you want to pick up this set for its Boba Fett, make sure you use the link in the description below. Now opening the box, you'll find 3 numbered bags and your instruction manual. Let's talk about Boba. His quality in this set is something that historically would typically be reserved for UCS or at the very least higher end LEGO Star Wars sets. And to get something like this for $16 has got a lot of people excited. Now, I do caution, it's not a good deal at $16 still for this set. It's a great figure, great quality. It's what you want out of LEGO, but I still think LEGO's ripping people off at $16 with mechs. These are $13 sets at best. But we're talking about a difference of $3, and most people are still going to look at this Boba Fett figure, as they should, and think, that's amazing, I want that, and I don't blame you. You should probably act on that. This is probably the only buy of the 3 mechs, I would say, because of the figure. Now, he is missing the cape piece for no reason. Darth Vader had a cape in his mech, and it didn't get in the way, so I don't know why they didn't give Boba his extra piece here. That extra detail would have made sure that this was the perfect figure, but it does have that one blemish. It is still a phenomenal figure, but it's just that little bit short of perfect for no particular reason. They've had capes in playsets in the past with Boba Fett many a times, and in this set, it's just not there. The full Boba mech here actually looks pretty decent to me. It's a more vibrant version of Boba Fett's armor, I would say. I kind of like the extra cheese, makes it definitely pop. It has the same articulation that you're going to see on the other mechs, with the feet able to spin all the way around and do all that fun with the ball joint. Same at the legs, and then of course at the shoulder joint, and then the hands just have the fingers that move, and then you could totally attach things on the inside if you really want it to hold something else. In the right hand though, it does hold a blaster with a stud shooter on the end. I think that's a fun play feature. However, aesthetically, it looks like an old-timey film camera, and I can't get that out of my head. That the second I put it together, I was like, oh, you know, why? So I wish it was designed differently, just like it looks like an old-timey film camera, not a Star Wars blaster, so that's my one hang-up there. And then on the back, you have Boba Fett's jetpack, which is a nice design, but it also has another play feature snuck in there with a flick-fire missile. Oh yeah, that is gonna hurt. But you know I'm gonna do it anyway for you guys. Here we go. Yes. That's a fun one. I like that. Now the tile on the front is surprisingly printed, another reasonably high quality thing here for your money, and then you can place his blaster on one of the clips at the belt of Boba Fett, so that's kind of nice for when you want to place him inside the main area. I don't know, what do you call it, a cockpit on a mech? I'm not too well versed in my mech terminology, but just like that, he's strapped in. He looks a lot less menacing in this mech when you know that's a film camera. But hey, for this set, if you're buying it for the figure, I think it's a buy. I don't really know too many adult fans that wanted LEGO Star Wars mechs. I think Microfighters were the superior, like, even display thing, because they still gave you a ship that looked, you know, vaguely like something you would know from Star Wars, like the Slave One. But the mech still for kids is going to be nice. Obviously, these reviews aren't necessarily through that lens, but it does have some nice play features that will definitely hit with children. And then the fantastic minifigure is really going to hit for you figure collectors, so I definitely recommend this set if you want that Boba Fett. Otherwise, it's a pretty easy pass. This is not an army builder. Welcome to my review of the 75370 Stormtrooper mech. It includes 138 pieces and costs $16 in the US. That's just too much money. And this set was sent to me for free by German LEGO seller JB Spielwarten. So if you want a Stormtrooper mech, check them out with the link in the description below. Opening the box, you'll find 3 numbered bags and your instruction manual. Now, when it comes to the Stormtrooper minifigure, it continues to use that Family Guy Stormtrooper helmet, which can look very awkward at certain angles. It's a nice dual mold, and they put a lot of detail into it, but man, I just don't think it looks the greatest. I think we've had better in the past. As far as the body and leg print, it does look pretty good, and this is the style that LEGO brought in last year with Luke and Han with white hips, but this is the first non-disguised LEGO Stormtrooper to have white hips in the modern era. I will say they did do this back in 2005 as well, and they even gave them hip printing, which I think was probably peak Stormtrooper, but this one still looks pretty decent and is at least in line with modern clone troopers, so they've got that going for it. Now, many people will look at this set for $16, and it is currently the cheapest way to get a Stormtrooper. However, that does not make this an army builder. It doesn't make this a battle pack. It is not a good, cheap, massable way to get Stormtroopers. I completely do not recommend buying more than one of this set if you're even going to buy one. It is not a good idea unless they are half price or better. Wait a few years for LEGO to create another Stormtrooper battle pack, because it's a Stormtrooper. They will eventually make another Stormtrooper battle pack. Just a year ago on shelves, you could have gotten the Imperial Armored Marauder on sale for $32. There were 2 plain Stormtroopers in that set, so for your $16 each Stormtrooper there, you've already got the same value as this mech, and then you got all the other stuff that came in the Imperial Armored Marauder. So this set, especially through the lens of trying to get Stormtroopers, is cheap. It is absolutely not a good value, and I hope that example explains well enough why. Now, the mech for the Stormtrooper has a bit of a bulky look, especially in the arms and the thigh area. Not a huge fan of that, but hey, it's a buff Stormtrooper. Maybe it's been hit in the gym. I'm sure that was the idea, to make it look a little extra strong, so I don't hate it for that. I just, pointing it out. The feet have the same posable joints as the Boba Fett and Darth Vader mech. The same can be said for the leg joints and the arm joints, and then the hands, much like Boba Fett and Darth Vader, can't actually hold anything, but you could place something inside the studs there, which is conveniently what they did on the other side of the Stormtrooper with his blaster. But much like the Boba Fett blaster, it's the same design as far as I can tell. It looks like an old-timey camera, and I can't get that out of my head. There's no changing that, and now that I've said it, you can't get it out of your head. Maybe the biggest downside on this is the backside, where they left it completely blank. On Boba Fett, they included his jetpack, and on Darth Vader, they at least had part of a build. On this, they didn't attach anything to the back of the Stormtrooper. I don't know what they could have attached there, but, something, so it's not blank. Finally, though, like the other mechs, you can attach his weapon to a clip on the side there, and then we can pull down this front chest plate. You'll see the piece in there that's going to hold him in. No studs, so you do have to push this back up so that he doesn't fall out, and you'll see that printed Imperial logo 2x2 tile. I think that's a real nice tile, maybe something people will actually be interested in this set for, because it has more use outside of just the chest plate for this mech. But of course, the mech doesn't have any functions or features you wouldn't expect. You can pose it in some cool ways, put his arms out, use his blaster with the stud shooter at the front there, like so. Wait, that wasn't supposed to happen. Bam. But it's a reasonably cool looking mech for kids, and if you're looking at buying this as a playset for children, generally the feedback that I've seen is that kids like mechs, so you might hit the nail on the head as far as this as a gift for a little kid. But as far as adult collectors go, this is not the way to build your Stormtrooper army. My boy may be cheap, but he is still overpriced. I think this one's like a 7 out of 10. It doesn't do anything for me. Like the other mechs, at least, like Darth Vader had a cool lightsaber, Boba Fett's jetpack was cool. The Stormtrooper mech is like, it just gives people a false sense of like, oh, I can army build, when you really can't and shouldn't.
After a 10-year wait and pent-up fan demand, LEGO Star Wars has finally released a New Republic gunship, but the 75354 Coruscant Guard gunship is really not what anyone had in mind. While the source material definitely surprised me, it is very exciting that LEGO would make a gunship that isn't a standard Republic gunship. And just some quick info on this one, it has 1,083 pieces, 5 minifigures, and what looks like a pretty downsized gunship build for $140 in the US. It just might be too much money for what you're getting, and this review should help you decide whether or not it is. Opening the box, you'll find bags numbered 1 through 10, a small sticker sheet, and an instruction manual. Now, to our minifigures, we'll start with Padme, and she is a good minifigure, like very well executed to the source material, but questionably, she is in this set, in this outfit, which happens to be from season 1 of the Clone Wars, but the Coruscant Guard gunship and most of the other figures in this set are from season 6. While Padme was definitely around the Coruscant Guard gunship in the show, I don't really understand why they didn't use that outfit of her from the Clone Wars. This is just one of those cases where two things can be true at once. You can have a nice minifigure and it can also just not really belong in the set. I still just don't understand why Padme is in this outfit. The Palpatine in this set is pretty awesome, although I gotta say, if I was going to replace him with someone, it would be Clovis, a figure we have never gotten that would have been from season 6 of the Clone Wars with the Coruscant Guard gunship and go well with Padme. But really that should be an addition to what we have with Palpatine here, not in replacement of. But the fact is, Palpatine is in the set and he looks really good. LEGO killed it with this one. We have the really nice scary face. I think I prefer that one for sure, where he's like angry, and then they're actually using the big dress piece on him instead of actual legs for Palpatine. I think that's an interesting look, and it's got a print running all the way down his back, which just adds a ton of extra detail that you don't get otherwise. So this is a really nice Palpatine figure, and I know a lot of people have been wanting a nice prequel Palpatine figure, and now we have one, so this set definitely gets a thumbs up from that aspect. The idea of Commander Fox in a Clone Trooper set like this is amazing. The execution is pitiful here. The stripe on top of Fox is extremely thin. The design for the torso is objectively wrong. It also shows as pink on the torso and not quite white like we might see on the box. The torso, depending on the light, definitely does look pink. It's just really unfortunate. It makes the whole figure look bad. And then of course we get to the legs of the figure where we have the printed waist cape. It's unfortunate that this is the route LEGO Star Wars has been going for the past couple of years, but this Fox just adds another one to the count of clone troopers that aren't up to snuff in 2023. The shock troopers have one issue compared to the Commander Fox, which is littered with them, and you probably know what my issue with the shock troopers are if you've watched the channel over the past year, and that is the extra helmet bump and holes that they decided to add for troopers like Fox, and it works for Fox. However, for minifigs like shock troopers, they absolutely should not be using that design. The figures that don't use a visor look far better with helmets without the extra bumps and holes, but ultimately the shock troopers in the set are very good looking, especially when you take their helmet off. I mean, the design on the torso and the legs and everything is the nice mixture of realistic and animated armor that we've had for the past few years. We'll probably never know why the character outfit mix on this set is kind of odd, but at the end of the day, the 5 characters included are 5 good characters that people want LEGO to make minifigures of. It just comes down to the execution with the shock troopers and the Commander Fox that I don't personally like. We're gonna get the elephant in the room out of the way first. Just how much smaller is the Coruscant Guard gunship than the other Republic gunships? Quite tragically, the difference seems to be substantial. To give you a frame of reference, the one on the left is from 2008. It released for $120, but adjusted for inflation is about $170 in today's money versus the $140 gunship that we have today. And I feel like the downsize is more than a $30 downsize. That's just a crazy angle. And that doesn't even take into the account the fact that it's both shorter and thinner. The New Republic gunship is about 4 bricks thick with a few tiles or plates added onto the side, but the old gunship is a full 6 bricks thick all the way through. It is slimmer, shorter, smaller in just about every way, and that is unfortunate. Now, I will be doing a full comparison between this gunship and the other LEGO Republic gunships on my channel, so subscribe and turn on notifications so that you don't miss it. Now, just because it's downsized doesn't mean it's all bad. This does have a nice compact look for a gunship, and everything is proportionally accurate as far as I can tell. Going more in depth, we'll start on the wing with what is my leaser part of this gunship, and that's where the ball turret was supposed to be. They've replaced it with a couple of stud shooters. It's sad to see. I think it looks worse than what would obviously be the accurate kind of like bubble turret thing to have on there like they've had on every other Republic gunship from the past. Now, this doesn't look
horrible or as horrible as I thought it would, but it's not ideal to me. The stud shooters are a nice play feature. They work like you would expect as always, but it's still not optimal. The rest of both wing designs though are very good. On the top, they have some tiled pieces which help make it look a bit smoother. I do really like that, and they don't use a sticker on the top for the gunship either. They just use these nice tiled bricks to add detail instead of a sticker, which could wear poorly over time or not color match, so I do appreciate the bricks. Now the underside of the wing has the bottom part of the turret there, which does match nicely, so that's a positive, and then the rest of the underside is nothing to write home about. There's no extra special detail or anything crazy under there. There's just kind of the support beam that juts out from the middle of the gunship that basically holds the wing at its angle. The engine area on the gunship, while being smaller than what we've seen in the past, is a refined look. I actually quite like the way it looks on top of the gunship. It's got a bit of a flat side to it, just a little bit. It's there, it's subtle, but I think I like it. The design is also strong enough that in the normal course of play or just moving the set around, you're not going to break them. So I do really like and appreciate that. The backside of them doesn't have like a specific color for thrust coming out or anything, but I do like the shape of it. And then on the top in the middle, it's kind of devoid of any detail. I mean, it's just got some light gray and black there. Now in the back, there have been times where you can access some storage in here, but unfortunately, this is just a piece stuck on there. There is no storage compartment or anything right there. However, underneath, just kind of hidden at the back end of the gunship, are a couple of boxes that have doors you can open on either side. Below all that, we have the rear turret, which is a ball joint and works just great there. It's not going to fall off, and I really like the technicky look of it. On the very back panel of the gunship, we have a surprising detail, and that is the Republic logo on the bottom left of this panel. It is something that you can see in the Clone Wars episode, and given LEGO's attention to detail with other things, I'm very surprised that they included it here. And this panel can also be dropped down. Now, the whole side of the gunship looks really good to me. They've got a pretty accurate design with the Republic logo at the front, this nice detailed gray section in the middle, and then finally the door, or supposed to be doors, at the back. The white stripes on the side, much to my surprise, look about perfect to me. They use some half tiles, and it just makes the design look amazing on the side of this gunship. They're also making use of translucent clear tiles to have kind of the window slits on this thing. And when it comes to opening the door, it couldn't be easier. You just pull it back and it opens. However, I find that to be a flaw because it's not supposed to be that simple. This is supposed to be a 2-door Republic gunship, but they decided to only give it one big door. This does make it look good when it's closed, but for accuracy to the show, it's just completely wrong. I thought the reason they might do this is because they couldn't split it on one of the lines, but certainly right here would have been a fine point to split it into 2 doors, have one door go that way, have the other door go to the back, and I think you'd be having a much better time with this gunship. The reason I also think it's bad is because it doesn't give you full access to that interior. It blocks off the entire back third of that interior where you just can't really get at it. The flooring inside is mostly tiled with some studs throughout that you can actually place minifigures on, so you can hold a few characters inside, but unfortunately they don't include too many clone troopers to stuff in there. It's supposed to be a troop carrier, but you only get 2 main troops. It's kind of sad. Now the final thing to note about the troop bay is the low roof makes it a little bit difficult to put clones in, and you also have to really put them on that back line of studs. Those first 3 studs where you would think you could just put 1 foot on really don't work because when you go to close the door, the beam will actually run into the head of the clone trooper, either knocking them off or knocking them back, and you probably just don't want that. So there is more limited space for figures than it may seem in this gunship, which is sad because in previous gunships you could fit so many clones. The next section at the front is easy to open. You just pull it straight up. Sometimes it'll clip on the door, but is easy enough to open regardless. There you go. On both sides they can open, and that's what it looks like with it open. Now, in there you will find nothing. It's another, much kind of like the back side of the gunship, part where LEGO has really slimmed down what they're offering on sets for your money. There's no big weapons rack. It's just a bunch of empty space that I guess you could throw some minifigs down there, but they can't even stand up. It's really unfortunate to see how small that space is and how they just completely refuse to utilize it in any way, shape, or form. Now, there's 3 main sections on this gunship left to discuss, starting with the ball turrets on the front. These are something that on previous sets would just fall off when you move them. Now they have fixed it. They are built in nicely. They've got pieces pieces holding them in, which is definitely an improvement over previous versions and just a nice quality of life thing that you expect in 2023. And there are the 2 cockpit windshield pieces above that with a very small 1x1 sticker Republic logo stuck onto a cheese slope. I do wish that was printed. It's so tiny and a little bit difficult to put on, but it is a nice bit of extra detail, so it does look good. Now the cockpit is attached at a very nice angle with the plates on the side of it being very flush with the rest of the gunship. Both windshield pieces are easy to lift up. However, if you lift the front one first, it blocks the second one from being able to lift away. So you actually have to lift that back one first if you want to lift them both at the same time. Just a small annoyance, but an annoyance nonetheless. There's a half stud, half tile design so your clone legs don't get stuck on the bottom, and it works nicely. Finally, we have to discuss the handle. Because of its design, it actually creates a big gaping hole on the top of the gunship. It does not look ideal, but the handle is a very strong design that works as intended to allow you to carry the gunship without worrying about it like slipping out of your hand or anything. On previous gunships, they didn't have this little part on the front that gives you a better grip. Now it does, and that is absolutely nicer. One weird aspect of it, though, is that you can actually see it dipping into the troop area on the set, so I don't think I love that, but overall it does what it is intended to do and allows you to carry the gunship without any fear. I think this is like a 7 out of 10 Lego Star Wars set. I mean, the Commander Fox is an atrocity. The rest of the figures range from really good and accurate to almost very good with the shock troopers, but when it comes to the gunship, it is downsized, so I feel like buying this one on sale and not for the full $140 price is warranted, so I would not recommend a day one full price purchase. I think that's just silly. Save yourself some money and wait a little bit of time. You'll get a better deal. And I do think despite the stud shooters on the wings and the downsize, it still looks very good. That dark red and white color scheme is certainly a really good one for a Lego Star Wars Republic gunship and will make a nice addition to your clone army because it will really stand out compared to some of the other clone trooper sets that we've had literally ever. So hopefully this Republic gunship opens the door to more random types of Republic gunships. I would love to see a Munilus 10 or Plo's Bros gunship in the near future, and having something as niche as this for a Republic gunship gives me hope that one day we may get some even cooler Republic gunships. Hey everyone, Ryan here, and this is my review of the LEGO Star Wars Ahsoka Tano's T6 Jedi Shuttle, given set number 75362 with 599 pieces. This one costs $80 in the US. A seemingly hefty price, but by the end of this review, you should know whether or not that price is worth it for you. The set does have 4 all-new for 2023 Ahsoka Show minifigures, and speaking of the Ahsoka Show, this one does have the Ahsoka Show box art for the first time. I really love the turquoise color that they chose as well. I think that just accents really nicely with this LEGO Star Wars box. The back of the box also some pretty cool art showing the shuttle landed in some ruins, and of course your play features are shown off too. Getting in the box using my anti-thumb tab technique, you'll find 6 numbered bags, a small sticker sheet, and an instruction manual. The build, like most LEGO sets in this price range, is nothing to write home about. Our first minifigure is Ahsoka, and she has a pair of lightsabers with translucent, clear, frosted lightsaber blades. Not quite as nice as the Ahsoka shown in the key art, but still as close as you'll probably get from LEGO. The minifigure itself presents phenomenally with extreme detail all over this character from head to toe. No, literally, it looks like they gave Ahsoka toes, which is the most questionable design choice on this entire figure. It is a bit awkward when you think about it that way. They did also give her arm printing though, which is an insane amount of detail. The back print for this is also very nice, and then her face is a bit of a weird one to me. I don't really like that one expression, but it does include a second expression that looks a lot better. Now to her Leku or head tails, LEGO actually went and made a new mold for this. So this is the 3rd different Ahsoka Leku mold that we have had. The first one, of course, from the Padawan Ahsoka in 2008, then we have the Rebels 2016 Ahsoka, and now we have the Ahsoka Show Ahsoka head tails. It looks stunning on this minifigure, so I think they did a great job with this Ahsoka, and it's a real highlight here. Another potential highlight for a lot of people is Sabine Wren, who includes a plethora of accessories with 2 blasters and a lightsaber, depending on kind of which version of Sabine you want to present. The helmeted version of Sabine looks alright to me. She doesn't quite pop as much as maybe the Rebels version did, but still a very good and seemingly accurate look to what we see in the show. But I think this figure pops even more with the purple Karen hair. The purple even matches some of the markings on the torso, so it just ends up being a better look to me. But overall, having the option is great. It's almost a surprise to me that LEGO would include both, but it's absolutely awesome that they did. Another really good figure in this set. Now, perhaps the most questionable figure in this set is Professor Hugh Yang, and not because of the quality of his head mold. That is phenomenal. Just one of the best you'll see from LEGO Star Wars. Incredibly accurate and detailed, has a phenomenal print. It's just got everything you could want from it. But he is a droid in the show, and historically, with LEGO Star Wars mini minifigures that are kind of droid-esque in shows or movies, LEGO will make them in a droid shape instead of a minifigure shape. But for this one, they made him more minifigure-esque instead of more droid-esque. But at the same time, the amount of detail that they print on for this is far better than what they could do with a mold, very likely. So I do think this character looks very good and has plenty of detail that you can enjoy, but there has been precedent set in the past that they would do it as a droid, not a minifigure. Finally, we have Marok, who is the Inquisitor in this set. It's a scary looking minifigure, kind of has like an old-timey knight's helmet, which is incredible looking in this one. There's also an armor piece that covers up part of the torso, and they print the same detail on the armor piece that they print on the torso, more or less. So when you remove it, the same detail is still there, except you kind of lose the bulky look to the minifigure. Of course, you can clip that double-bladed Inquisitor lightsaber onto the back, but maybe the most disappointing part about this minifigure is that it's just a black head underneath. This character has no face. It kind of reminds me of Captain Phasma back in the day. Absolutely a downside there, but overall, the 4 minifigs in this set are a really good selection with very good quality across the board, and I definitely see the minifigures being a big draw for this set, but so is the T6 Shuttle. I want to address what might be two of people's main issues with this set first, being the size and the color. The size of the thing is undoubtedly smaller than I think I would want for $80. It's smaller than the last T6 Shuttle from 2011, and it just feels small in the hand, even if you don't have that to compare to. So obviously, taking price per piece completely out of it, the size of it just feels small to me, so that's just something to know. Now, the color of this thing is actually done in a predominantly light gray and dark red color scheme, and it looks really aesthetically pleasing and good. However, from everything I can see from the Ahsoka show trailers and other media showing Ahsoka's T6 Shuttle, like Rebels, it doesn't seem like light gray was the right choice. White is probably the right color. I think the light gray is close enough to white that it's okay here, and two things can be true at once. Something can be aesthetically pleasing like this and be the wrong color for the source material. Moving in closer to the cockpit, it is absolutely smaller than what I would have wanted. The last T6 Shuttle could hold a couple minifigs, but this one is only going to hold one, as we're about to find out. But I gotta say, the windshield piece being printed is an amazing aspect of this. It looks so good. You don't have to worry about weird bubbles and applying stickers wrong. It's just printed and it just looks good. It's super easy to use. You just lift the windscreen up. There's a printed control panel on the inside, which is nice, and then just tiles on the bottom with a little added friction at the front for Ahsoka to hold on for dear life in her shuttle. It's a nice look with the one figure in there, although I definitely understand people are gonna wish there was more to do here. Flanking the cockpit on either side is a pair of stud shooters. You know how they work. Unfortunately, I don't really find them to be too distracting on this set. Now, the top side of the shuttle's wing is extremely detailed. It looks really good. It's got stickers on both sides, which I placed in as tight as I could to the bricks so that there would be no gray gap on the inside. So if you buy this and you're building it, just something to be aware of, to wait to place the sticker until after so that you can have as little gap as possible, at least if that's something you're looking for. I'm happy with the way that it came out. But they really did add just those few extra small details on the top of this wing to help make it look extra good on top of that sticker there. Now, the middle section of the ship is also pretty cool. Now, it's got like this top fin basically that you can grab, and it's a strong enough design to hold on to because it's got Technic beams running top to bottom there. The other two stickers are also located on this section, and there's some nice greebling going on underneath the tiling, which just adds some nice depth to this area. Now, on either side of this top section are actually a couple of panels that you can lift up, and it provides some storage on the inside. Now, you're not going to be able to fit any minifigs in there. It is not a lot of space, but extra storage space is certainly welcome. On one side, we have a piece that holds a wrench that you can give to Hugh Yang to make it look like he's performing repairs on the ship. It's a nice use of the space, and basically you'll notice on both sides there's just lots of tiled area where you can place lightsabers and blasters, or maybe Sabine's helmet if you want. So just storage space generally. It doesn't really do anything else. Now, the backside with the rear weapons and then engines and thrust coming out, I think looks really good. I think I'm a big fan of that particular section. I don't think that there's anything I would really do to improve it, but it does potentially give you a sense of scale because of how small that is, where a minifigure would otherwise be able to go if this was like UCS scale. And if we look on the bottom now, you'll notice they didn't even try. They could have added red plates that represent the pattern that we see on the other side, but no, they literally left it completely blank. It's really sad to see. They usually do try with this sort of stuff. I really have no idea why it's been left blank on this particular model, but it is, and it does not look good. Either way, it doesn't really look good because it's the bottom side of Lego plates,
but still, at least in other sets they try, and they did not here, so that's a big thumbs down. I mean, it just looks sorry on the bottom, except for this middle section, which is like inverted and actually looks really nice. It also has the landing gear. For landing gear, you just pop this all the way around to the front, and you're basically good to go.
It stabilizes the entire thing so that it doesn't just fall down when you place it down.
Because this is what happens if you don't use the landing gear. Yeah, like, why would you want to do that when you can have the landing gear and then it gets held up nicely? Lastly, of course, the main function of the T6 shuttle is that it can rotate, and this set does do that well, at least, even though half the time you rotate it, you're going to be looking at the ugly side that they literally didn't even try to make look good. But the rotation on this one is pretty smooth, and you can have a lot of fun with it as long as you keep your fingers out of the way when spinning it around. You can spin it continuously as long as you please. I do think this set is overpriced for $80. It's just a little too much money for what you're getting, even though the minifigures seem to be really good. I feel like the underbelly of the ship not having any of that red represented just feels wrong, and it feels like it's the area that they decided they could skimp out. But it seems like you are getting quality where it counts here. I mean, you're not going to really see the underside of the T6 when it's displayed in your collection, so there is a positive end to that, but still, for $80, maybe save a little bit of money and wait for a sale. Hey everyone, Ryan here, and welcome to my review of the LEGO Star Wars 75364 New Republic E-Wing versus Shin Hati Starfighter. Straight from the Ahsoka show, I cannot believe they have finally made an E-Wing in LEGO Star Wars. Technically, Jack 14 had an E-Wing first from Yoda Chronicles, but this one is the first canon one. Anyways, it has 1,056 pieces for $110 in the US, so seemingly a fair price, and we'll dive a bit more into that during this review. You've got 5 minifigs in this set, which is a surprisingly high number, and on the back of the box, of course, it shows all your play features. Opening said box with my knife so that I don't have to use the thumb tabs. You'll find bags numbered 1 through 10 and 2 separate instruction manuals. Hopping into the minifig, starting with Morgan Elsbeth. She is a really good looking figure. I really love the color scheme on her, but there is no printing on the legs, which is a bit of a downside. It's kind of the dress leg piece that we saw in Palpatine from the Gunship. Nice piece, but no printing on this one. She does have a really good hairpiece, though. I'm a big fan of the hairpiece on her in particular. Moving on, we have Baylan Skoll. Great looking figure here. He's got some nice green accents on the black torso, which just really popped to me. He does have a red lightsaber. Some people were hoping he would get an orange lightsaber because in some of the trailers, the lightsabers definitely have an orange tone to them, but I believe Dave Filoni did say they are red, even though they made them look a bit more orangish. So maybe that's still something LEGO will tackle in the future, but I'm kind of indifferent about the inclusion of red over orange here. Shin Hati is next, and she is an interesting looking character. She looks like she has seen some things. Her pupils are very small, and the black around them very large, just definitely makes it look like she's got that 1,000-yard stare. She does have what looks like a Padawan braid to me, which is kind of cool on her torso. Reminds me of like 2002 LEGO Anakin minifigures. We even have a lot of detail on the back of this figure, so overall very nice job with Shin Hati. Next up, Captain Porter, going to be flying that E-Wing later on. Looks amazing, kind of a New Republic era pilot look, and it definitely hits. The helmet on this guy is fantastic with tons of detail, and they include a second face for him that doesn't have the pilot visor, and they include a hairpiece to go with that so that he can just be a normal guy walking around without the helmet. Gotta love that versatility. And finally, we have the New Republic IKEA Swedish Ukraine astromech droid. This is a crazy looking color scheme that I'm sure you could name yourself. It just really pops more than maybe any other LEGO Star Wars astromech droid ever, so I do really like it for that. Now, it's still got the problem where they can't print the dome straight, and they didn't give him back printing, so for $110 you kind of expect it, and it's not here. So if there's any downside to any of the minifigs, I would say it's just the quality of the prints on the New Republic astromech droid, but across the board, these are pretty good, and 5 figures in a $110 set for LEGO Star Wars is really, really good. For reference, in the $140 Gunship, you only get 5. So we've obviously got 2 ships here, but we are going to take it easy and start with the E-Wing, the one I'm more excited for. The size and overall shaping of this E-Wing is amazing to me. I think one of the things it originally had in its OG design was a turret on top, but I didn't see that in the trailers for Ahsoka, and that is certainly not represented here, so I think what they have is the correct thing, and they just have some greebling instead. Looks pretty good there. In front of that, we have an area where we can place our Swedish astromech droid. He clips into the studs and isn't going anywhere even if you flip the model over, which is nice. On either side of that astromech droid, we have some exposed mechanical work from the E-Wing, and they use stickers to represent that, but I do think it looks very good. Now moving from that middle section to the wing below, this is where the build build techniques get really cool. As you can see, it has an angle to it. On the inside here, you'll see a lot of the technique that they use to get that angle, and it's really impressive, to say the least, what they were able to do for this E-Wing to make it work. I really love the look of it on the bottom, just because it's so different than what we see on the top, but also, like, it just shows you how much work went into getting this thing to look as good as it does. I feel like, obviously, 10 or 20 years ago, it'd be a lot more basic, and this just shows you how LEGO has come very far in a lot of ways, so it's very impressive to see the underbelly of this thing underneath that angled wing. And the wing angles just a little bit more on the tip here. It has another Technic piece that allows you to drop it down just a little bit more, but if you want, you can angle it straight, or you can drop it down all the way and make it look really weird, but as shown on the box, it's like that. There's also a sticker on the side, adding more detail than possible with normal LEGO bricks. We've got the main laser cannons, and then the engine intake on the side there. There's the thrust coming out of the back. And even though it's really hidden underneath the wing, they go and detail the midsection of that engine area with a lot of tiles, and those curved tiles on the edges. They look really nice there. We'll come back around to that landing gear in a moment. I just want to show you the other play features first. We have stud shooters on the side. You know it. And then we have a pretty beautifully shaped front of the E-Wing. I thought this blue tile on the top would be a 2x8 tile. I just didn't look very closely at the picture. It's just two 2x4 tiles though, so the 2x8 still doesn't exist. Not that they really needed it. That works fine. There's a sticker on the front there. And then we have the cockpit piece, which is the beautiful cockpit piece that they've been using, I think, since The Force Awakens came out in 2015. Got a great print on there, but I did have an unfortunate issue with this one. You can start to see it on the side of the cockpit there. It's a nice big scratch. And then there's two more on the front. I'm sure I could get a replacement from LEGO, but it would be nice if they did something to try and protect these pieces. I mean, they are really high quality pieces otherwise. They just are prone to damage during shipping. Now, just like almost any other cockpit, you just lift it up because it's on clips. Really a smooth process there. And on the inside, you've got the control panel for LEGO Star Wars that they've been using for like 10 years now, and honestly, it's kind of getting old. They used to do unique ones for different ships of different eras of Star Wars, and they'd have like actually like an Imperial Shuttle or AT-AT shown on there, and now it's just all kind of the same stuff every time. And it's got a really cool play function here. There's a lot of space here, and what they were able to do is if you lift off the seat for the pilot, there's actually storage space underneath. We can just take his blaster out of his hands, place it under the seat, and then place him on the seat, and then put the seat over the hidden compartment. Finally, this build has something you don't see often with LEGO Star Wars these days, and that is retractable landing gear. And at that, it is not half landing gear. I mean, it's the full shebang for landing gear. It's got 3 points that hit the ground there, and the whole thing can be lifted up like so. The front piece like that, right on in. And then the back landing gear almost too easily fold into the center of the E-Wing. With the landing gear retracted, I think it looks very cool on the underbelly of the E-Wing still, and it is a very needed feature because they didn't include like a stand to have this thing flying around on, so you have the landing gear to place it onto your shelf when you want to display it. The E-Wing on its own could be a very, very good LEGO Star Wars set. However, including Shin Hati's Starfighter makes this a much more dynamic playset. We had something like this earlier this year with the TIE Interceptor and Fang Fighter, and seeing the 2-in-1 concept used and executed well again just makes me happy. Let's talk about Shin Hati's Starfighter. Now, with this one in particular, I can see a few different elements from other LEGO Star Wars sets throughout the years that just make me happy. Little ARC 170 vibes, little N1 Starfighter vibes, and slightly General Grievous' Starfighter as well. Comment below what you see in Shin Hati's Starfighter, but it feels like a mix of a lot of different things to me. The very side of the wing of the Starfighter have these really thin sections that kind of remind me of the top of the Umbaran Mobile Heavy Cannon. They don't do anything, they're just purely there for looks, and they aren't like the strongest attached things. They just have like 6 studs holding them in, but they do look nice. On top of the large wing panels, you've got a couple of stickers that add quite a bit of detail. They look very nice with the wear and tear on top of Shin Hati's Starfighter, and then just using some random other small yellow pieces and gray pieces, they add in a little bit more coloring on top of the Starfighter there. The bottom of this piece is completely gray, kind of reminds me of the T6 Shuttle, but there is yellow on the sides and in the middle where like the engine intake is. There's some sort of landing gear looking stuff there, but really they have the inverted tiles on the bottom that will be smooth where the Starfighter is just supposed to hit the ground. The engine on the front is amazing looking. You can see the printed piece on the inside looks like the fan for the intake. Obviously just really pops out on the design. And then of course, stud shooters, everyone's favorite play feature. Wow, and I definitely lost those No! Oops. I don't really do drop tests anymore, but now you know if you drop it off a 4-foot table, it will definitely break. Moving back to the Shin Hati Starfighter, if you pick it up by the wing, it's strong enough to be held here, although if you get really rough with it, it will break off because it's not connected with like any crazy Technic connection. It's just a pretty normal connection, so it can break off if you're rough with it. Finally, moving throughout the rest of the middle section, you'll find a few play features as well as some just nice detail overall with the main blaster cannons on top using lightsabers on the front of them. Now, I don't know if I've ever seen this before in a LEGO Star Wars set, but we can pull away and find a hidden compartment here, and you can maybe place Shin Hati's lightsaber in there. It's pretty spacious. However, at the bottom, you'll see a black stud, and if you pull that away, a little more difficult, but still doable, you'll find a second hidden compartment with a blaster inside. So I don't think I've ever seen a double hidden compartment on a LEGO Star Wars set. Now, fortunately, the windscreen on this one did not sustain scratches as bad as my E-Wing did, but it does have a beautiful print all the same, very nice and detailed, and just like the other one, is easy to lift away. It does have a different control panel. However, instead of being printed, it is a sticker, which is a unfortunate downside of having a different control panel, I guess. Now, placing Shin Hati in is a breeze, just like that. She'll fit right in, and then you can close the windscreen piece, and she is locked and loaded in there. There's a little more wear and tear represented with a sticker on the side, and then very nice shaping kind of coming to a point at the back of Shin Hati Starfighter, and you'll notice another cockpit piece here, this one in dark red, and if you open it up, you'll find a simple clip inside, which is where you're actually supposed to put Shin Hati's lightsaber. So it does fit in there nicely and kind of leaves that big compartment at the front open to interpretation as to what you should really put in it. But it's pretty dope that they make use of the space at the back, even though they really didn't have to because they have so much space at the front. I think I've shown and told you everything about these two sets that can help you make your purchasing decision, and I just want to say for $110, I do think it is worth the money. It feels like on their own, LEGO would be charging $60 each for these builds, but in one set for $110, it feels fair to me. Plus, the minifigs are of adequate quality, and they are new characters from the Ahsoka show for 2023, so there's going to be a big draw there. Hey everyone, MandRproductions here, and welcome to my review of the LEGO Star Wars 75357 Ghost and Phantom 2. It includes 1,394 pieces and sells for $170 in the US. Pretty expensive, but this should be a very good LEGO Star Wars set. If the box art is any indicator, it looks gorgeous. Now, this set does include 5 minifigures that we'll take a closer look at in a moment. On the back of the box, it shows off a couple of the key features included in the set, as well as the Ghost inside of a large hangar bay. Inside of the box, you'll find bags numbered 1 through 13 and a sticker sheet. Plus, I almost lost my second sticker sheet inside the box, so just beware if you do end up buying one of these with the affiliate link in the description below. And the instruction manual is your run-of-the-mill LEGO instruction experience. First, Officer Hawkins is a really clean-cut Rebel crew member looking character, and I really do like the inclusion here. Could have gone for a leg print, obviously, in a $170 set, although usually with characters like this, they have pretty plain-looking legs anyway, so it's not like you're missing out on much, I feel like. I think his hairpiece is pretty awesome. It rides very high on his head, which is obviously why you're not going to see a second face. Next, we have Lieutenant Beta, obviously using one of the Mon Calamari heads here with a pretty good looking print. You can see the top print looks great with lots of detail. The eyes look great with the pupils, and there's even a little printing under the chin to add a bit of a lighter color underneath it. Overall, the head looks great. And then the blue and white pilot outfit obviously really pops with this character. So overall, this one looks great. And again, no second facial expression. General Hera Syndulla is the highlight minifig in this set by far, no question. She's the most popular character of the 5 minifigs in the set, and she is the best looking one in my eyes for this set. The goggles on top are a simple print, then you have the brown printing for the rest of the helmet that goes around her Leku. Face on this looks surprisingly close to what it does in the show, maybe less the pupils. The torso is really accurate. It even has those little 5 red dots that are seen in the show there. Great, and the legs are in a nice orange color, which of course pops. Flipping it around back, you've got some really nice detail on the back of her Leku with some white printing, and then you have a nice detail on the back of her torso. She does also have a second face where she's a bit angrier looking. You might know Jason Syndulla. I think this is a really good looking minifigure as well, except LEGO got the hair color wrong. The hair color in Star Wars Rebels was green, and then when this set leaked, people said, oh, well, the hair in Ahsoka must be brown. But when he showed up in the Ahsoka show, his hair was clearly green. There's a chance, albeit small, that LEGO will change the hair color on this like they did with Kanan in the 2014 Ghost. Now, unfortunately, I think the worst figure in the set is Chopper. I think they tried to do too much here. The color of the torso doesn't really match the color of the legs being white and then light gray. I think the printing detail is nice, but like the figure
here just looks awkward and goofy to me. They tried to replicate the little dish on top of his head by putting a white stud up there, and I just feel like they try to do too much here. He does have back printing, which is nice. It's something people wanted out of a new updated chopper. That's great. But unfortunately, I think the torso being a different color from the legs is just taking away from the look for me. So I think it just looks too awkward. Now, when it comes to looking at the 5 figures as a whole, I think the figure selection is not as exciting as I first thought. Like when I first saw this set, I was so enamored with it, and I still am. I think the Ghost and Phantom 2 we're about to look at are amazing, but the minifig selection doesn't feel like a top tier minifig selection to me for this set. I mean, don't get me wrong, you get 5 nice named characters of varying degrees of quality, chopper. I like it. It just feels kind of empty to me personally. For the builds within, we're going to be starting small, and I mean very small, with the Phantom 2 included here. It is substantially smaller than the 2017 version of the Phantom 2, but the compromise being made with this Phantom so that it can be included as basically a 2-in-1 with the Ghost is so that it can fit on the Ghost in a nice scale, one that makes sense, and one that doesn't make the Ghost look bad, as we will see. But for the Phantom, you can see there are lots of stickers on this thing, and all of the stickers are done with like a clear background, so I think they do tend to look better there, and they've got like all the accurate details on there with stickers, which is nice. There's a small box on the back, which you can open and find a couple of accessories in. Don't really care about that, but it's a nice detail and like feature to have built in. You may have noticed the design is not completely symmetrical, as there's a slanted piece here that is not here on the left side, because they did something that they used to do a lot, and that is allow an astromech droid to be placed directly onto the build. This is some like mid-2000s Lego building here being brought into the 2020s, which is kind of crazy to see. So instead of putting the full body for Chopper in like you would on the old Phantom, you just put his head on top, and this used to be a very common practice for Lego Star Wars. Obviously not anymore, as it's probably surprising to many to see. Lastly, we have the cockpit. The whole thing from the front just opens up, which gives you really easy access to the inside there. I don't know if this is better or worse than what I feel like a Microfighter Phantom would be like, but you know, it's an all right model for its scale, and especially because of like the way it works with the Ghost, like the Phantom is great here. So when it comes to attaching the Phantom to the Ghost, you have this little section here on the back end of the Ghost, which is nicely hidden in a way. On the original Ghost set comparison on my YouTube channel, it had a huge gap at the backside, but this one is much smaller, which I do really appreciate, and obviously part of that is due to the smaller size of the Phantom it needs to accommodate. But you have the stud and the Technic piece. You just back it in and drop it on down. It's definitely very noticeable when you place it on there on the design, but man, the scale of it just helps it look really amazing. If this thing was as big as that 2017 one, like this just wouldn't work as well. Now to remove it, all you have to do is pull straight back up, and you are good to go with the Phantom into your flight. We'll leave it over there for now because we got a lot more to cover with the Ghost. We have the engines, 4 of them, and they look amazing with this kind of marbled translucent blue color. I don't think I've seen that before on a Lego Star Wars set, and it just looks awesome here. The whole engine area generally is a really good design. It even has some dark bluish gray hot dog pieces, which might be the first time that they've made their way into a set, and you know, fittingly, Lego Star Wars for gray. I don't know if it's accurate or not, but there's a pretty big gap underneath where the Phantom goes. I almost wish they had filled that space in, because it's just this weird like shadowy gap that you can see there. Not sure how to really feel about it. It's not something you're going to see 99% of the time, but it is there. Generally, the rest of the top side of the Ghost is gorgeous looking. They have a great color palette on this one with sand green and sand blue. Sand colors can never go wrong. And you have a little yellow, red, and obviously white being the predominant color in there. Just looks amazing. You've got a painter's brush used there, just kind of like the hot dog piece, a weird piece usage, but it just works. I really like the edge of the ship here where you have the bottom side of the studs facing out. I think that looks great. Very unique look. On both sides of the Ghost, you'll see the docking port, and underneath that is a pretty cool feature with a ramp. All you have to do is push that down and you have a loading ramp. That is a real opening into the middle of the ship, and while it's not entirely practical to put a minifigure in that way, you can. Also on the bottom side of the Ghost, you'll find 3 points of landing gear, obviously non-retractable, but works very effectively to keep this thing off the ground and make it look good on your display. And then you'll find the mechanism used to fire the spring-loaded shooters located underneath the cockpit. All you have to use is that little turret underneath. While it actually is supposed to move up and down and spin around a little bit, part of that functionality is that as you you turn it to the left or to the right, it moves the bricks on the bottom of the build to fire the spring-loaded shooter. So if you move it to the right, it fires the one on the left, and if you move it to the left, it fires the one on the right. Now, this is a really neat way to integrate the spring-loaded shooter play feature. However, it's also a really great way to ensure there will be a lot of inadvertent firings of these spring-loaded shooters whenever you want to move this model around. Now, I'm really excited to get to the interior on the Ghost, but I do want to talk about the windscreens on the exterior first. They're a darker, bluer color than we're used to with LEGO Star Wars. Usually we see that regular translucent gray. This is not that, and for some reason it seems to smudge worse and have a harder time cleaning the smudges off it from your fingers, so just a heads up. But the very front piece here is nicely printed. The piece behind it is unfortunately stickered with another sticker detail behind it, and then the top dome has nothing. Now, to access this front cockpit section, you can do one of two things. You can pull down on this little ball here, and just like that, you can see the inside, albeit a little bit dark, or you can pull this entire front section out. So this lower front seating section has stickers for some of the control panels, and then we've got some studs there to place Lieutenant Beta. Looking pretty cool on there, and then they even used an Inquisitor lightsaber hilt as part of the build at the front of the ship. So I think that's exceptionally cool. There we go with the windscreen on. Reattaching it is a breeze as you just push it back in where it came from. Now, of course, that top windshield piece can still be moved out of your way, so you can place another minifig inside. In this case, we'll be placing Hera inside. It's a slightly tight fit, but it works more than good enough. And finally, we have the little bubble to see out for the turret on top. It doesn't spin or anything, but you can place the minifig inside, and he has no studs that he stands on. He just stands in a 2x2 space, so there is a little bit of wiggle room for him to move around, but because of the way it's designed, there's no way he can fall down or into the ship. So he's there, he's just not connected in there, which is weird. To access the full interior of the Ghost, this whole top section can be pulled off very easily, and then you have easy access to the rest of it. Now, just to be super clear, none of these other panels like move out of the way or have like interior hidden bits inside of them. It's just all structure in there. Right behind where we put Hera in, there's actually a stairway down to the large interior section, which I think is really cool. It helps make everything feel connected there, and we'll pull her out so we can use her elsewhere in the interior. Now, I really wish I could move one of these top panels just because we have a crate here. It's just attached on a stud, although it can still be a little difficult to remove. Inside, we have a Melu Run fruit, a very nice Easter egg, I suppose. It's a sink in a LEGO Star Wars set. That's pretty dang cool. Like, you just don't see that every day. In what I'll call the middle section of the interior, we have these caution strips on either side of the build. Those are directly next to those red openings where the ramp is that I showed you earlier. But in the very middle of that are a couple of jumper plates, because that is where they want you to put Chopper, or maybe just his body if his head is busy on the Phantom, but at the very least there is a spot for Chopper inside of the Ghost, whether or not you're using his head on the Phantom or not. And then the back doesn't offer a whole lot. It's just kind of some empty space with some support pillars. Overall, the amount of interior space is amazing. They give you quite a bit to do inside, and it has ample space for all of the minifigs included. So I'm absolutely blown away with what they were able to do here. The last thing I want to discuss is holding the set. Generally, most of the panels on this are strongly attached. You can knock one off from time to time, but overall, most of the build is strong enough to support holding it. Although I think the best way to grab it, though, is going to be in that center area. It just feels like it's the strongest with no real loose panels there. I got a few things to wrap up. While I find the minifig selection to be mediocre, maybe on the high end of mediocre, the Ghost and Phantom 2 is probably a must-buy for any Star Wars Rebels or Ahsoka fan. I think that this is such a phenomenal build. If you need a Ghost to put on your display for LEGO Star Wars, this is the one. Hey everyone, Ryan here, and welcome to my review of the LEGO Star Wars 2023 Chewbacca set. It was given set number 75371 with 2,319 pieces, one minifig included, not shown on the front of the box though, and it costs $200, making it a pretty expensive LEGO Star Wars set to not be a UCS or Master Builder Series set, but instead it kind of adds on to the laundry list of buildable characters that we have had throughout the past few years that really kicked off in 2008 with General Grievous. Now, when this set first leaked, it was immediately made fun of for the look of its face, and in this review we're going to find out if the face is indeed that bad and if it's worth your $200 hard-earned dollars. Inside of the box we have the white style instruction manual. However, unlike previous sets with really bad renders, this one actually has a really good render, and it's a fun look with Chewbacca kind of peeking out from the side. Really not a needle mover on your purchase, but for a company that says only the best is good enough, it's what you expect. Now, we've also got 17 numbered bags, and I'm typically very indifferent when it comes to the process of building a LEGO set. I find them to be generally enjoyable on a pretty even level across the board, no matter what it is. However, I really didn't like building this set. That dark brown color can just be really hard to see on instruction manuals, and just overall, this was a bit of a grueling build to knock out in one day. Maybe if you separated over multiple days or with multiple people, you'd have more fun, but I didn't have fun. The minifigure is, of course, Chewbacca, and unfortunately here you won't be getting anything you couldn't get elsewhere. It's not a special, new, or exciting edition of Chewbacca. It's just the standard old Chewbacca minifigure that you've seen many a times before and will probably see many times in the future. Now, something that does excite me is the collector's card and display stand, where you can place Chewbacca next to the collector's card, and as you can tell with the way the light reflects off the tile, it is now printed. Now, this is something LEGO promised they would do in UCS sets, but this Chewbacca, notably, is not a UCS set, so it was quite a surprise to me when I found out they would be doing a printed plaque for this too. LEGO in recent years has been increasingly cheap, and to see them go the extra mile for this set, I'll tell you, it's refreshing. It is nice. It looks really good with the printed piece, and unlike the UCS display plaques, this particular LEGO piece doesn't have a giant sprue mark in the middle of it, so I would argue this looks even better than what we see with UCS sets, although it does have the studs surrounding it, so that's the trade-off there. But yeah, it's a pretty nice little side display stand thing that you can place alongside the Chewbacca buildable character we're going to take a look at now. Starting with the base, this thing is integral to keeping Chewbacca upright. He could not stand on his own, so this was absolutely necessary. And the black and gray color scheme is honestly a bit weird. Like, it's just got a couple gray accents at the back, and I don't really understand why it doesn't look the greatest with that. They also designed some cutouts into the stand, and I just think it looks a little bit weird. It's not like the cleanest look that they could have made. Now, the feet themselves are built onto the stand. However, the rest of the Chewbacca is attached via some ball joints, and then it is allowed to kind of lean forward, or at least the bottom half of the legs lean forward. And so the legs end up being very sturdy. As we move to the behind of Chewbacca, it was kind of hopeful that there would be a little something more than nothing, but unfortunately there is a whole lot of nothing. Maybe some people will get their own pieces and add a bit more depth to his rear, but as the set exists, LEGO didn't include it. Now, I think the bowcaster on this set is absolutely killer. It's basically perfectly scaled, and it's built into the arm of Chewbacca with kind of the hand wrapping around it. Now, they say the cloth strap was originally developed for the LEGO Ideas piano, so I think it's really interesting to see a part like that be used in a Star Wars set where you would think there would be no use for something like that, so it's kind of cool to see. Now, the bandolier and satchel for Chewbacca is something that has just been loosely laid onto him. It's not really possible to take off because the arm blocks it, unless you, of course, take the pieces apart, but it's definitely laid onto him nicely, and you can see it's just loosely on there. It's not really connected to any studs as far as I can tell in the instruction manual. It doesn't like tell you to push it down onto any specific studs on the torso or anything. It's not like a hindrance that it's like laid on there. It definitely makes it feel a bit more natural in the way that it flows over him, so I think it looks nice, and it's also like a nice breakup of color throughout the middle torso of Chewbacca, and it's, other than like the black of the bowcaster, that orange really does stand out compared to the rest of the brown for Chewbacca. Now, it should also be noted there is absolutely no posability when it comes to the arms. They are attached in with ball joints, and you can pull them out, I guess, but like it's not real posability. Like, you can pull it out and then like you can't really make the arm stay there. It just kind of falls back in. I don't know. Maybe that's a fun, he's scratching his butt. I don't know. Is that like the way you can make it funny? Yeah. Technically, there's no posability, but that is like a really funny way to do it. Oh, and because I mentioned ball joints, LEGO totally tried to falsely advertise the ball joints on this set as being brown instead of gray. No, it's not a big deal, but if it wasn't a big deal, why would LEGO try to lie to its customers again? Now, the most controversial part of this Chewbacca is absolutely the face. Many people say it looks like it's straight out of Five Nights at Freddy's, and I can definitely see that. It's wild looking to me. Now, I think the designer Caesar did the best he could with what he had, but I don't think there was any way to avoid something like this looking funny. It reminds me of when the Porg got released back in 2018, and everyone kind of thought that looked goofy. There was just no way around trying to make a real life, you know, human-ish character in Chewbacca look good in a big LEGO form like this. It just wasn't gonna happen, no matter what. It was gonna look funny, so I don't really knock the set for it looking funny. In fact, I think it's actually helped this set gain a little bit more notoriety in the community. And I don't know about you, but I kind of feel like the eyes, oh, they definitely follow you. Oh, that is creepy. You've got a nice black nose, and then the mouth has a red tongue inside, and then they used Lego lipstick pieces from minifigures as the teeth. So he's got 4 distinct teeth in there that look pretty cool. And in case you wanted to know, the head is slightly posable. It's on a ball joint as well, like everything else in this set, and so you can get a bit of movement out of it and can change the style. Oh, we're gonna fix that. The style and look of your Chewbacca ever so slightly by moving it around, but I think that hand behind him is way funnier. So you can do a few things like that to just slightly change it, but you really can't do too much. And while it is obvious the model is very tall, coming in at 1.5 feet, it doesn't even fit on the shelves behind me. I'd have to adjust them to have even more space between the top and bottom to allow me to place this Chewbacca on the shelf. So definitely make sure that you have either a large enough shelf or like a top spot that Chewbacca could stand on if you really want to go out and spend $200 on this guy. And if that's what you want to do with your money, I say go for it. I think Lego has absolutely brought the quality with this one. They made a pretty good looking, albeit slightly goofy faced Chewbacca. I'm pretty happy with it. The eyes keep following me and I'm getting a little creeped out, but this one's really good. It's a nice addition to the buildable character lineup, a sensible addition, something that's going to go nicely next to your R2-D2 and your Porg and your BB-8. Like, he just fits in to that lineup, especially from the sequels, as much as I hate to say it. So I'm giving this one a good 8.5 out of 10. I just didn't enjoy building it, and the face is slightly goofy, but Lego really brought the quality with this one, so I think I'm overall very happy, and I do think it's worth your $200.
Hey everyone, Ryan here, MandRproductions, and welcome to my review of the LEGO Star Wars 2023 Advent Calendar. Given set number 75366 with 320 pieces, it has the new normal price of Advent calendars at $45 US. Inside, you'll find 24 unique builds and minifigures to lead you through December all the way till Christmas Day, and this is a box art that depicts Endor because it is the Return of the Jedi anniversary, so they've got quite a bit of Endor stuff and the Return of the Jedi stuff inside, but not exclusively Return of the Jedi, which is nice. And then on the back of the box, it shows more of the builds and has a bit of Inception, literally the box on the box. Before we open it, you must know this advent calendar was provided to me for free by German retailer JB Spielwaren, so if you're looking for this LEGO Star Wars advent calendar, check them out with the link in the description below. Now to open this advent calendar properly, all I have to do is cut the 2 tape seals on the back. This will allow the flap and like play area to drop down, and then you can also see all 24 numbered day tabs that you can open one at a time, day by day, or like we're about to do all at once. One great thing about this box, as you can see, is that bottom flap lays flat on the table right after cutting it. I didn't have to put anything heavy on top of it to get it to lay flat. It just lays flat. That's great. Now to open any given day, you just have to push in on the thumb tab and then pull out. It'll either show you the minifigure or it will show you the building instructions for the build, which aren't as easy to follow as normal LEGO building instructions, but it's definitely doable. And to not spoil which days have which items for this review, I'm going to show you the minifigs first, and then I'll show you the builds. That way, if you want to buy this and still enjoy some daily surprises during Christmas, you still can. Running through the minifigs worst to best, super unfortunately, the worst figure in the set is a clone trooper, and it's the 2/12 clone trooper. Enough has been said about this figure over the last year. I think it's pretty obvious what's wrong with this figure. At least he's got a cool blaster, I guess. Next is Endor Leia, and I really like the idea of having the character here because she goes really nicely with the Ewok that we have in this set, especially because she has the cookie to feed to him. I think that's a really fun thing. However, if you've seen my Endor diorama review, you'll know that this is a super inaccurate figure and one that is worse than what we had almost 10 years ago. So big thumbs down here as far as the quality, but good idea. Next, we have a standard B1 battle droid, and I could have gone for some Christmas colors or something here. It's just another battle droid for the collection. At least the pit droid delivers on my Christmas wish. It does have articulable arms and feet, although like they might fall off like they just did there, so they can be a little hard to work with. But yeah, he's a little bit of a fun guy, and if you have some studs to stand him on, you can pose him and have more fun with him than I am now. Next, we have an ugly Death Star sweater Emperor. He's got lightning in one hand and eggnog in another. Not as great as some of the Santa theme figures in the past, but still a fun one to add to your ugly Christmas sweater Star Wars collection. Next, we have Omega, who was previously only in the $170 Justifier set that not a lot of people love, so getting that same great figure in this $45 set is going to be a big draw for a lot of people. This year's holiday themed Gonk droid is a reindeer, and it just looks awesome. He has a black nose, so not Rudolph with a red nose, although I guess you could switch it out with a red stud if you would like. He's got the antlers, and then he's got that cute little tail on the back, so a little reindeer Gonk droid for your Gonk collection. Finally, we have the best figure in this set, the Ugly Christmas Sweater Ewok. Love the contrast of the bright green and the bright white. I think those colors just combine phenomenally here. It's just such a cute minifigure to be able to add to your Endor display for the holidays. I feel like this year's figure selection is pretty mid. I mean, the lows are low with that 212th Trooper. The Leia definitely needed a lot of work too, but the other figures are fine. They just don't reach the heights that we've seen in some previous years for Advent Calendar figures in my eyes, but still a solid selection minus the two at the back left and right. Now, when it comes to builds for this set, there's a few duds for me. I think the Star Destroyer doesn't do a whole particular lot for me. I really detest the ATST design. I know it's not easy to make these things in micro scale, but that doesn't mean I have to like what they make in micro scale, and this one in particular, not a huge fan of. By the way, it looks so awkward. I thought it was a Hoth ATST, but because it looks like it's walking on dirt, I'm assuming it's an Endor regular ATST. And then lastly, we have the Endor bunker, which I thought I would like, and then I put together, and I was like, yeah, I don't know about this one. This one's kind of lame, so not a big fan of the Endor bunker either. Just standalone doesn't work very well. Now the next three builds we have here, some very good little Endor ones, starting with the speeder bike, very much like this tiny little build. Then we have the radar dish here, which looks amazing. I love the little trees around it, and you can even angle it slightly if you'd like. And then finally, we have a mini version of the Ewok village, which I know a lot of people want a big version of, but, you know, this is okay. You know, maybe it's not what you really want, but it is a mini Ewok village, and I think that's a cute little build to have included here too. So the Endor builds here, at least these ones, are nice. Next, we have what I'm going to call some Disney Plus builds, starting with an Imperial shuttle that looks really good in flight mode for micro scale. I will say the landed mode doesn't quite hit the same. That looks awful. But in flight mode, it looks good. I do wish they had given it like a little stand, I think, because its flight mode is the superior look by a mile. I don't know why they didn't include a couple of cylindrical clear pieces and then one of the like dish pieces on the bottom that could have held this up just like this, and it would have looked way better. So yeah, that's just one of those small things. Then we have Mando's N1 Starfighter, very nice micro build here. Lots of small details, but they nailed it. And finally, we have the Justifier, which looks pretty blocky, but in micro scale makes sense. The hammer thing at the back can also move down almost all the way. It gets stopped by the plate underneath, unfortunately, but it still looks pretty good for a micro scale Justifier. So another good three builds here. Here we have a few Clone Wars vehicles, my favorite of the three being the Hellfire droid, which I think looks phenomenal. You got the red droid eye in there, big wheels, and then the missile launchers there. This thing is just lovely, and it kind of sits cool on the ground. And we have an AAT, which I thought I would like more, but I think the top not having like any dark blue on it makes it look a little bit awkward to me, but overall still a pretty good micro model. Finally, the blocky bottom looking turbo tank, but still a turbo tank nonetheless, is always fun in micro scale, so gotta love that. And then we have these 5 builds. They all make use of minifigures in the set to be just that little bit more fun. The first one here being Omega's sled. She looks pretty good in there. Too bad there's not like a slope of snow for her to go down in the sled. Next, we have the micro command post for the clone trooper, and I can't help but feel that this might still be yet another like small thing towards fans with the clone commander from last year. I mean, they included the worst clone trooper again and then put the same build. You know, there's a lot of things that could go there if you're a conspiracy theorist, but I think it's a good micro build nonetheless of a command station, and it holds the clone trooper, so that looks cool. Throw him at the back. Then we have Palpatine's chair, which looks good, but it won't like sit on its own without Palpatine in the front. It just falls down. So just a small heads up on that. It can be a little bit awkward to get to sit. Like you have to push this pretty far forward to get the center of mass to be right, and that just looks bad. So we don't do that. That's what it looks like with Palpatine in the chair, and ultimately sits much better on the ground with him in the chair. So I'm a fan of that. That's 3 pretty cool builds to go with your minifigs. Here we've got a glider for the Ewok, which I think is super fun. Definitely one that kids will really enjoy, being able to fly their Ewok around with the glider. And then finally, I think the best build in the set is the Stap. It's not the best Stap we've ever seen, but for a advent calendar, I think it is fantastic to see. And then we have like the green grass piece underneath, so it does stand really easily on the ground. You can take the battle droid, attach his curved arm onto the piece there, and just like that, you can have him flying around on the Stap going into battle. I almost wish there was a Gungan instead of the clone trooper. I think would have been a better fit for like the Naboo style Stap, but that is kind of the fighting combo that you're able to have there. Or not. I think this is a pretty easy buy for $45 this holiday season. It obviously has some flaws, as I've pointed out, but the advent calendars are always really fun sets to build throughout the Christmas season, especially for kids on a day-to-day basis, or even adults, like coming home from work or school on your daily basis or in the morning or whatever. Getting to open up just a small little Lego build can make your days that much better. So I think from that perspective, it's absolutely worth it. Maybe not everything in here is for you, but when there's 24 different things, I certainly wouldn't expect that to be the case for most people. So let me know what you guys think about this advent calendar down in the comment section below. I don't think it's like the all-time best advent calendar. I think it's like a 7 out of 10 advent calendar. It's got some stuff that I would have done significantly different, but hey, it's still a fun advent calendar for this year. Hey everyone, Ryan here, and welcome to my review of the LEGO Star Wars 40658 Millennium Falcon Holiday Diorama. It has 282 pieces with 5 minifigures included, and it's $30 in the US, which is actually $5 cheaper than I would have expected something like this to cost nowadays. So right off the bat, the value just might be there for your money. Opening up the box, you'll find 3 numbered bags, 1 non-numbered bag, and an instruction manual. And unfortunately, there's just nothing extra festive here. The first 3 characters in the set, I honestly do not really care for here. It's Chewbacca, BB-8, and a Porg. And these are the exact same versions that we have seen over the course of the past decade. Like, there's just nothing exciting about having these in a $30 set. They've all been in cheap sets before. Of course, the standard thing to say is it's nice for people that missed out, but I feel like you can say that about anything, anytime. The real pro here is the Porg and BB-8 are still just as cute as they were the day they came out. I'm just not quite sure why the Porg wasn't done in the holiday color scheme that they did for the advent calendar a few years back. Now, the other 2 figures in the set are a bit more exciting with Rey and Finn. The printing feels a little bit bland on Rey with absolutely no leg printing on the white pants, and shouldn't she know nobody wears white pants after Labor Day? Jokes aside, both of these characters have unique Christmas sweater torsos, Rey with the Millennium Falcon and Finn with the Rebel logo. I think it is really neat to see more kind of Christmas holiday themed characters here. You'll also see both characters have dual-sided faces, which is pretty standard for LEGO Star Wars at this point, outside of like clone troopers and anyone that's bald. But I think the biggest controversy with this set, and controversy is probably not the right word because not enough people care to be a real controversy, but they gave Rey a green lightsaber, even though at the end of episode 9 it was discovered obviously that she has now a yellow lightsaber, and so her lightsaber undoubtedly in this set should have been in a translucent yellow color. And it turns out LEGO kind of did a half measure here where they did not use the regular LEGO lightsaber green that they have been using. You can see Rey's green lightsaber next to Sabine's green lightsaber, and Rey definitely uses a lighter color of green, but at the end of the day it's still not the yellow that I think many people would have been hoping for in a set like this. I mean, why do the half measure when you could have gone all the way and then you wouldn't have anyone complain at all? So the full 5 characters is pretty nice here in a $30 set, and they'll fill out your build nicely, which we're going to take a look at now. Starting out, the first thing you notice on this diorama is that the base is nowhere near the level of plinth that we see on our other LEGO Star Wars diorama sets. This one is distinct in that it's not a rectangle or square, and it's obviously less than half the price of all the other diorama sets. So it turns out the base is where they did a lot of cutting back. Now, that's not to say we have a bad base on this set. In fact, it's plenty sturdy, and it's completely covered with black plates and tiles, which make it look really nice. It uses some grill pieces, and there are just some empty slots, so you're going to see a little bit of dark gray peeking through, which gives it a little bit of depth that I definitely like. But overall, the base and flooring area is very sturdy and actually like a highlight to this set, as lame as that sounds, because it's actually so well built. All the different studs throughout give you really good options for where to place your minifigures, so we can plop BB-8 down on one there. Now, the table included is in a very nice Christmassy red and white color scheme. You've got a carrot, you've got an empty cup, but most interesting to me is something that I don't think I've ever owned, and that's the Lego turkey. There is no connection to the bottom. It's actually just loosely placed on there, which is interesting to say the least, but you pull the whole thing off and it's just kind of standalone. It can fall off kind of easily, but it's definitely a unique Lego item that I would wager to say we will never see in a Lego Star Wars set again. I'm surprised we even saw it once here. I just realized it might not be a turkey. It might actually be a Porg. For what it's worth, Lego.com says it's a turkey, but I choose to believe otherwise. Behind there, we have a beautiful seating section that also includes a table to represent hollow chests, and you can see a stud there. That's just so you can barely sit a minifigure on the edge of, I guess, what we'll call the couch there. And with the figure on there, it actually fits really nicely with Finn, and obviously you could put Rey on the other side if you wanted. My favorite part of this, though, is just the curvature of it. I think it looks really nice. Now, the sleeping quarters behind that have a really fancy, I guess what I'll call a bezel, but I just really like the shaping that they have
have going around it, it really matches what you have inside of there. It doesn't look as clean on the more accessible backside, but you do discover the Jedi sacred text. It's a printed piece and a phenomenal detail to see in a set this cheap and something that you would think is like a throwaway Lego Star Wars set to them. They actually went this far and included the sacred text for the Jedi. Like, that's awesome. Inside, there is nothing. Like, it's just completely blank, which is a little bit sad. I wish they could have done some sort of like Easter egg thing in here, but they did nothing. It's just blank. But this on its own is cool enough. Placing Rey or any other Jedi inside of the diorama is simple enough. However, there are no studs, so they can fall out kind of easily when you go to move the diorama. Like, they literally aren't attached to anything, obviously, so that's a bit of a problem if you go to move the set. Now, below all that, you'll find a pair of clips where you can attach the lightsabers in. It's a bit of a tight fit in there, but they definitely do fit. And you don't always get such nice storage space on sets, so it's nice to see that it was thought through here and it gives you plenty of space to store the lightsabers. Lastly, before we talk about all the Christmas specific decor, we have to talk about the doorway here, which looks awesome. I mean, they've got the shape of this thing and the coloring down with the different tan pads all throughout. I think it looks amazing here, and it gives you a real nice eye into the room. Or if you wanted to like expand the build, I think it definitely gives you the ability to go and do that. And I think it would be interesting to see some people that have a better mind than I for that to expand this build and create more of a Millennium Falcon interior, whether it be festive or not. It definitely leaves the door open. Now, for the holiday specific decor, we have this strand of lights that goes across the top of the Falcon in blue, yellow, green, and red, and it definitely adds a nice bit of color up here. And it's also in a nice rubber that it's strong enough to not fall down. You can see it's being held up pretty strongly here, where it doesn't sag a whole lot like maybe a regular Lego string might. It's got a nice strong feeling to it. There's one giant snowflake kind of stuck onto the back of the build, and then they use that same snowflake piece atop the Christmas tree here. But to me, what's most interesting about this tree is that it's very two-dimensional. You can see the shape from the front on is actually pretty good, made with 3 of these Lego leaf pieces, but when you turn it to the side, you see it's just a very flat Christmas tree. So it's a cool tree. It's just a very two-dimensional one, just an interesting way to do it. And then finally, Lego included mistletoe above the doorway here. I'm not quite sure what the implication is supposed to be. I think this set is worth the $30, and I would give it basically a 9 out of 10 on its own merits, but I think that whether or not you should personally buy this really comes down to whether or not you like the sequel trilogy. Rey, Finn, BB-8, and the Porg are definitely tied solely to the sequel trilogy, and wanting those characters would mean you have to like those movies. Why not make it an original trilogy Millennium Falcon with original trilogy characters instead of sequel trilogy characters? I just don't quite understand that part about this set, you know? I really hope this becomes a yearly thing where Lego Star Wars does a unique holiday set, be it another Millennium Falcon interior or ideally different things each year, but I think there is a lot of potential with stuff like this for the future. Hello and welcome to my review of the LEGO Star Wars UCS Venator Class Republic Attack Cruiser. The set number is 75367, and if we take the 3 out of the middle, that is actually Captain Rex's CT number, a minifigure that is aptly included in the set. We have 5,374 pieces, and the retail price on this thing is a whopping $650. They got the correct Republic logo on the box, and while the black box art can be boring for some, the Venator certainly presents nicely on the front here. On the left side of the box, we have another great shot of it alongside the 20th anniversary of the Clone Wars logo. The right side of the box shows off a very nice looking rear. The top of the box, of course, shows the top of the Venator, and dare I look at the bottom of the box? Yep. Bottom of the Venator. On the back of the box, we're given the dimensions for the build, but the width is omitted. That's 22 inches, just in case you needed to know. And then we see multiple Clone Wars TV show shots of this flagship Venator, primarily denoted by the red bridge. Now, the unboxing experience for UCS sets of this size and price typically is pretty special, so I'm expecting something nice inside of here. Oh well, this is actually really good. I'm half surprised it's as good as it is. Wow, I'm gonna cry. This is really good. I'm gonna cry. So on these boxes, we actually have movie stills from Revenge of the Sith. It looks gorgeous. I am just blown away by how good it is. And then flipping them over, we actually have even more art on the other side with more stills from the movie here. It's just incredible that they went this far. And then on the front of both boxes, it has the title of the set. It just looks so nice to have packaging like this for a prequel set. It just makes me happy. So in the first box, it looks like we have 2 distinct instruction manuals, as well as our sticker sheet with 6 stickers.
In total, you have 4 instruction manuals, and 2 of them are supposed to line up to create one big picture of a Venator, but they didn't do it properly, and as you can see, the Republic logos are offset. Inside of the first book, you'll find a good read about the Venator, as well as a guide on how to pick up your UCS Venator, which we will try later. Otherwise, the instructions are completely normal with nothing else interspliced. Lastly, you're looking at 48 numbered bags in this one. Let's get into the finished product. The printed display card looks awesome. I love that they're printing these now. It just looks way better than the sticker did outside of the dimple in the middle. I really do hope they change that in the future. Now, flanking the display card are your minifigs and a brick. That brick is the 20th anniversary Clone Wars brick, which is a great inclusion. It's exclusive to this Venator and will never be seen in another set again. And in the instruction manual, LEGO actually says the same thing about the minifigs. Captain Rex and Admiral Yularen are exclusive to this set. It's in writing, which should mean that would apply forever. Now, you can certainly expect different variations of these in the future, but these specific prints will remain exclusive, according to the book. Diving into Captain Rex first here, a lot of people have waited a long time to get this minifigure, and seeing him come in a $650 set is probably disheartening to some that didn't want to buy a $650 set to get Captain Rex, and I certainly sympathize with that, but I do expect Captain Rex to come in a cheaper set in the future. Now, the camp that I'm in is the one that this is a $650 set, and this minifigure isn't the quality you would expect for a $650 set. Other than one thing, the arm printing. The arm printing on this minifig is just about perfect. It goes right up to the wrist and it goes right up to the shoulder, so it's printed the entire length of the arm. It's got an incredible amount of detail on both sides, and that's where the good things I have to say about his armor stop. The misplaced holes and accompanying warts continue to look ridiculous here and cause the rangefinder to sit way too high. The ammo pouch on the torso, per the animated source material this is based on, is just way too large, as is the cloth pauldron, which LEGO created a smaller version of 2 years ago for the artillery trooper, and if used here, it would be more accurate, and it would allow you to see that great arm print that is now completely hidden. And speaking of cloth, you won't find a cloth camo on this figure, you'll just find the printed on slivers of his waist cape. Overall, the rest of the standard clone armor print design is very good, like the feet. The jag eyes are a nice addition on top of the helmet, as well are the tally marks. And I'll leave on a real high note for this Captain Rex with the unique face print with the inhibitor chip bandage on his forehead. It looks amazing. Hopefully in the future they can put it on a better figure. Anyway, this is our first Clone Wars Admiral Yularen. He is a really good looking figure with dual molded legs, just makes it look extra good to you. And he does end up with 2 unique face prints, one of which has the really cool raised eyebrow. And after far too many years of waiting, it's my pleasure to show you the Venator. I still can't believe what I'm looking at. In the great year of our Lord, 2023, LEGO has blessed us with a UCS Venator, and it looks amazing! Starting in close on the bridge, it's in a dark red color, which was very unexpected as the typical color for a Venator bridge is gray. But the flagship Venators do have a red bridge, which certainly does stand out, and the strips of translucent blue throughout the bridge and below add a nice splash of color, but also a really great sense of scale, as each of those should be representing one floor, essentially. It's quite an imposing look, although there are some people that say they see Jar Jar's eyes when they look into the bridge. Now, the bridges are pretty strongly attached to the rest of the ship. You give it a good shake and it shouldn't be going anywhere. Now, the rest of the area below that is really nicely detailed. They were able to give it a lot of texture. You can see some masonry bricks, a lot of sloped pieces, some grill pieces, some nice tiles mixed in there. Overall, just a beautiful look, and it's symmetrical, so it's the exact same on the other side. The front portion here slopes very nicely into the center of the Venator, and I will say these are kind of loosely attached, so they can shake a little bit, but they create a very good looking design. The backside, by comparison, is seemingly devoid of detail, but it is accurate. It is supposed to look like this. It just, compared to the front, feels a lot cleaner, which is odd. Now, flowing a little further back, you actually have the tail end of the Venator, and this is where you have one of your big stickers on the set. It does a reasonable job of splitting the colors up, but the colors aren't perfect matches, which will always be distracting. But there is a really nice angle to this section, and I'm very happy with how it looks. The engines are clearly a massive W on this set. They look really good, very imposing, and very accurate. The metallic gray was an amazing color choice that really pops on the back end of this ship. The blue thrust looks really nice, and there were some concerns about the engine sagging, but I think I can pretty well put those to rest here. They don't sag very much at all. Now, don't get me wrong, the very back end of the biggest engines absolutely do sag ever so slightly, but to mitigate sag during the building process, you actually connect this engine also to the middle section there, and so that basically gets rid of most of the engine sag that would otherwise be present, and so even if it is there ever so slightly, it is not something that bothers me, and I think they look incredible. Now on each side of the Venator are 4 heavy turbo laser turrets. They sit in slightly recessed pockets on top of the Venator, and they generally look very good. They do possess the ability to swivel and point up and down, however it has to be done rather manually. Given they clearly weren't made for movement though, I would suggest just leaving them as is or posing them all as you build it and leaving them however you'd like. Just below the turbo lasers we have the red stripes, and I think it's a pretty good pattern they've got going on here for the side panel of the Venator, and it is slightly raised above the base layer of armor, of course, because that's just how it had to be done, but overall looks really nice. Looking below that, you can see some amazing greebling for the side of the Venator, as well as a little bit more of that translucent blue worked into the design on the side of the Venator, that again representing basically a floor each time you see a little sliver of it, and this is the one place the Venator isn't symmetrical. You can see one closed off docking bay on this side, but on the other side of the build it's wide open, and you'll see the micro scale Republic gunship here, which the designer says is a nod to his original UCS Republic gunship from a couple years ago, but I think it looks more like an A-wing. It's a bad micro scale inclusion, honestly. I think it would have been better without it. It's honestly just a little distracting because of how odd it does look. Looking at more of the siding on the Venator, you can see some more of the amazing greebling going on that just adds a ton of texture on the side, and then we finally get to the giant cannons sticking out. Now the size on these things are accurate, but they definitely do stick out on the design, and I can definitely see some people wanting to take them off because they look a bit distracting. And they do possess no functionality either. They are just stuck on there, although they are very easy to knock off. Looking further along the side, you'll just see more standard greebling, and it does look very good leading us to the front of the Venator. Now the front is almost perfectly finished off. You don't have any massive or distracting gaps, and it's properly oh so slightly rounded at the tip. And now we get to talk about one of the most controversial points on this Venator, and that is the red stripe and the lack of functionality within it, as a lot of people were hoping it would open up to show a micro scale hangar bay. Now that was not something I expected this UCS Venator to provide, and ultimately it doesn't. I don't really see where the space would have been inside of here, nor how the functionality in the design would work. I think if you have the opportunity to build this for yourself, you'll see it just doesn't really make a lot of sense that that could work here. Honestly, the biggest issue I have with the stripe is that it has this little break in the design where it cuts in and then continues on instead of being just one big red stripe. Now this is accurate to the flagship model of Venator that we have here, but my preferred design is the Revenge of the Sith one, where it doesn't have the break in the line. Now something I thought I would really hate on this Venator is the texture at the front here. I thought it would be a more flat design, less dark gray included on the front, and I really thought I wouldn't like the way that it looks, but having seen it and held it and built it in person, it looks fine. Dang good, actually, at the front. I don't know why, but with the UCS Venator, I anticipated it to be a relatively flat design, and there's just so much more texture in this like front section of paneling than I expected. I'm pleasantly surprised with the inclusion and how much I like it, so very good there. Now, something I'm not pleasantly surprised by is the sticker color on top of the Venator here. Like I mentioned on the back, the sticker color didn't seem right, and it's a lot more apparent up here where you can see kind of the purplish gray right next to the light bluish gray, and it doesn't look good. I mean, that would look better just without the sticker, but here you need the Republic logo. A lot of people wanted this to be printed, and now I kind of agree because the colors just look so off to me side by side. Now, showing off the bottom of the Venator is a bit tricky, and I might use the product images from Lego.com to help me out here, but you can see it's generally a very studded design. They didn't do too much on the bottom, and they definitely didn't need to, as you won't be seeing it most of the time. But there is a fair amount of detail in the back middle of the underside, including the use of a Lego roller coaster track piece. Other than that, you basically have a red stripe that runs up the middle. It's a no frills underside. Now, the last topic I want to tackle about this set is the overall stability, both with the stand and when picking it up. The stand is super stable. It's got 2 distinct points that make contact with the ground, and it definitely holds the model really nicely. I think now's a great time to bring in the 2019 UCS Imperial Star Destroyer, where I found the stand to be a bit wobbly. If you started to twist the model, it would kind of contort weirdly and the stand would feel like it's breaking. That's just not the case on the UCS Venator. It definitely feels like a lot more thought went into how the stand would connect with the frame, thus making it far more sturdy. We'll also take a second here to appreciate the difference in size between these two models, and if you subscribe to my channel, you won't miss the upcoming comparison between these two sets. Now, when it comes to handling the model, I have found this to be incredibly sturdy, especially when compared to that 2019 Star Destroyer. It feels like the panels are always going to break when I pick up that 2019 Star Destroyer, but for this Venator, I definitely don't have that fear. It's also a little bit lighter, which just generally helps make it easier to move as well, but it just feels a lot more structurally sound because of how tight the panels seem to be to the frame. Ultimately, this Venator is a very sturdy build when it comes to moving it around, which is a pleasant surprise. I think I'm still in shock over the idea that this set even exists, let alone the fact that it's right in front of me right now, finally, after all of these years. Captain Rex stickers and small pieces that fall off being the highlight flaws that I see in this model. Some people will point out the lack of any interior, but I honestly just don't see that as a flaw. But if you're a fan of LEGO Star Wars The Clone Wars, I feel like this is a pretty obvious must-have LEGO Star Wars set for any serious collector. It's by far the most expensive LEGO Star Wars prequel era set that we have ever had. I think this set in some ways shows the designers really starting to appreciate the prequels for how great they are. I'm just absolutely in love here. I think they did a lot of things right, and if the Rex was good, honestly, I'd be giving this a 10 out of 10, but it's going to be a 9.4 out of 10 from me. Hey guys, I'm back. We're not doing that again, but LEGO Star Wars is back at it again with another subpar promo. This is the promo that you would have gotten for free if you purchased the UCS Venator during the first day or few days of its release, depending on availability either in your store or online. And yes, you are allowed to criticize a free gift because this free gift is not as cool as the other free gifts. For example, the Coliseum got a cool chariot with a minifigure, and that's the type of thing I'd want to see out of LEGO Star Wars, but unfortunately, we got whatever's in here. Let's explore. The packaging design off the bat is crazy good as they decided to cover up the logo. Okay, maybe it's not crazy good, but I will say the quality of the packaging is nice. I mean, it's kind of irrelevant when you're like just trying to get a cool thing, and this isn't going to end up being a cool thing. But like, this is a nice box, so that's nice. But you just slide this down and off. Maybe? And we should be in. Man, this is like an Apple unboxing. This is nice. Holy crap. And it looks like inside we have this black board with a little perforation on it. So maybe we need to fold it in half or tear it in half. We'll find out in a second. Inside of here, this is what you got as your free gift with purchase with the UCS Venator. They gave you the Admiral Yularen and Captain Rex. Instead of like a cool Lego build, they gave you patches. Yeah. So you take the patches out. And if you actually want to use the patches, on the back, it looks like we have 3M. So is it tape on the back? Is it sticky? Oh, it's sticky. I don't know anything about patches. Am I supposed to tear this off? I don't know what I'm supposed to do, but okay, let's just look closer at it. So you can see this is a bit larger than the minifigure is, but you can see the Admiral Yularen perfectly matches the minifigure version of Admiral Yularen here. Just, I mean, I guess if you're going to say anything's good about it, at least they made it match right with Admiral Yularen. It's a little bit annoying to see the copyright logos at the bottom. Definitely takes away from the look of it, but honestly, when it's something as lame as this, I don't really care what it looks like. It's a patch, and I like the crossover of LEGO Star Wars fans that want this or would rather have like another cool, unique, exclusive minifigure or build. I think we're all in the boat of like, give us a cool build over something lame like this. But that's Admiral Yularen. How am I supposed to I don't know how to review a patch. All right, it's got good stitching around the edge, it looks like. It's got a little bit of a raised bump, and then it feels kind of cool in the middle. If you scratch it, it makes a little bit of a noise. I don't know, dude. Anyway, we have Captain Rex. With Captain Rex, they didn't go the extra mile. They didn't give him the arm printing on the arms that you can clearly see there, even though they did every other little detail on the Captain Rex patch, which is already a super busy looking patch. So like them leaving the arm print off maybe makes it look a little bit cleaner, but like you made it super busy all throughout. Why not finish it off and give him the arm printing that you put on the actual figure? Zero good reason for that outside of laziness by whoever designed the patch. So big L there in my opinion, but that's the Captain Rex patch. I literally don't know how to talk about these. Get out of here. All right, so we're going to put that back in. The other side of the box, we have a Republic credit, and we have the 20th anniversary Clone Wars logo. We'll pull the credit out. Maybe we won't pull the credit out. Holy crap. What in the... That thing is stuck in there. This would be really cool if it was a credit card. It kind of reminds me of the Apple Card. Like, it's a nice piece of metal shaped like Republic credit, and it's got the LEGO Star Wars logo and the 20th anniversary Clone Wars logo on the back. Marginally better than the Death Star coin, because at least it is a thing that exists in Star Wars. I would also like to add that I think it's better than the Han Solo keychain metal thing and the Beskar keychain metal thing, because it's not a keychain. My argument with these is that they're keychains. They're too heavy to be keychains. It doesn't make any sense. It's like stupid. But at least this isn't a keychain. So like it's got that going for it, and it exists, which this doesn't. It's just a stupid thing of a Death Star, which it doesn't even look like a Lego Death Star. It's just a Death Star. Like, all of these are dumb. Don't get me wrong. Like, all of these should have been Lego minifigure promos of minifigures that we wouldn't have gotten otherwise. That's what all of these should have been. But this almost might be the least dumb, except It has these. It's almost like they have a bet at the Lego headquarters of like who can make the silliest Star Wars Lego promo instead of making a Lego minifigure or set as a promo. It just doesn't make any sense why these would keep happening. The vast majority of people would be more incentivized to buy a Lego set if they were getting another free Lego thing than any of this crap. That's like literal landfill. There's one more thing we got to talk about with this though. This is a weird review. I didn't know how to review this. This is just, I got to talk about this, you know? All right. So this has one more feature. Okay. You see all these little slits in the back, and we saw this earlier. This is supposed to go in the back to hold it up, but I have to figure out how to do that. There's the very helpful diagram on the back. Well, you better hope you never snap this in half, because otherwise you won't have a stand for your display piece here. Wow. All right. I think you can see the similarities. So the iPad with the thing would cost you like $800, but this actually only costs you $650 with the Venator over there. So you're actually saving a good bit of money to get the same experience. It's actually a good deal. Okay, so do you want to know why this is really just an exceptionally stupid Lego promo? It's very simple. These are patches, right? These are meant to be used. They include them so that you can put them on some piece of clothing in some way, shape, or form, or on some, I don't know, like that's what people do with patches, right? I was in Little League once. So if I want to use the patches, like I would assume you're supposed to, because they have little thumb things for you to take them out, and they have the little 3M thing on the back that I feel like you're supposed to tear off or something. It's supposed to maybe just make it easy for it to attach onto whatever piece of cloth you want to put it on. I have no idea how patches work, as you can tell. Well, this is your new display, so hope you enjoy that. Like you see my point, right? Like if you actually use the product the way that you would think you're supposed to use the product, even though this product shouldn't exist, this is what you're left with. I don't know, man. It's just a bit silly.